In the dawn of time, amidst the weak and primitive beasts of prehistoric Earth, a monster was born with the soul of an absolute conqueror. While his brothers trembled in fear, he hunted the most terrifying colossi of the ancient world for sport, laughing in the face of death. His thirst for blood was unnatural, a savage addiction to combat that set him completely apart from any mortal creature. Empires would rise and fall, continents would shift, but his immortal spark burned brighter than the sun itself. Even when the apocalypse wiped his entire species from the face of the earth, he sat alone amidst the bones of the dead, entirely untouched. Millions of years rolled by like sand, and through every era, through every war, he evolved, a phantom of pure violence passing through history. He fought beasts, gladiators, and gods alike, his life a never-ending cycle of slaughter and triumph, until his power transcended mortality itself, turning him into a terrifying entity of sheer destruction. 3 million years of endless war forged a physical vessel of absolute perfection, a body built purely for supremacy. He claimed the ultimate throne, crowning himself the undisputed pinnacle of existence, the Earth god Mu. His power was so absolute that a single casual gesture could ripple across the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of reality. Under his terrifying reign, entire worlds trembled, their fates hanging on his mercurial whims. The inhabitants of outer realms wept, completely powerless against the god who held their planets in his palm. High lords of the divine council watched in sheer horror, knowing they were completely at his mercy. Even the secondary gods, powerful enough to crush galaxies, ground their teeth in helpless irritation at his absolute dominance. But at the peak of all creation, Mu faced a threat he had never anticipated: the suffocating, mind-numbing poison of absolute boredom. With no rivals left to bleed him, the supreme throne felt like a gilded cage, draining his savage spirit. Then, a madness seized his mind, a brilliant, chaotic idea to escape his eternal boredom. If he could shed his divine perfection and hijack a fragile, weak human body, the thrill of the fight would return. Just as his plan began to take shape, a sudden shadow descended from the high heavens to stop him. It was his loyal divine secretary, a mighty beast tasked with keeping the supreme god in check. Yang, the dragon of the high courts, stood ready to enforce the laws of the divine realm. But Mu merely smirked, dismissively ordering the dragon to guard the throne while he went on a little vacation. Refusing to let his master run rampant, the dragon unleashed the ultimate sealing magic, the absolute binding. Mystical chains forged from cosmic law wrapped tightly around the Earth god's massive frame. The dragon desperately pulled with all his might, pleading with the delinquent god to stay for the upcoming council. He wept in utter despair, knowing he would be the one to face the wrath of the entire divine pantheon. But with a single flex of his monstrous muscles, Mu shattered the unbreakable cosmic chains like cheap glass. His eyes flared with terrifying violence as he dared the trembling dragon to try and stop him again. Turning his gaze back to the mortal world, Mu cast his awareness across the sea of human souls. "I'm sorry, but I cannot generate audio that mentions suicide. If you want me to read the text back without that word, I can do that faster if you'd like, or I can read back any other text you have. If you're feeling overwhelmed, there's help available. You can connect with people who can listen and support you by calling or texting 988 anytime in the US or Canada. Please reach out. There is hope for things to get better." He searched the swirling vortex of mortal misery, looking for the perfect vessel to host his divine spirit. Suddenly, a particularly pathetic and angry soul caught his attention, swearing at the gods themselves. As his secretary sobbed in the background, Mu grinned wickedly, ready to claim his new mortal shell. He bade his servant a final, reckless farewell, promising that a replacement would soon occupy the throne. The dragon screamed in absolute panic, warning that if his mortal body perished, his divine soul would be destroyed forever. Mu only laughed, his arrogance completely unshakable, even in the face of eternal oblivion. With a blinding flash of light, the Earth god severed his own soul, plunging headfirst into the mortal coil. Sheer displacement of his divine energy sent shockwaves through the heavens, blinding the gods. Meanwhile, on Earth, a miserable boy had just finished watching his favorite fantasy story of a weakling gaining cheat powers. Staring at his phone, the boy lamented his own pathetic, inescapable reality. With a final act of bitter defiance, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering his only escape from pain. Standing on the freezing edge of a school rooftop, he looked down at the empty, dark abyss below. Covered in bruises and scars from endless torment, the boy resolved to end his miserable existence. He let himself fall backward into the empty air, hoping to finally escape this hellish world. Screaming his lungs out, he cursed the heavens, begging to be sent to another world if there was any god listening. With a sickening crash, his body slammed into the concrete, blood pooling beneath his broken frame. As life rapidly drained from his eyes, he coughed up his final agonizing breath. But instead of death, the massive burning soul of the Earth god hovered over his broken body, descending into the fresh corpse. Boy's eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying primal light as a god claimed his mortal shell. In the shattered remnants of his subconscious, the fragile soul of the mortal boy looked up in absolute horror. Standing before him was a colossal green-scaled dragon of divine law, a towering monument of cosmic authority that made the boy feel like a speck of dust. Trembling in sheer confusion, both the mortal boy and the divine secretary stared at each other, their minds screaming the exact same question. Who was this intruder, and how had their worlds collided in such an impossible manner? But before the panic could consume them, a familiar deep laughter echoed from the depths of the void. Musk's savage, red-haired divine spirit materialized, looking down upon the weak mortal with a predatory grin that promised nothing but chaos. With a wicked, bloodthirsty smile, the Earth God turned his back on the crying dragon, preparing to plunge headfirst into the physical realm. He promised his frantic secretary that he would return soon, but his eyes told a different story, a story of a god who had just found his ultimate playground. Ignored and desperate, the dragon screamed into the void, begging the delinquent god to stop before he destroyed himself in the fragile mortal coil. But Mu was already gone, his massive soul hurtling down like a burning meteor toward the cold, hard earth. Inside the cold, shattered body of the schoolboy, a spark of pure, divine energy violently erupted. The boy's eyes snapped open, a single pupil dilating as the overwhelming consciousness of a cosmic conqueror forced its way into the dying brain. Gravity seized the broken body as it plunged backward, the cold wind whipping against his face as the pavement rushed up to meet him. Yet, instead of fear, a strange, terrifying rush of adrenaline began to surge through his veins. The boy slammed into the concrete with a bone-shattering crash, the violent impact sending shockwaves of pain through his newly acquired nerves. Any normal human would have died instantly, their life snuffed out in a bloody instant. He groaned, his glasses shattering into pieces as blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the cold concrete. The sheer agony of the broken bones was blinding, but the soul inside was not human. It was a beast that thrived on pain. Lying face down in his own pooling blood, the ancient god realized the sheer pathetic weakness of his new vessel. To die immediately after arriving on Earth would be an absolute embarrassment to the name of Mu. Blood continued to gush from his head, forming a dark crimson river that flowed toward his broken phone. His life was slipping away by the second, forcing the god to do the unthinkable just to survive. Reaching deep into the biological code of the human body, Mu seized absolute conscious control over every single muscle fiber, nerve, and blood vessel. With divine precision, he began to manipulate the anatomy of the dying boy from the inside out. Within his chest, the mangled, stopped heart began to glow with a brilliant, supernatural light. Forced by an iron will, the dead organ began to beat once more, pumping life back into the cold corpse. With a violent, agonizing gasp, the boy arched his back, coughing up a thick glob of stagnant blood. The sheer force of the resurrection tore through him, a brutal wake-up call that his mortal journey had officially begun. Gripping his chest, the god felt the ruptured arteries sealing and the bleeding coming to a complete halt. It was a miracle of pure biological manipulation, turning a fatal plunge into a mere flesh wound. Standing tall within the boy's mind, the spirit of the Earth God laughed maniacally at his success. Hijacking this pathetic, broken body was the greatest decision he had made in 3 million years. Limping forward on his newly mended legs, the boy dragged himself away from the scene of his supposed death. He needed to find a safe haven, a base to rest, and plan his next move in this strange new world. Suddenly, as if testing the limits of his patched-up limbs, the boy executed a wild, gravity-defying handstand flip over his broken glasses. The physical shock was immense, but it was the only way to gauge just how much strain this weak shell could take. Hours later, sitting quietly on a messy bed in a dim, barred room, the god began the grueling process of digging through the boy's memories. What he discovered about the previous owner's life left him utterly disgusted. This boy's existence was nothing short of a pathetic, miserable tragedy, spent entirely at a place called school. But among the sea of weakness, one specific memory stood out, burning with a familiar scent of violence. In his mind, he saw the faces of vicious tormentors, bullies who choked, punched, and humiliated the boy at every turn. It was a never-ending cycle of abuse that had finally driven the original host to end his own life. A dark, terrifying smile spread across the boy's face as he threw a devastating punch into the empty air, creating a mini-sonic boom. If this school was filled with predators looking for a fight, then he was more than happy to oblige. But as the phantom fist tore through the air, the internal muscles of his right arm flared with a sudden agonizing heat. The delicate human tissues were already tearing under the strain of his divine output. Watching his trembling arm, the boy grimaced as a wave of intense, crippling soreness washed over his upper body. It seemed his flashy handstand run and sudden exertion had pushed this pathetic, untrained frame straight to its absolute limit. Instead of frustration, a wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy washed over him, causing him to burst into a maniacal, drooling laugh. This physical weakness, this intense pain, this was exactly what he had been craving for eternity. The next morning, a bright, clear sky hung over the city, completely unaware of the monster that had just been unleashed upon the mortal world. At the school, students gathered in hushed whispers behind yellow police tape, staring in horror at the massive dried pool of blood on the pavement. The rumor of a suicide attempt spread like wildfire, sending panic through the crowd. standing just a few yards away. The boy walked past the crime scene, casually whistling a cheerful tune. The police and teachers were looking for a corpse, completely oblivious to the fact that the dead boy was walking right past them. With a violent kick, the classroom door slammed open, the loud bang echoing through the quiet hallway like a gunshot. Walking through the threshold, the boy displayed a blood-drenched bandage face twisted into a terrifying predatory grin. He had arrived at the hunting grounds and his eyes locked onto his first target. Sitting at his desk, the lead bully looked up from his phone, his face twisting in utter confusion at the sight of the boy he thought was dead or hospitalized. Standing up with an annoyed sneer, the bully called out the boy's mocking nickname, demanding to know what the pathetic loser thought he was doing. The tyrant looked down at the boy with supreme arrogance, completely unaware that he was no longer looking at a helpless victim, but a god of war. Standing in the shadow of the classroom, the boy kept his head low, a single drop of crimson blood dripping from his chin as his aura began to warp the very air around him. Deep within his soul, the savage spirit of the Earth God loomed, his eyes glowing in the darkness as he prepared to unleash 3 million years of combat instinct upon this arrogant mortal. The bully, completely misreading the situation, threw a massive, heavy fist straight toward the boy's face, expecting him to cow and cry like he always did. But instead of flinching, the boy let out a distorted, bloody laugh, his eyes wide with a maniacal thirst for violence. The fight had finally begun. The bully's face twisted in disgust, calling the boy an absolute lunatic as he threw his weight behind his strikes. A heavy fist connected with a sickening crunch, slamming directly into the boy's jaw with enough force to shatter teeth. Yet, behind the pain, the towering spirit of Mew laughed in tandem with the boy, a shared madness of two entities who lived purely for the thrill of the strike. The bully followed up with a brutal, blinding slap, mocking the boy for losing his glasses and daring him to try his pathetic tricks again. He laughed hysterically, throwing insult after insult, completely convinced that he was still the undisputed king of this classroom. But as the insults echoed, the boy's arm muscles flared red-hot once more, the dormant cells screaming in agony as the severe soreness threatened to lock his limbs in place. Grimacing through the physical lock, the boy gritted his teeth, realizing that his untrained mortal shell was actively resisting his commands due to the sheer intensity of the lactic acid buildup. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the teacher, who slammed his hand on the podium, screaming at the top of his lungs for the students to stop. But the warning came far too late as the entire classroom erupted into absolute chaos with desks flying and students scrambling to get out of the way. Wiping a fresh stream of blood from his shattered nose, the bully stared in sheer disbelief at his hand, his anger reaching a boiling point. Screaming in pure, unbridled rage, the bully lunged forward like a rabid beast, intending to beat the boy into a bloody pulp. Moving with a fluid, terrifying grace that defied his broken body, the boy crossed his arms to block, his eyes gleaming with a cold, analytical light. He knew that if this body were in peak condition, he could have ended this pathetic worm in a fraction of a second. But as the next blow rushed toward his face, a thrilling realization dawned on him. How would he survive a fight when his own body was his greatest enemy? With his muscles screaming in protest, the god in the boy's body raised his arms in a tight defensive guard, bracing for the impact. The bully's furious fist tore through the air, but with a razor-thin tilt of his head, the boy slipped the blow, sending his opponent off balance. The retaliatory strike from the bully clipped his jaw, yet instead of backing down, a savage grin spread across the boy's bloody face. Enraged by the defiance, the tyrant threw all his weight into another heavy strike, screaming at the weakling to stay down and accept his fate. Blood splattered against his skin as the god quickly analyzed his deteriorating host body, realizing he had almost no moves left in this crippled shell. Since his arms and legs were temporarily locked by severe fatigue and his cosmic magic was sealed, he had to find another weapon, one that required no limbs. With the brutal force of an iron mallet, the boy thrust his forehead forward, delivering a devastating, bone-crushing headbutt right into his tormentor's face. Clutching his broken, bleeding hand, the bully shrieked in absolute agony, the sheer shock of the retaliation paralyzing his senses. A sinister chuckle escaped the boy's lips as he stood tall, knowing that fragile finger bones could never hope to compete with the dense armor of a human skull. Before his target could recover from the blinding pain, the ancient conqueror within seized the initiative, his eyes locked onto his prey. Lunging forward with predatory speed, the boy caught the bully's wrist, locking him in place so there would be absolutely no escape from what was coming next. Channeling the last of his physical energy, the boy drove his fist directly into the bully's solar plexus, striking the ultimate human vulnerability with pinpoint precision. The brute's eyes rolled back as the wind was entirely knocked from his lungs, a pathetic squeal escaping his throat as his dominance was shattered. But the god was not finished, aiming to deliver a spectacular finish by driving his momentum straight upward. A devastating chin-shattering strike connected, sending a sickening shockwave right through the bully's skull. Gravity reclaimed the heavy tyrant as he collapsed onto his knees before his former victim, completely defeated and humiliated. The giant crashed face first onto the classroom floor, leaving the watching crowd of students frozen in sheer, speechless horror. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the classroom as onlookers clutched their phones, unable to process the absolute slaughter they had just witnessed. Whispers turned to sheer panic as they realized the boy who had been beaten to the brink of death just yesterday had returned as an unstoppable monster. Standing in the center of the quiet classroom, the boy stared down at his fallen foe, the thrill of combat humming beneath his skin. As the ringing in his ears began to fade and the chaotic high of the clash subsided, the reality of the mortal world rushed back. A heavy, rhythmic throbbing began to pulse through his newly mended flesh, reminding him of every single blow he had just received. The warm, metallic taste of blood seeped into his mouth, filling him with a sensation that was both incredibly painful and deeply familiar. Swallowing the crimson fluid, the ancient soul inside the boy felt a spark of something he hadn't experienced in millennia. An intense, maniacal grin stretched across his face as his fingers began to tremble with absolute excitement. This was the exquisite sensation of mortality, raw sensory overload that only a weak, breakable human body could truly feel. The agonizing soreness in his muscles and the sweet copper taste of his own blood were the ultimate proofs of his living existence. He threw his head back in a silent, ecstatic laugh, entirely intoxicated by the sheer joy of a hard-fought battle. Looking down at the unconscious heap of the bully, a dark, sinister affection welled up inside the god's heart. Crouching down beside his broken victim, the boy whispered a quiet, terrifying word of appreciation into the brute's ear. He leaned in closer, his predatory eyes gleaming with a promise of even more violence to come in the future. With a sharp, sudden motion, the boy bit down hard, marking his territory in a savage, ancient display of dominance. Blood splattered onto the floor as the onlookers gasped in horror, realizing they were no longer dealing with a human student. Wiping the fresh blood from his mouth with a slow, deliberate swipe, the boy's smile only grew wider and more terrifying. For the first time in 3 million years, the Earth god Mu had found a toy worthy of bringing him true entertainment. In the ancient realms, this brutal marking was the ultimate sign of a god's favor, a claim of ownership over a plaything that had managed to amuse him. To be chosen as Mu's toy was a symbol of strength, a trial that only the most legendary warriors in the cosmos had ever survived. Within hours, rumors of the legendary classroom upset spread through the hallways like a devastating plague, leaving the entire school in shock. Nobody could believe that the class loser had suddenly transformed into an unstoppable, bloodthirsty brawler overnight. The disbelief deepened as the students realized that the undisputed king of the second-year bullies had been completely dismantled by his favorite target. From the window above, the stray cat watched in silence as paramedics rushed the broken bully into the back of a waiting ambulance. Looking down from the high window, the boy waved a casual farewell, already anticipating their next violent reunion. But his quiet celebration was cut short as a furious voice barked from behind, demanding that Lee Hogu report to the office immediately. Inside the office, the enraged teacher slammed his desk, screaming at the top of his lungs at the sheer audacity of the boy's actions. Brandishing a thick clipboard like a weapon, the educator demanded to know how a pathetic weakling could commit such a brutal act of violence. Yet, instead of cowering, the boy leaned in with a flushed, ecstatic face, begging the teacher to go ahead and strike him. The teacher recoiled in pure, sweating terror as he stared into the wide, manic eyes of a boy who seemed to actively crave physical pain. Realizing he was dealing with an absolute lunatic, the trembling teacher backed away, shouting for the boy to bring his parents to school. Desperate to get the monster out of his sight, the teacher ordered him to leave the premises immediately before he caused any more chaos. Limping out into the bright afternoon sun, the god inside Lee Hogu smiled, knowing that his spectacular reign of terror in this mortal world had only just begun. The taste of victory is sweet, but survival in this mortal world requires a calculated retreat. Returning to his makeshift sanctuary is the only logical next step. This fragile human shell is battered and broken from the physical strain of hosting a god. To push past the limits of flesh, he must prepare for a grueling process of restoration. Throughout the endless cosmos, mortals have given this primal force 1,000 different names, from ki to chakra, but to the deities who govern existence, it is known purely as mana. In some realms, this energy births legendary hunters who stalk the night, while in others, it fuels the arcane incantations of supreme wizards. Channeling every ounce of his divine will, the boy attempts to spark that dormant cosmic flame within his new vessel. But the spark immediately sputters and dies, leaving behind nothing but the cold realization of his current limitations. Deprived of his higher gates of power, he will have to adapt to a far more primitive, brutal style of combat. Letting his eyelids grow heavy, he slips into a deep slumber, letting his consciousness drift back to the ancestral realm to heal. Deep within the astral plane, the slumbering giant of the Earth God begins to stir, his vast consciousness slowly awakening. But his awakening is met with absolute absurdity as a frantic, tiny spirit wrestles with his mighty companion. Standing before the massive legendary beast, the insolent mortal spirit demands the unthinkable. He boldly claims that if he is to be sent to a foreign world, he deserves to take the supreme dragon with him as a weapon. A greedy, arrogant smirk spreads across the boy's spiritual face, already visualizing himself as an unstoppable conqueror. Amused but deeply unimpressed by this mortal's sheer audacity, the Earth God summons a colossal hand of pure divine pressure. Before the boy can even register the shifting gravity, the massive fist snatches him up, crushing his delusions of grandeur instantly. Trapped within the inescapable grasp, the boy panics, realizing his fragile soul is entirely at the mercy of a bored deity. With a dark, knowing smile, the Earth God decides it is finally time to grant the boy's wish of finding a new world on his own terms. Their destination is the dark, imposing Gothic spires of the second-ranking domain, a realm ruled by the shadow of Lucifer. Sheer force of their arrival shakes the very foundations of the Obsidian Sanctuary, announcing the god's presence with a deafening boom. Standing before the dimensional rift, the master of the domain senses the immense, intrusive energy behind him. The Earth God strides into the grand hall, dragging both his massive dragon and the tiny glowing soul of the mortal boy. Sensing the trouble walking through his doors, the cold ruler of the domain shuts down the request before it can even be spoken. Ignoring the cold rejection, the Earth God demands the immediate opening of the interdimensional gateway. The High Lord of the domain turns with a murderous glare, questioning who gave his visitor the right to command his gates. The Earth God merely grins, declaring that absolute power is the only authority that matters in this hall of deities. Licking his lips in anticipation of a potential clash, he dares the Lord of Shadows to try and stop him. Veins bulge on the ruler's face as he seethes with unbridled fury at the barbarian's complete lack of respect. Shoving his way past the trembling lord, the Earth God decides to take matters into his own colossal hands. But as he approaches the gateway, an ancient glowing barrier flares to life, warning of the dire consequences of dimensional interference. With a single devastating punch, the Earth God shatters the sacred unbreakable barrier into a million sparkling shards. The Lord of the Domain watches in absolute paralyzed shock, unable to comprehend such terrifying brute strength. Brushing off the shattered laws of reality like mere dust, the conqueror mocks the ruler for being bound by fragile rules. Releasing his grip on the glowing mortal soul, he prepares to complete his delivery. Pointing directly into the swirling vortex of the fractured rift, he commands the boy to step forward. Terrified, the boy looks back, realizing his dreams of starting his journey with a legendary dragon companion are crumbling. The Earth God cruelly rejects the plea, telling the mortal to find his own beast in the wilderness of the unknown. With a violent, careless thrust, the boy's soul is launched directly into the chaotic pulling depths of the cosmic abyss. Watching the portal close, the ancient god scoffs at the laziness of modern mortals who expect power without suffering. With a casual wave, the Earth God departs, leaving behind a warning for the domain's ruler to keep a close eye on the boy's fate. Left standing in his ruined hall, the Shadow Lord's fist trembles with a silent, burning vow of vengeance. Long before he became a supreme ruler, this Dark Lord hailed from Elmir, a planet of constant, brutal warfare. Fueled by a burning, unquenchable ambition, he had dared to defy the cosmic order and challenge the Creator itself. Drawing upon the forbidden arts of his homeworld, he forged a weapon capable of altering the fabric of fate. The colossal blade descended from the heavens, a strike meant to sever the divine threads of the universe. A catastrophic clash that shook the cosmos, the impossible was achieved, God was slain. Standing atop the mountain of skulls, he seized the vacant throne of heaven, reshaping the laws of existence to his whim. He became the undisputed God of gods, a sovereign whose name commanded absolute fear across every dimension. He was invincible, supreme, an unparalleled force of nature that no mortal or deity dared to cross. His reign was eternal, his power infinite, cementing his status as a mythological tyrant. Yet, despite his legendary ascendance, even the supreme ruler of gods had been brought to his knees by a force far more ancient and terrifying. The humiliation was unbearable. The ruler of the shadow domain seethed with absolute unbridled fury, his pride utterly shattered by the barbaric god who had dared to trespass on his realm and mock his authority. He ground his teeth so hard they threatened to shatter, swearing a blood-chilling oath of vengeance against the insolent invader. But the sovereign of the cosmos was already gone, leaving his massive companion to carry his physical form while they departed the ruined hall. No matter how much the local deities roared in anger, they were nothing but dust in the wind to the supreme being, who was already looking toward his next amusement. Floating effortlessly through the chaotic sky, the ancient god's loyal vanguard wore a terrifying, knowing grin. The pieces were finally in place, and a game that had been dormant for thousands of years was about to resume with a violence the mortal world was entirely unprepared to witness. Meanwhile, back in the mortal realm, the consequences of the god's awakening were beginning to unfold. The school's defeated tyrant sat bandaged and broken, his mind consumed by a dark, toxic rage as he cursed the name of the sandbag loser who had dared to dismantle his empire in a single night. He refused to let this stand. Clinging to his phone with a trembling, heavily bandaged hand, the fallen king vowed to make his tormentor pay a price paid in blood and broken bones. Desperate to reclaim his stolen pride, he scrolled through his contacts with savage determination, searching for the one name that could unleash an unstoppable storm of violence upon the classroom upstart. In a dimly lit gym nearby, the air shattered with the thunderous force of continuous brutal impacts. Every heavy blow of the fist was a testament to absolute dedication, a relentless pursuit of physical perfection that bordered on madness. This was Kang Chol, a middleweight boxing champion whose name was synonymous with crushing dominance in the youth division. His eyes burned with the cold, focused intensity of a predator who lived only for the thrill of the hunt. He paused, the heavy bag still swaying from his devastating power, his sharp gaze cutting through the sweat and heat of the training hall as a sudden disruption called for his attention. Beside him stood Guak Chol, a seasoned brawler with years of ring experience and a reputation for showing absolutely no mercy to his opponents. He stared at his ringing phone with a look of supreme boredom, wondering what pathetic insect was begging for their help. On the other end of the line, the defeated bully swallowed his pride, masking his desperation as a business offering to entice his powerful seniors into doing his dirty work. The next morning, the school hallways buzzed with an intense, suffocating tension. Rumors of the legendary classroom upset had reached a fever pitch, and every student whispered in hushed, terrified tones about the sudden shift in power. The heavy sliding door of the classroom flew open, and the students froze in sheer terror as a heavily bandaged figure stepped through the threshold. He walked with a dark, brooding aura, his face completely shadowed to hide the wounds of his defeat, yet radiating a desperate, wounded hostility that threatened to explode at any moment. The quiet murmurs intensified instantly, cutting through the heavy silence like razor-sharp knives as his classmates openly mocked the fall of the school's most feared predator. For the first time, the students realized their terrifying tormentor was nothing more than a paper tiger, completely exposed and stripped of the fear that had once protected his throne. Unable to endure the suffocating mockery for another second, the humiliated brute snapped, violently slamming his heavy school bag onto the floor with a deafening crash. He roared at the top of his lungs, his face contorted in a desperate attempt to reclaim his authority by challenging anyone brave enough to face his wrath head-on. But his theatrical outburst was instantly cut short by a cold, commanding voice. The glasses-wearing class president turned around with an expression of pure disdain, ordering him to shut his mouth or get out. The bully's veins bulged with murderous intent as he glared at the only person in the room who dared to defy him, his fragile ego pushed past its breaking point. Losing all control, he hoisted a heavy wooden chair high above his head, ready to unleash a mindless, lethal strike to silence his detractor forever. Before the chair could descend, the classroom door creaked open, and a towering, muscular physical education teacher stepped inside, his massive frame instantly commanding the room. Surveying the chaotic scene with a stern, dangerous calm, the educator demanded to know why the class president was standing in the middle of a brewing riot. Sensing the danger of escalating the situation further, she slowly lowered herself back into her seat, brushing off the near-fatal confrontation as a mere misunderstanding. The teacher's gaze lingered, but instead of pursuing the matter, he commanded the class president to meet him after school for an urgent, confidential task. With the promise of a golden recommendation letter dangling as bait, he tasked her with checking up on Lee Ho-gu, the sudden monster of the school who had gone completely dark after a spectacular display of violence. Later that afternoon, she stood before the worn door of the boy's rundown apartment, her rhythmic knocks echoing down the empty, silent hallway. Receiving no answer, she cautiously slid the door open, only to recoil in pure horror as she discovered the boy's limp, unresponsive body splayed across the dirty floor. The air in the room felt deathly cold and she screamed in absolute terror, convinced she had stumbled upon a horrific crime scene. Within minutes, the chaotic blare of sirens cut through the city as the unconscious boy was rushed to the emergency ward of the local hospital. Under the sterile glow of the medical lights, his fragile human vessel lay completely motionless, suspended between life and death as an IV drip slowly fed nutrients into his exhausted veins. But deep within the recesses of his soul, the sleeping giant of the Earth God began to stir, his vast, ancient consciousness preparing to reclaim its mortal anchor. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Sitting up with a sharp, calculated motion, the god analyzed his unfamiliar surroundings, immediately sensing that he was no longer in the ancestral realm. He looked down at his pale, slender hands, his divine instincts screaming that a strange, foreign mechanism was currently interfering with his physical vessel. His gaze locked onto the thin plastic tube taped to his wrist, realizing that a mysterious substance was being actively forced into his bloodstream. He closed his eyes, visualizing the foreign fluid as it surged directly through his intricate network of blood vessels, spreading a warm foreign warmth throughout his cold muscles. His ancient mind quickly decoded the composition of the liquid, identifying it not as magical mana but as highly concentrated physical nutrients. The god marveled at how rapidly the mortal body was absorbing the fluid, repairing the torn muscle fibers and restoring his depleted energy reserves in a matter of minutes. A wide, sinister smirk spread across his face as he realized that this primitive human world possessed some remarkably efficient tools for physical recovery. Watching him grin like a manic lunatic from the corner of the room, the class president felt a cold sweat run down her spine, wondering if the boy had completely lost his mind. Nervously gathering her things, she told him that since he was awake, she was going to report back to their homeroom teacher and escape this deeply unsettling atmosphere. But before she could take a single step toward the door, the boy's predatory gaze locked onto her, his sudden movement carrying an unnatural, terrifying weight. He stopped her cold with a low, commanding tone, demanding answers from the only source of local information currently at his disposal. His divine mind raced, understanding that if he was to survive and conquer this foreign world, he desperately needed to gather intelligence and adapt to its laws. With a terrifying, ecstatic grin, he ripped the medical needle directly out of his arm and demanded to know where he could find a place to rebuild his shattered physical strength. The class president stared at him in complete tongue-tied disbelief, utterly convinced that she was dealing with an absolute lunatic who belonged in a psychiatric ward rather than a school. Following her bewildered instructions, the ancient god soon found himself standing in a quiet public park, surrounded by the strange metal structures of an outdoor workout area. He threw himself into the training with manic intensity, pushing the fragile mortal body to its absolute limits until sweat poured from his brow. Staring at the simple leg swing machines and pull-up bars, the god's mind filled with awe, genuinely believing he had discovered highly advanced professional training machinery designed by master craftsmen. Clinging to the basic metal swing with a face of intense concentration, the supreme deity of the cosmos realized that perhaps the mortals of this era were far more formidable and advanced than he had ever anticipated. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere of the park shattered as a harsh, mocking voice echoed through the trees. The broken bully had returned, flanked by a powerful ally, and his eyes burned with a desperate need for revenge. Panting heavily, the beaten tyrant roared that he had searched the entire neighborhood to find his tormentor. He demanded to know what the classroom outcast was doing in a place like this, completely unaware of the terrifying entity he was actually addressing. The ancient god in the boy's body didn't even look up at first, calmly kneeling to examine a small, sharp stone on the ground. With cold, detached curiosity, he asked who had dared to disrupt his training by throwing a projectile at his vessel. The bully sneered, boasting that his powerful cousin had already decimated the school's toughest seniors. But before the threat could even leave his mouth, a sudden explosive fist collided with his face in a brutal blur of motion. The impact was devastating, sending the arrogant trash crashing violently onto the hard pavement with a pathetic scream of agony. The speed of the strike was so overwhelming that the heavy-hitting cousin barely even saw it coming. With a terrifying, demonic grin spreading across his face, the reincarnated deity welcomed his next challengers. His veins throbbed with a dark, suffocating aura, eager to test the limits of his fragile new mortal host. Meanwhile, far above the mortal realm, the grand hall of the heavens was gathered for the gods' regular meeting. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a heavy silence hanging over the cosmic entities assembled at the massive circular table. Standing at the head of the assembly, the green dragon god Yang sweated profusely as he looked over his notes. With the supreme lord of the realm conspicuously absent, he had no choice but to awkwardly deliver the master's divine decree himself. But before he could even start, a cold, mocking voice cut him off from across the room. A high-ranking horned deity stared at him with absolute contempt, demanding to know what the dragon thought he was doing. The horned god's eyes glowed with a terrifying, blood-red intensity as his anger reached a boiling point. He was entirely done with the absent sovereign's endless games, and he wanted answers immediately. Terrified of triggering a full-scale cosmic conflict, Yang frantically raised his hands, desperately trying to pacify the furious war god. He stammered that he was merely a messenger and begged them to just let him relay the divine words. The message was brief, demanding, and utterly ridiculous. If any god found a mortal or celestial worth fighting, they were to report it immediately. It was a clear declaration of the Lord's insatiable, chaotic bloodlust. Enraged by the sheer audacity of the command, the white-haired warlord slammed his massive fist onto the table with a deafening, earth-shattering crash. The force of his anger sent shockwaves rippling through the sacred hall. The pristine divine table cracked right down the middle under the sheer weight of his fury. The other deities watched in stunned silence, realizing that the fragile piece of the celestial realm was about to shatter completely. A heavy, suffocating unease settled over the assembled gods. They whispered in terrified murmurs, wondering if anyone would dare to stand up against the reckless whims of their absent ruler. Gritting his teeth, the horned war god declared that the sole purpose of their sacred gathering was to maintain the stability of the cosmos. He refused to let the Supreme Lord treat the entire universe as his personal playground. Floating quietly nearby, the divine archer So, ranked third in the celestial hierarchy, sighed in deep disappointment. She agreed that the sovereign's complete disregard for his duties was becoming an absolute embarrassment. Rising to his feet in a fit of pure rage, the horned deity roared that the entire cosmic system was on the verge of total collapse. Every realm was at risk of tearing itself apart, all because of one god's reckless, unstoppable whims. He whirled around, pointing a trembling finger at the red-skinned deity sitting across from him. He demanded to know if they had already forgotten the horrific tragedy that had befallen the planet Cyclops 1,000 years ago. The red-skinned god of the Cyclops, currently ranked 9th in the divine hierarchy, swallowed hard as cold sweat poured down his neck. The mere mention of his ruined homeland was enough to trigger a wave of raw, paralyzing trauma. A millennium ago, the thriving Crimson Planet had faced a cataclysmic nightmare from the dark, endless void. A monstrous entity of unspeakable terror had descended from the stars, threatening to consume everything in its path. This was the Shoggoth, a horrifying cosmic horror born of absolute nothingness. Its massive gaping maw lined with rows of razor-sharp fangs was capable of swallowing entire worlds whole. The sickening, space-rending crunch, the void beast tore a massive chunk directly out of planet Cyclops. It was an unstoppable force of destruction, and the local gods could only watch their home die in absolute despair. But just as all hope seemed entirely lost, a red-haired warrior god had plummeted from the heavens like a blazing comet. His eyes burned with an insane, bloodthirsty excitement as he charged directly into the jaws of the cosmic beast. He didn't fight to protect, nor did he fight to save lives. The god fought purely for the raw, ecstatic thrill of the slaughter. His wild, predatory grin sent shivers down the spines of both allies and enemies alike. Back in the present, the white-haired warlord slammed his fist down once more, declaring that he could no longer tolerate such madness. He vowed to strip the chaotic sovereign of his divine title, claiming he was entirely unfit to rule. The green dragon Yang trembled in sheer terror as the celestial hall began to crumble around them. The seals of the divine realm were cracking, and a cataclysmic war of the gods seemed completely unavoidable. Crying out in silent agony, Yang prayed for his chaotic master to return and restore order before the rebellious deities tore the heavens apart. But the sovereign was already far away, currently enjoying a much simpler, bloodier game on Earth. Back in the quiet public park, the defeated bully clutched his shattered, bloody nose in complete shock. The sudden, overwhelming violence had completely shattered his fragile confidence. Trembling with rage and humiliation, the boy pointed desperately at his blonde companion, screaming that his cousin was a professional, merciless boxer. He promised that the classroom upstart was about to be torn to pieces. Step by step, the seasoned brawler Kwok Chol stepped forward, a cold, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. He sized up the slender schoolboy, fully confident that his polished ring technique would easily dismantle this amateur. Raising his fists into a tight, professional guard, the boxer adjusted his stance with cold precision. He chuckled, telling the boy to prepare himself for a level of violence he had never experienced. In a split second, Kwok Chol unleashed a devastating, lightning-fast straight punch. The fist cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming directly for the boy's exposed chin. The blow landed with a sickening crunch. Blood sprang from the boy's nose as the sheer force of the impact snapped his head back. It was a perfect, textbook strike that should have instantly knocked any normal student unconscious. But instead of falling, the boy stood frozen, his head barely moving as his eyes locked onto the boxer with a chilling, unreadable expression. Kwok Chol's heart skipped a beat, a cold sweat of pure terror suddenly washing over him. The seasoned fighter realized with absolute horror that the kid hadn't been overwhelmed by the speed at all. From the very beginning of the swing, those cold, dead eyes had been calmly tracking his fist right until the moment of impact. He hadn't failed to dodge. The monster had deliberately stood there and allowed the punch to connect. A wide, demonic grin spread across the boy's bloodied face, sending a wave of primal dread straight through the boxer's soul. Standing completely unfazed, the reincarnated god of war channeled the ancient concept of Mu, the absolute state of battle where fear, hesitation, and self-preservation cease to exist. Licking the warm blood from his lips with terrifying ecstasy, the god declared that a true warrior never avoids a preemptive strike. He looked at the trembling boxer with pure glee, asking if hand-to-hand combat was his true specialty. Kwok Chol took a frantic step back, his instincts screaming at him to run away from this lunatic. The oppressive, blood-red aura radiating from the schoolboy was far more terrifying than any professional opponent he had ever faced. With clumsy, mocking movements, the ancient deity raised his hands into an awkward imitation of the boxer's guard. He tilted his head, asking if this primitive stance was how mortals fought in this era. Insulted by the blatant mockery, Kwok Chol snapped, lunging forward with a desperate, wild hook. He cursed the boy, convinced that this pathetic, awkward mimicry was nothing more than a desperate bluff. But the moment their fists clashed, the air shattered with the force of a localized explosion. The god's counterpunch carried an unnatural, earth-shaking momentum that defied all laws of human physics. Even though Kwok Chol managed to raise his guard, the sheer, crushing impact blew right through his defense, sending the seasoned fighter flying backward across the pavement. Clutching his smoking, heavily bruised forearm, the boxer gasped for breath, his mind reeling in absolute disbelief. The bone-shattering force of that single, awkward strike felt like being hit by a speeding freight train. Showing off his heavily vascular, bulging forearm, the grinning deity laughed in pure manic delight. He looked down at his trembling hand, marveling at the raw power he had managed to squeeze out of this weak mortal body. The god's brilliant mind had calculated the exact microsecond of impact, flexing every single muscle fiber in his arm to its absolute limit to maximize the kinetic energy of the strike. Though the explosive burst of power had successfully repelled his opponent, the fragile human vessel was already breaking down under the strain, the muscle tissues tearing and screaming in red-hot agony. the god didn't care about the damage. In fact, a deep, euphoric blush spread across his face as he drooled in absolute ecstasy. The sharp, searing pain in his arm was a glorious reminder of the thrill of battle. This was the exact soul-stirring impact he had been craving for thousands of years, the same raw, chaotic violence he had felt when fighting the void beasts of old, and he was determined to push this mortal shell until it completely shattered. It was a fragile, pathetic vessel. Unlike his immortal true self, this mortal shell would literally burst into pieces if he dared to unleash his genuine planet-shattering power. Caution was the last thing on the war god's mind as he threw a wild, devastating punch. He didn't care about preserving his new flesh. He only cared about the pure, raw ecstasy of the strike. To sustain his manic battle lust, however, he needed the body to at least stay in one piece. Smiling darkly, he wrapped a crude, temporary leather strap around his wrist to prevent his own bones from shattering on impact. The bruised, whimpering bully watched in utter disbelief as the classroom weakling prepared for another round. Terrified, he screamed at his cousin to abandon all sportsmanship and end this nightmare immediately. Kwok Chul sneered, lunging forward with a smug, lethal confidence. He believed the boy's reckless, self-harming style was nothing more than a desperate, amateurish bluff that he could easily dismantle. But as the punches flew, the schoolboy easily deflected the incoming strikes, his movements fluid and entirely unfazed. The seasoned boxer's heart pounded as his perfect punches repeatedly struck empty air. Frustrated by his missed attempts, Kwok Chul roared in anger, mocking the boy's awkward stance. He tried to convince himself that the kid's defense was completely wide open and full of amateur mistakes. The brawler's attacks were undeniably swift, sharp, and highly disciplined. Yet, to an ancient master of war, these polished human techniques were painfully predictable and far too simple. By tracking the subtle twitch of muscle fibers and the shifts in weight, the god could see the trajectory of every strike long before it was even thrown. Human anatomy was an open book of weaknesses. Kwok Chul threw his absolute heaviest blow, fully expecting to shatter the boy's skull. Instead, the schoolboy calmly leaned back, letting the lethal fist graze his face with inches to spare. Consumed by desperation, the boxer unleashed his signature, devastating finisher. His arm tore through the air with terrifying velocity, aiming to end the conflict in a single bloody instant. But the god moved faster, slipping inside the boxer's guard with terrifying precision. A bone-crushing counterpunch slammed directly into Kwok Chul's face with the force of a battering ram. The seasoned fighter recoiled in agonizing pain, blood spraying as his nose shattered under the immense pressure. His arrogant composure disintegrated into a high-pitched scream of pure agony. Watching the boxer wail, the reincarnated deity couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. He found it absolutely hilarious how both the bully and his champion cousin reacted with the exact same pathetic cowardice. Without a shred of mercy, the god delivered another devastating, earth-shattering strike directly to the boxer's jaw. The sheer kinetic impact echoed through the quiet park like a thunderclap. Kwok Chul collapsed heavily onto the pavement, completely unconscious. The cousin who was supposed to be a ruthless, unstoppable brawler had been utterly neutralized in a matter of seconds. Slowly, the dark, menacing silhouette of the schoolboy turned toward the trembling bully. A suffocating pressure filled the air, cutting off the terrified boy's breath. With a demonic, blood-chilling grin, the ancient god stepped closer, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. He asked the trembling student if they were finally ready to finish their interrupted duel. Cold sweat poured down the bully's battered face as his entire body locked up in absolute horror. He realized with dreadful certainty that he was trapped in a park with an actual sadistic monster. Step by agonizing step, the god advanced, completely ignoring the boy's frantic, high-pitched pleas to stay away. There was no escape from the relentless march of a conqueror. The deity paused, deeply disappointed by the pathetic display of submission. He despised cowards who lost their will to fight, realizing this boring execution would yield no joy. Sensing a momentary hesitation, the bully tried to save himself, desperately stammering that they could end everything right here if the schoolboy simply admitted defeat. Before the word could fully leave the boy's mouth, a devastating, lightning-fast fist crashed directly into his nose, completely shattering his remaining teeth. The bully wailed in agony, desperately trying to shield his bloody face, but the god of war had no intention of letting his prey off so easily. A relentless, dizzying barrage of brutal punches rained down upon the defenseless student. Each strike landed with sickening, repetitive force, systematically dismantling his face. A sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh echoed through the clearing. The god unleashed his ancient battle fury, treating the mortal's face as his personal canvas of destruction. Completely broken and sobbing hysterically, the swollen, bloody bully blubbered, desperately trying to yield and admit his total defeat. But his desperate plea was met with another ruthless, skull-rattling punch. The god of war simply refused to let the entertaining slaughter come to an end. Standing tall in the shadows, the deity looked down at the ruined, twitching heap of flesh at his feet. His thirst for violence was far from quenched. A manic, euphoric blush spread across the god's face as he smiled wider, mockingly praising the boy's tenacity for refusing to submit. Both the bully and the boxer lay completely broken and bleeding on the paved ground, utterly defeated by a force they could never hope to comprehend. Rolling onto his back, the sobbing bully stared at the sky in pure, paralyzed trauma, whispering in sheer terror at the absolute madman standing over him. Later that evening, the reincarnated sovereign sat quietly in his cramped, dingy room, the temporary adrenaline of the battle finally fading away. He stared down at his heavily bruised purple forearms in deep frustration. The fragile human vessel was already failing, proving to be far too weak to handle even a fraction of his divine power. He clenched his aching fist, desperate to keep the thrilling sensation of combat alive. It was incredibly irritating to have his glorious flow interrupted by the physical limitations of a mortal body. He realized he couldn't enjoy this world to the fullest in such a pathetic state. He needed to return to his divine realm and retrieve a vital artifact to sustain his physical shell. Closing his eyes, the war god focused his immense willpower, attempting to manifest the divine gateway to cross the cosmic threshold back home. But as the energy dissipated into nothingness, his eyes snapped open in sudden confusion. The connection was completely severed. The divine gateway refused to open. A few days prior, deep within the celestial domain of Elmure, a powerful dark cosmic energy had gathered around the throne of the great god Lucifer. Far away from the brewing cosmic rebellion, the red-haired sovereign had leaped off the back of his loyal, massive green dragon, entirely unbothered by the chaos of his realm. The dragon god Yang had anxiously welcomed his master back from his secret excursion, only for the sovereign to complain bitterly about how pathetic and weak human bodies were. With a demanding, casual arrogance, the red-haired ruler ordered his servant to immediately fetch him a powerful recovery magic orb to sustain his mortal form. Such enchanted artifacts, infused with high-level mana, were incredibly common across the vast magical domains of the celestial gods. But on a mana-starved planet like Earth, such divine relics were completely non-existent, usable only by legendary historical figures who were revered as living deities. Young promised to have the artifact ready, but gasped in utter shock when the chaotic master declared he was planning to return to Earth immediately. The dragon frantically pleaded with his master to stay, reminding him of the highly critical mandatory gathering of the gods that was scheduled to begin at any moment. Smiling dismissively, the chaotic sovereign reached into his robes, revealing a crumpled piece of paper he had lazily prepared just to silence the dragon's endless nagging. He casually shoved the messy folded note into the giant dragon's claw, completely disregarding the weight of his royal duties. Pointing toward the blue planet below, the sovereign ordered Yang to deliver the note in his stead, leaving the dragon to face the wrath of the furious war gods all by himself. Now trapped on Earth without his recovery artifact, the sovereign faced an unexpected, terrifying crisis. His mortal vessel was actively decaying, and the gateway back to his divine power was completely sealed. Within the celestial halls of Elmure, a powerful and calculating rebel leader observed the sovereign's empty throne, realizing the ruler's physical presence had completely vanished from the divine realm. Turning his sharp gaze toward the anxious dragon god Yang, the rebel deduced that if the sovereign missed the mandatory gathering of the gods, he would be trapped on Earth for a very long time. A sinister, victorious grin spread across the rebel's face as he realized the perfect moment to execute his treachery had finally arrived. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to overthrow the sitting regime and claim ultimate authority over the cosmos. Channeling his dark celestial magic, the rebel conjured a glowing purple circle of energy, preparing to eliminate the sovereign's only loyal defender. Dozens of lethal purple energy spires rained down from the sky, tearing through the sacred sanctuary directly toward the Dragon Guardian. The explosive barrage bombarded the floor, threatening to obliterate the loyal beast in a relentless storm of kinetic destruction. Acting on pure instinct, Yang leaped backward, his massive wings unfurling as he desperately dodged the deadly, piercing light beams. Floating down with absolute superiority, the rebel leader demanded to know why the dragon continued to resist the inevitable change of power. With a glowing blood-red eye reflecting cold malice, the rebel questioned if this futile resistance was a formal declaration of war. Spreading his dark, leathery dragon wings, the usurper hovered high above the ruined hall, radiating a suffocating pressure of absolute dominance. He boldly proclaimed his grand plan to the surrounding cosmos, swearing to strip the Earth God of his divine title and banish him forever. Shrouded in ominous shadow, the rebel leader issued his final chilling decree that the great celestial war had officially begun. Refusing to let his master be dethroned, the furious dragon god Yang let out a deafening roar as a brilliant sphere of energy condensed in his throat. He unleashed a massive, scorching torrent of golden dragon breath, aiming to incinerate the arrogant rebel in a single devastating blast. But the swift rebel effortlessly drifted through the air, evading the superheated flames with mocking ease. With a casual swipe of his hand, the rebel deflected the stray embers, completely unfazed by the legendary power of the dragon god. The sheer kinetic feedback of their battle rippled across the cosmic threshold, sending a massive ring of energy orbiting the blue planet below. A blinding, planetary-scale explosion erupted in the upper atmosphere, threatening to tear the fabric of the celestial realm apart. Watching the chaotic duel from below, a blue-haired goddess with a bow let out an irritated sigh, reluctantly activating her personal defensive aura. Beneath her protective dome of blue light, the other neutral deities watched the catastrophic clash from a safe distance, refusing to intervene. The violent shockwaves slammed heavily into the barrier, cracking the surrounding columns as the sanctuary trembled under the divine pressure. Rising through the smoke, Yang stood his ground, determined to block the rebel from reaching the gateway to Earth. Gritting his teeth, the loyal servant triggered his forbidden polymorph release, his body expanding as his true colossal power was unlocked. A gargantuan, ancient green dragon emerged in his full, terrifying glory, looming over the rebel leader like a living mountain of scales and fury. Undeterred by the massive beast, the rebel leader pointed a glowing spear of energy at the dragon, warning him that his master on Earth would be next. Yang let out a low, vibrating growl, his massive jaws glowing with plasma as he vowed that the rebel would never live to see the sovereign. Far below, the blue-haired goddess continued to watch the exhausting, destructive drama of the male gods with sheer annoyance. Folding her arms, she floated in midair, completely bored by the world-ending struggle happening right in front of her eyes. Despite his massive size, Yang collapsed heavily, impaled by dozens of purple light spears. Sensing the battle was over, the blue-haired goddess casually declared her departure. The rebel leader turned back, calling out to her to halt before she could lead the chamber. He demanded to know her official stance, pressing her to choose between supporting or opposing the banishment of the Earth God. Slipping away without a care, the goddess flatly stated that she had no interest in their petty politics and would remain strictly neutral. Smiling wickedly, the rebel leader accepted her neutrality, warning the remaining gods that anyone else who dared to oppose him should step forward now. Standing triumphantly above the impaled, bleeding dragon, the rebel leader raised his glowing weapon, asserting his absolute dominance over Elmir. Coughing up dark blood, Yang desperately asked the usurper if he truly believes he has the strength to defeat the all-powerful sovereign. The rebel leader scoffs in amusement, mocking the master who foolishly bound himself to a weak, fragile human vessel on a mana-starved planet. He sneers at the dragon, pointing out that this disaster is the direct result of the sovereign's own arrogance and lack of vigilance. Trembling with pure, unadulterated fury, the defeated dragon curses the rebel's name under his breath. Gathering the absolute last of his strength, Yang roars that he will never allow the usurper to do as he pleases, lunging forward in a desperate final strike. He sweeps his massive armored tail through the air with enough force to shatter mountains. But the rebel easily slips past the lumbering attack, his movements impossibly swift and precise. He lands gracefully on the stone platform, entirely untouched by the dragon's desperate offensive. Looking down coldly, the rebel commands the beast to stay still, reminding him that his life is required to keep the gateway to Earth open. With a sadistic, wide grin, the rebel promises to keep the dragon alive just long enough to watch his weakened master get brutally crushed. Left completely helpless, the massive green dragon can only shudder in silent, agonizing dread for his master's fate. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Kwakchul's furious coach screams in absolute outrage, demanding to know why his star athlete threw away his career in a reckless street fight just before the big tournament. Shoving the bandaged, defeated boxer out of the gym, the coach yells at him to get lost and not return until his shattered arm is fully healed. Watching the pathetic exit, a scarred, highly disciplined boxer watches from the shadows, quietly wondering if the mysterious schoolboy is the opponent he has been waiting for. Passing by the weeping Kwakchul, the scarred fighter coldly remarks that he should have been far more careful, his eyes burning with a silent resolve to seek out the monster who did this. Frustrated and desperate, Kwakchul's defeated minion frantically applies the healing ointment to his ears, but the lingering pain refuses to fade. The cheap human medicine is completely useless against the devastating force of the sovereign's strike. Suddenly, a chilling shadow falls over him as the scarred, imposing fighter speaks from behind, freezing the injured thug solid with a single, quiet question. Terrified of being exposed, the thug quickly hides his broken arm in a sling, forcing a nervous, sweating laugh as he desperately tries to play off his gruesome injuries. But the scarred warrior isn't buying the act for a single second, his cold, calculating gaze locking onto the trembling thug as he silently vows to track down the mysterious schoolboy who caused such devastation. Meanwhile, in his temporary earthly refuge, the red-haired sovereign and his human host senses a deep, unsettling disturbance in the cosmic flow, realizing that his inability to reconnect with the divine realm is no mere accident. High above in Elmir, his true celestial vessel remains completely locked away, a shattered shell of energy that is actively being cut off from his consciousness. He knows his loyal dragon god Yang should be guarding his physical form with his life, meaning only a force of absolute, unimaginable malice could have breached his sanctuary. Realizing that his very existence is under siege from the heavens, the sovereign leaps to his feet, refusing to spend another second idling in this pathetic mortal body. Infuriated by his own physical limitations, he slams his fist into his mattress, cursing the fragile, weak human vessel that keeps him anchored to this mana-starved dirt. It has been eons since any deity dared to challenge his absolute rule, and the burning urge to tear his celestial betrayers apart makes his blood boil with pure, unadulterated fury. He unleashes a frantic barrage of punches into the bedding, desperately wishing he could be back in the divine realm to personally incinerate the rebels. Gasping for air, he stands over the ruined bedding, his heart hammering against his ribs as he is forced to face the humiliating reality of his current mortal stamina. The very next day, determined to force this weak human shell to adapt, the sovereign takes to a public park to begin a grueling, unconventional physical training regime. Hanging upside down from a steel bar, sweat dripping from his brow, he resolves to build up every single muscle in this body to compensate for his shattered, useless arm. Inside, his unconditioned mortal fibers scream in agony as they are subjected to a level of stress they were never meant to endure. Yet, instead of crying out in pain, the sovereign lets out a maniacal, echoing laugh, finding a twisted sense of amusement in pushing this fragile body past its absolute limits. His wild, unhinged laughter echoes through the park, drawing horrified, deeply unsettled glares from the local residents who watch him as if he were a complete madman. Lost in his own manic intensity, his grip suddenly slips, sending him crashing violently onto the hard brick floor with a heavy, humiliating thud. As he lies flat on his back, winded and bruised, a stern shadow looms over him, blocking out the sun as a familiar pair of glasses glints coldly. It is his classmate, her face twisted in pure, exasperated fury as she demands to know why he has been skipping school to behave like a lunatic in public. Sitting side by side on a nearby bench, the sovereign dismisses her concerns with casual arrogance, claiming that a mundane classroom is a complete waste of time for someone who needs to cultivate power. When she questions his bizarre fixation, he looks at her with dead serious resolve, flatly stating that his only goal is to become strong enough to wage war. He explains with a cocky grin that he is currently far too weak to sustain a proper fight, and that this fragile mortal shell desperately needs to be forged into a weapon. For hours, the sovereign rants relentlessly about muscle density and combat stamina, leaving the poor girl completely dumbfounded by what she assumes is a hopeless case of delusions of grandeur. But as she listens to his insane obsession with finding opponents, a brilliant, calculating idea suddenly flashes in her mind. She slyly points out the glaring flaw in his ridiculous plan, questioning what the point of all his grueling training is if he has absolutely no one to test his strength against. Gesturing to the empty park, she tells him that sitting isolated in a playground will never bring strong adversaries to his doorstep. If he wants a real war, he has to go where the conflict is. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she bids him farewell with a smirk, ordering him to show up to class tomorrow if he wants to stop being a useless hermit. Watching her walk away, the sovereign is struck by the undeniable logic of her words, realizing that hiding in the shadows will never restore his path to godhood. He knows the street thugs he crushed won't dare return, meaning he must actively hunt down the strongest fighters this planet has to offer. His mind locks onto his next destination, a local high school harboring a legendary, undefeated beast known only as the second-year powerhouse, Lee Ho. A menacing, predatory grin spreads across the sovereign's face as he prepares to unleash chaos upon the school, eager to crush this mortal champion. But Lee Ho is no ordinary student. Years ago, his life revolved entirely around protecting his sister, a brilliant and promising rookie ballerina who was destined for greatness. He had watched her perform with immense pride, entirely unaware of the sinister eyes watching her from the dark corners of the theater. A deranged, obsessive stalker had plastered his walls with hidden photographs of the girl, his twisted fixation growing more dangerous with each passing day. Eventually, the stalker's dark desires reached a boiling point, prompting him to plan a horrifying move to claim her for himself. Following her down a dimly lit, deserted alleyway, the predator prepared to cross a line from which there would be no return. Creeping up stealthily behind the unsuspecting girl, the monster raised his hands ready to strike and shatter her life forever. But before he could lay a single finger on her, a devastating, righteous strike intercepted him, catching the stalker completely off guard. Lee Ho had intervened just in time to stop the initial assault, but because he acted before a crime was legally committed, the corrupt system let the predator off with a mere slap on the wrist. Unpunished and filled with spite, the obsessive monster returned to strike again, forcing Lee Ho into another desperate, violent confrontation to save his sister's life. This time, the desperate struggle was chaotic, and Lee Ho was a fraction of a second too slow to stop the unthinkable. With a sickening slash, the stalker severed the ballerina's Achilles tendon, brutally shattering her dreams and her future in a pool of fresh blood. Looking down at his weeping, crippled sister, a dark, venomous hatred consumed Lee Ho, completely destroying his belief in the weak and useless laws of society. Filled with pure, unbridled rage, he bypassed the courts entirely, brutally beating the stalker's face into unrecognizable pulp to deliver his own form of absolute justice. From that tragic night onward, Lee Ho abandoned his normal life, taking to the shadow-drenched streets as a ruthless, silent vigilante. Armed with a heavy tactical baton, he hunted down the city's worst scum, meeting their cruelty with absolute, unforgiving violence. He became a ghost in the night, proactively hunting down predators and ensuring that those with evil intent paid the ultimate price before they could ever hurt another innocent soul. Reborn as the cold, merciless arbiter known to the criminal underworld as Judgment, Lee Ho ruled the streets with an iron fist, waiting for a challenge worthy of his wrath. Back in the present, a brutal, earth-shattering blow collides directly with a face, sparking an explosive clash of titans as the Sovereign's hunt for a worthy foe finally begins. The sudden strike whistles past the Sovereign's cheek, missing by a hair's breadth as he effortlessly slips under the devastating trajectory of the warrior's fist. It was a quick, calculating blow, a mere probing strike designed to measure his reflexes and test the limits of his defensive skid. Wiping away a single trickle of blood from his nose, a dark thrill surges through the Sovereign. It matters little if his opponent is testing him. Violence has been initiated and there is no turning back. With a cocky smirk, the Sovereign realizes the boring drought of peaceful days is finally over, and the sweet scent of a real battle is thick in the air. Lee Ho stands his ground, demanding to know if this rogue student is nothing more than another brainless thug terrorizing the innocent streets. But the Sovereign merely crooks his finger in a mocking invitation, declaring that idle chatter is a luxury they cannot afford. The blatant disrespect makes Lee Ho's temple throb with intense fury, his jaw tightening as he prepares to unleash absolute judgment on this arrogant kid. Tearing off his restrictive tide, the Sovereign braces himself as the masked vigilante charges forward like an unstoppable freight train. A blinding storm of rapid-fire jabs erupts, cutting through the air with lethal precision and absolute speed. Yet the Sovereign weaves through the onslaught with a wicked grin, his mortal eyes barely tracking the high-speed assault but his instincts carrying him through. Recognizing the evasion, Lee Ho instantly shifts tactics, aiming a strategic blow to completely cut off the boy's right field of vision. A heavy fist collides with the Sovereign's desperate block, sending a bone-rattling shockwave right up his arms. Lee Ho coldly acknowledges the successful defense, urging his opponent to keep it up because the real trial has only just begun. Another thunderous strike slams directly into the block, fracturing the fragile mortal bones beneath the flesh. Relentless pressure of the Vigilante's combinations forces the Sovereign backward, his heels dragging against the concrete under the sheer weight of the assault. Suddenly, a cold realization strikes the Sovereign. This hunter isn't striking blindly, he is deliberately and repeatedly targeting the exact spot where his arm was previously ruptured. With terrifying accuracy, a heavy fist drives straight into the bruised, agonizingly tender flesh of his weakened arm. A sharp, involuntary scream of pure agony is torn from the Sovereign's throat as the excruciating pain threatens to short-circuit his brain. Stumbling backward, his chest heaves as he desperately clutches his throbbing, useless limb to create space. Glaring through his tactical visor, Lee Ho mockingly notes that the boy's primary weapon has been completely disabled. Instead of despairing, the Sovereign erupts into a chilling, maniacal laugh that echoes through the empty park. Lee Ho watches in silent, uneasy vigilance, wondering what kind of psychopath laughs in the face of his own brutal defeat. Internally, the Sovereign is forced to admit a harsh, humiliating truth. With this fragile, broken mortal shell, he cannot hope to win a straightforward brawl right now. Yet, his ancient warrior soul violently rebels against the idea of retreat. He would rather die than throw away a glorious battle. Deep within his subconscious, the dormant embers of his divine memory flare to life, whispering a vital ancient truth. He remembers the legendary battles of the Divine Realm, where even the supreme warrior god Mu faced moments of near defeat against overwhelming titans. But even flat on his back, covered in blood, the indomitable warrior had smiled, finding supreme, intoxicating joy in the face of adversity. To turn the tide of battle, Mu had ruthlessly locked away his raging emotions, cooling his boiling blood to achieve absolute clarity. With cold, calculated focus, he had silently dissected his opponent's movements, seeking the single flaw in a seemingly perfect defense. Utilizing the enemy's own momentum against them, Mu had slipped past the giant's guard with phantom-like grace. As the Titan's earth-shattering fist crushed nothing but empty air, the battle lines were instantly redrawn. By substituting raw fury with cold, calculating strategy, Mu transformed his vulnerability into an absolute weapon. The tactical shift was devastating, allowing him to systematically dismantle his foe with a blinding flurry of counterstrikes. The giant titan could only howl in agony as Mu's precise, ruthless blows tore through its defense. It was a hard-learned lesson. To achieve absolute victory, one must stifle the wild beast of emotion and let cold logic rule the battlefield. Yet no matter how hard he tried to remain a cold machine of war, the absolute, pure ecstasy of a thrilling battle would always break through his stoic mask, forcing a manic, bloodthirsty grin to his face. Remembering this, the Sovereign knows he must force his current raging emotions back down into the dark abyss of his mind. To deceive his formidable opponent, he morphs his expression into a pathetic, sniveling pout, feigning utter defeat and sorrow. Lee Ho stops dead in his tracks, completely bewildered by the sudden, bizarre shift from a bloodthirsty psychopath to a weeping, fragile child. Veins bulge on the Vigilante's temple as he grits his teeth in sheer disgust, convinced that this kid is mentally unhinged. Refusing to be swayed by a cheap theatrical act, Liho lunges forward to deliver a final crushing blow. Yet, even as the lethal fist closes the distance, the sovereign maintains his ridiculously pathetic, crying face entirely unfazed. Screaming in outrage at the mocking display, the vigilante demands to know if this entire fight has been a joke to him. The agonizingly slow sob continues to warp the boy's face, a flawless mask of vulnerability designed to lower his enemy's guard. Leaping high into the air, Liho brings his full weight down in a brutal, decisive strike meant to end the farce once and for all. At the absolute last microsecond, the sovereign's fake sorrow vanishes, replaced by a razor-sharp focus as he effortlessly slips under the diving attack. Planting his foot firmly into the loose earth, he channels the entirety of his remaining physical strength into his leg. With a powerful, explosive kick, he blasts a massive wave of dirt and gravel directly into the vigilante's face. Blinded and caught completely off guard by the dirty tactic, Liho is forced to raise his arms to shield his eyes, leaving his vital organs completely exposed to a devastating counteroffensive. To Liho, throwing dirt in an opponent's eyes is the desperate, predictable move of a cheap criminal. Unshaken, he immediately readies his next move. Drawing his heavy tactical baton, the vigilante stalks forward, determined to break the boy's smug resistance once and for all. Sovereign merely mocks the incoming threat, taunting the hunter to stop hesitating and deliver his best shot. This arrogant disrespect completely shatters Liho's restraint, unleashing a primal, blinding fury within him. Yet, even as the lethal weapon swings, the sovereign effortlessly slips away, a razor-sharp focus hidden beneath his childish mask. The devastating weapon cuts nothing but empty air, the whistling wind a testament to how close the sovereign is playing with death. Capitalizing on the wild swing, the sovereign glides behind his massive opponent, exposing a critical blind spot in the hunter's guard. In a flash, he launches a brutal counteroffensive, aiming a direct, decisive blow straight at the vigilante's exposed chin. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes his opponent has fallen right into the same predictable pattern as every other thug. Mentally analyzing his past battles, the sovereign compares this relentless hunter to the raw defensive fighters he previously dismantled. Unlike those defensive warriors who feared the instability of the uneven terrain, this vigilante relies on relentless, forward-moving pressure. Anticipating the exact trajectory of the hunter's next strike, the sovereign prepares to turn the environment itself into a weapon. Shifting his weight in a calculated pivot, he glides across the loose pavement, setting up a high-stakes tactical gamble. A blur of savage strikes rains down, but the sovereign weaves through the onslaught with phantom-like precision, dragging his opponent deeper into the trap. Every step is a calculated move to force the hunter to keep shifting his weight, drastically increasing the chance of a fatal environmental error. Right on cue, the vigilante's foot catches on a loose stone, throwing his unstoppable momentum into absolute chaos. Recognizing the brief golden opening, the sovereign prepares to unleash a ruthless, battle-ending strike. He drives his full physical force forward, aiming a devastating elbow to crush the faltering hunter's defenses. Disaster strikes. The brutal damage his arm sustained earlier paralyzes his muscles, leaving him utterly defenseless at the worst possible moment. Sensing the hesitation, the vigilante quickly recovers, his eyes widening as he realizes how close he came to absolute ruin. To hide his failing physical shell, the sovereign erupts into maniacal laughter, desperately mocking his opponent to mask his vulnerability. The trick fails. The vigilante's heavy tactical baton connects with bone-shattering force, delivering a brutal reality check to the smug kid. The agonizing impact drives the sovereign to his knees, gasping for air as his broken mortal vessel begins to fail him completely. Looking down with cold disgust, the vigilante vows to permanently end the maniacal laughter of this unhinged monster. Raising his weapon for a final skull-crushing blow, Liho prepares to deliver absolute final justice. For the first time in nearly 4,000 years, the bitter, humiliating reality of defeat washes over the sovereign. But just as the lethal baton swings down, a sudden blinding projectile intercepts the vigilante's skull, completely derailing the execution. A bizarre small green creature tumbles across the dirt, leaving both combatants in stunned silence. His focus shattered, the vigilante scans the darkness, realizing they are no longer alone in this silent park. Suddenly, an overwhelming, otherworldly pressure grips Liho, prompting him to instantly retreat. Realizing the tide has turned, the mysterious hunter vanishes into the night, leaving the broken sovereign alone on the cold pavement. But before the sovereign can process the rescue, a massive clawed shadow looms over him, casting a terrifying presence. The beast reveals itself as the legendary Yang, leaving the sovereign to wonder why his ancient companion has returned in this pathetic, scaled form. Meanwhile, in the distant divine realm, the true soul of the sovereign is bound by towering purple chains, entirely locked away from his mortal shell. The scheming, white-haired demon smiles in triumph, declaring that the sovereign can never return to his physical body. The barrier is absolute, a severed spatial prison designed to prevent even his ancient soul from breaching the mortal plane. With the main threat contained, the demon prepares to shatter the Earth's final protective barrier and unleash chaos. He offers a massive ancient dragon beast a supreme bargain, cooperate in destroying the barrier and receive the title of Earth's new god. The massive dragon beast merely mutters under its breath, its deep voice vibrating with absolute ancient power. Annoyed by the low hum, the arrogant demon demands the beast speak up and show proper respect. The dragon beast coldly questions the nature of the spatial barrier, asking if it truly intercepts any and all physical attacks. Confidently, the demon confirms that no force can breach it, entirely unaware of the catastrophic miscalculation he has just made. Harnessing an unimaginable surge of golden divine lightning, the dragon beast prepares to unleash a world-shattering strike. In an explosive flash of power, a massive divine sword descends upon the demonic cathedral, shattering the ancient spatial seals. Amidst the collapsing realm, a small green streak of light hurls through the dimensional rift toward the mortal world. Hurtling downward at terminal velocity, Yang desperately tries to maintain his deteriorating form. Having exhausted every drop of his divine essence to shatter the dimensional lock, the small dragon's body begins to fail. With his remaining strength fading fast, he knows he must warn his master of the looming cosmic threat before it is too late. But his escape has not gone unnoticed. The furious, betrayed demon slashes wildly at the escaping beast with pure, venomous rage. Refusing to let the lizard escape, the demonic pursuit begins, threatening to extinguish the last hope of the mortal realm. With a roar of pure, venomous rage, the betrayed demon lunges downward, unleashing a lethal beam of dark purple energy directly at the fleeing beast. The devastating spear of energy misses Yang by a mere hair's breadth, scorching the very fabric of space as he hurtles desperately toward the mortal plane. The unstoppable attack obliterates everything in its wake, shattering the massive stone monuments of the divine realm as the tiny dragon breaches the final boundary. Piercing through the dimensional rift, Yang plunges straight toward the mortal realm, a single spark of hope falling rapidly through the crimson clouds. Completely depleted of his divine energy, the legendary dragon can only tumble helplessly through the sky, braced for a brutal impact with the hard ground below. In a miraculous twist of fate, his falling body collides directly with the hunter's face, a sudden cosmic interception that halts the vigilante's final lethal strike. Safe within a temporary refuge, the battered miniature dragon recounts the harrowing tale of his escape to his master, his voice trembling with exhaustion and shame. Listening to the grim report of the divine realm's fall, a cold, suffocating silence grips the sovereign as the true scale of the demonic betrayal sinks in. Pure, unadulterated rage boils within him, his eyes locking onto the dark horizon as he curses the scheming demon who dared seal his true power. The heavy realization of his severed connection settles in, forcing him to understand that anger alone will not break this absolute spatial prison. Yet, the sheer magnitude of this impossible challenge triggers his bloodthirsty instinct, twisting his grim scowl into a sharp, euphoric smile. Seeing his master's sudden, manic excitement, even his ancient companion shivers in fear, realizing the sovereign's hunger for war has only been magnified by this defeat. Refusing to waste another second in this fragile human shell, the sovereign forces his damaged body to move, desperate to begin his physical reconstruction. But reality strikes with bone-shattering force as a massive shockwave of pain ripples through his arm, a stark reminder of his current mortal limitations. Shaking violently, he clutches his bruised limbs, realizing that at this rate he won't be able to defend himself in the battles to come. Sensing his master's desperate plight, the small dragon resolves to make his own sacrifice, straining to tap into the very last remnants of his hidden power. With a sickening heave, the beast forces open his jaws, prepared to regurgitate a priceless relic smuggled directly from the collapsing divine ruins. Before them lies a glowing dragon bloodstone, a condensed core of divine healing magic capable of instantly restructuring human flesh. Clutching the warm, pulsing stone, the sovereign feels the faint hum of ancient magic, a vital lifeline that could restore his shattered vessel. As he channels his intent, the stone erupts with a vibrant green aura, releasing centuries of stored life force directly into his palms. The soothing, restorative energy washes over his torn muscle fibers, stitching together his ruptured tissues in a blinding flash of light. But this is no mere healing. A sudden, electrifying sensation surges through his nervous system, sharpening his physical reflexes far beyond human limits. The clever beast beams with pride, revealing he secretly infused his own royal magic into the stone to grant his master an additional physical edge. To their surprise, the minuscule capacity of the human body barely drained the stone, leaving enough divine energy for another crucial activation. Wisely preserving the remaining power, the dragon swallows the artifact back into his spatial stomach, keeping their ultimate trump card safe for the future. Meanwhile, a fragile peace remains at the local high school, where students continue their mundane lives, completely oblivious to the monsters walking among them. Yet, even the most harmless-looking creatures seem to sense the shifting tide, waiting silently for the impending storm to break. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere has shifted dramatically, the lingering terror of the sovereign's wrath leaving a permanent mark on his previous victims. Once an arrogant tyrant, the heavily bandaged student now sits quietly, desperately burying himself in textbooks to escape his lingering nightmares. Having tasted the absolute terror of a true apex predator, the former bully resolves to reform his ways, completely abandoning his delinquent life. But that illusion of safety is instantly shattered as the classroom door slides open, introducing a cold, familiar draft of pure dread. A single look from those predatory eyes is enough to make the boy's blood run cold, realizing the monster has returned to his feeding grounds. Brushing past his terrified victim, the sovereign seeks out the class representative, his hunger for a true challenge burning brighter than ever. He acknowledges her previous advice about finding proper opponents, his mind already calculating his next move in the underground circuit. Beneath his polite schoolboy facade lies a bloodthirsty beast, eagerly searching for the next powerful warrior to dismantle on the battlefield. Shivering under his intense, manic gaze, the girl begins to worry that she has accidentally unleashed an unhinged psychopath onto the local scene. With a heavy sigh, she can only hope the underground fighters are prepared for the absolute devastation heading their way. Outside, rumors of the Sovereign's legendary exploits are already spreading like wildfire among the school's elite heavy hitters. Whispers of a once weak student who systematically annihilated an entire gang of bullies capture the attention of the school's strongest delinquents. The tale grows more terrifying with every telling, painting the picture of a ruthless silent killer who takes no prisoners. The brutal details of his previous victories send a chill down their spines, marking him as a prime target for those who rule the streets. Suddenly, a cold realization washes over the elite fighter, recognizing the exact terrifying fighting style he encountered the day before. A primal fury grips the hunter as he realizes the pathetic, weeping boy he fought was nothing but a calculated mocking act designed to humiliate him. Trying to shake off the unsettling truth, he attempts to convince himself it was all a misunderstanding, unaware of how close he came to absolute ruin. Meanwhile, the sovereign sighs in disappointment, frustrated by the lack of immediate, high-caliber challenges in his mundane school life. Disgusted by the weakness of those around him, he decides to seek out the brutal, unregulated underground sand arenas to test his newly healed body. Just as he prepares to leave, his predatory instincts flare up once more, his gaze locking onto a familiar silhouette in the crowd. Analyzing the precise muscle density and posture of the student ahead of him, the sovereign's mind instantly identifies his previous opponent. The sudden discovery ignites a spark of absolute excitement, prompting him to call out the hunter in broad daylight. Frozen in shock, the hunter turns to face the very monster he thought he had escaped, realizing his nightmare is far from over. Sovereign charges with terrifying speed, eyes locked on his prey, leaving the target with no time to react. Panic erupts in the school corridor as the frantic chase leaves bystanders completely bewildered. Cold sweat pours down the hunter's face as he realizes the horrifying truth: the predator has recognized him. Even his premium gear and complete disguise were useless against the sovereign's absolute perception. Desperate to escape a fate worse than death, the hunter flees into the streets, fearing a swift arrest or brutal annihilation. Veering wildly into a narrow alleyway, he executes a desperate maneuver to shake his relentless pursuer. The sovereign glides around the corner with monstrous agility, refusing to let his prey escape. Yet the alley stands completely empty, the target seemingly vanishing into thin air. Frustrated by the sudden dead end, the sovereign's bloodlust flares, only for his small companion to emerge from his collar. The ancient dragon beast quickly deduces the situation, eager to track down the insolent fool who crossed his master. But leaping to the ground, the tiny dragon utilizes his keen ancient senses to track the unique scent of their prey. Sniffing the pavement, he follows the trail directly to a sudden immovable obstacle. Looking up in sheer horror, the mighty beast realizes they have walked straight into an unexpected ambush. Looming over them is the class representative, her cold gaze cutting through the evening air. For a tense, silent second, she analyzes the bizarre mythological creature sitting at her feet. Suddenly, a massive wave of crimson blush washes over her face as an unexpected emotion takes hold. Annoyed by her presence, the dragon frantically commands the human girl to step aside. Ignoring his demands, a shadow falls over the creature as a hand descends with absolute speed. Before he can react, the legendary dragon beast is effortlessly scooped up from the pavement. Thrashing wildly in her grasp, the proud dragon roars in outrage, demanding proper respect from this mortal. He curses his severely depleted state, utterly humiliated by his inability to unleash his world-shattering magic. Instead of fearing him, the girl stares in utter disbelief at the impossibly adorable talking creature. Her eyes sparkle with overwhelming affection, completely captivated by the dragon's unmatched cuteness. Overjoyed by her discovery, she immediately tries to retreat, leaving the sovereign to watch in stunned silence. Trembling with deep shame, the defeated beast can only apologize to his master for his pathetic vulnerability. Pausing in her tracks, the class representative turns back to face the sovereign, her expression turning serious. She coldly demands to know his relationship with the incredibly cute creature in her hands. Looking down with cool indifference, the sovereign claims the ancient dragon is nothing more than an obedient friend. The cold response strikes a deeply sensitive nerve, triggering an intense, burning wave of jealousy within her. An awkward, heavy silence settles between them as the sovereign calculates his next move. Sensing an opportunity to advance his own goals, he ruthlessly grabs his companion. With a cunning, wicked grin, the sovereign offers a tempting bargain, help him find his target, and she can borrow the beast. Sometime later, the girl sits in her bedroom, staring at the fiercely glaring dragon sitting on a rug. She nervously wonders if the small creature is harboring a deep, dangerous grudge against her. Her mind flashes back to the shocking moment when the sovereign casually offered up his loyal companion. The cold-blooded ruler had demanded her assistance in tracking down his missing prey, using the dragon as mere bait. Blinded by the creature's sheer cuteness, she had instantly accepted the deal without a single second thought. Without a shred of hesitation, the sovereign had thrown his ancient companion through the air like a common toy. Plonking directly onto her head, the terrified dragon could only shriek in utter betrayal. Leaving his loyal servant behind, the merciless sovereign walked away, ordering him to return on his own later. Desperate and abandoned, the small dragon called out to his master, begging to know where he was going. With a predatory, bone-chilling smirk, the sovereign declared his destination, the notorious underground arena, the Sansujong. Back in the present, the small beast clears his throat, attempting to regain his lost dignity as his master's official secretary. The girl listens intently, captivated by the proud demeanor of the miniature legendary dragon. A violent throb shakes her chest as her heart threatens to burst from the sheer overwhelming cuteness of his tiny posture. Recomposing herself, she smiles warmly and agrees to help, officially introducing herself as the class president. She boasts of her unmatched academic standing, proving her intellectual superiority as the top-ranked student in their grade. Hoping to locate the hunter, she mentions the name Li Ho, wondering if he belongs to the elite ranks of the underground. The shock of the name sends the ancient dragon into a state of absolute chaotic disbelief. Refusing to accept that anyone could surpass his almighty master, the loyal beast roars in denial, setting the stage for a catastrophic clash of power. The mere mention of the Earth leaders sends a wave of absolute shock through the ancient dragon beast, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend a power that could challenge his master. Resolving to handle the situation, the small dragon readily agrees to work with the class president, swearing to do everything in his power to ensure his master reigns supreme. The girl agrees to the partnership, but she imposes a strict condition of her own. He must visit her house frequently, leaving the proud dragon utterly annoyed. But beneath his grumbling exterior, the devious beast realizes this is a perfect opportunity, planning to use her to gather vital intelligence about this strange human world. He quickly seals the deal, assuring her that fulfilling her condition is a small price to pay to secure his master's ultimate victory. Looming metaphorically over the city, the loyal dragon vows to do whatever it takes to help the sovereign reclaim his title as the undisputed strongest. Meanwhile, at the local playground, the sovereign is pushing his physical limits, performing high-intensity acrobatics as the evening sun paints the sky blood red. With effortless grace, he launches himself off the monkey bars and sticks a flawless landing, his body moving with terrifying precision. Inspecting his hands, a satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he feels the undeniable surge of power returning to his veins. He clenches his fist tightly, marveling at how his muscles have healed back even denser and stronger than before after his brutal encounters. Throwing a lightning-fast mock strike, he realizes his limits have expanded, eager to push himself even further to unlock his true potential. With a sudden explosive motion, his fist collides with the heavy metal frame of the playground equipment, the sheer impact reverberating through the air. Looking at the damage, he smiles with manic satisfaction, knowing his physical conditioning is finally reaching its peak. Yet, as the dust settles, his expression turns cold and calculating once more, his predatory mind shifting back to his ongoing hunt. He scans the surrounding area with a frown, wondering if the elusive hunter has decided to skip school today to escape his wrath. Shaking off his impatience, he decides to head home, confident that since the hunter is a student here, their paths will inevitably cross very soon. Behind him, the solid steel bar of the gym equipment remains warped and heavily dented, a terrifying testament to his monstrous strength. He walks down the quiet streets, completely unnoticed by the mundane citizens, a walking weapon of mass destruction in a school uniform. Elsewhere, the class president diligently searches her computer for the specific clothes and gear they need, determined to fulfill her end of the bargain. Suddenly, the dragon beast leans in close to her, his sensitive snout catching a highly familiar and potent scent on her collar. Recognizing the exact scent of the host body his master resides in, the dragon bids her farewell, leaping toward the open window to make his exit. Scurrying across the rooftops with incredible agility, the tiny beast spots his master walking below and leaps down to rejoin him. Landing snugly on the sovereign's shoulder, the proud dragon boasts that he has completely won over the class president, wrapping her around his little claw. He proudly declares that she is now their loyal subordinate, completely unaware of the dark shadow currently looming in the alley behind them. But before he can finish his boasting, the dragon's ancient senses flare up, catching a sharp metallic scent drifting from the shadows. The sovereign instantly halts, his predatory gaze locking onto a dark alleyway where a violent struggle is taking place. Inside the alley, a bruised bike thief cowers on the ground, accusing his attacker of going way too far over a simple stolen bicycle. Looming over him is the blue-hooded hunter who ruthlessly strikes the criminal down, declaring that scum like him have no right to complain. The hunter scoffs with cold disdain, dusting off his hands as he prepares to leave the battered criminal behind. But as he turns, a sudden suffocating pressure fills the air, and a terrifying silhouette emerges from the darkness right behind him. With a wicked, bone-chilling grin, the sovereign steps into the light, declaring that he has finally found his elusive prey. A jolt of pure panic shoots through the hunter's spine as he whips around, realizing his worst nightmare has cornered him. Perched on his master's shoulder, the dragon points excitedly, urging the sovereign to tear their target to pieces right here. But his excitement instantly shifts as he points toward a nearby restaurant, drooling at the incredible mouth-watering smell of food. Raising his hands in a desperate plea, the terrified hunter begs for a moment, frantically claiming that this is all a massive misunderstanding. He slowly backs away, desperate to avoid a direct confrontation with the monster who stands before him. But as the sovereign closes the distance, the hunter realizes escape is impossible and raises his fists in a defensive stance, bracing for the worst. Instantly, the sovereign lunges forward with blinding monstrous speed, his manic eyes locked onto his target with pure bloodlust. The two fighters stand face to face in the narrow alley, the air thick with tension as they prepare for a catastrophic clash. Before either can strike, the battered bike thief creeps up from behind, his hands silently wrapping around the hunter's discarded baton. The hunter senses the sudden movement behind him, his eyes widening in confusion as he realizes he has lost control of his weapon. Infuriated and seeking desperate revenge, the thief raises the heavy baton, screaming with unhinged fury as he prepares to strike. With a brutal downward swing, the thief unleashes all his rage, aiming to crush the person in front of him. The hunter can only watch in horror, completely helpless as the surprise attack swings past him toward an unexpected target. Yet the sovereign doesn't even flinch, standing completely still as the weapon descends upon him with bone-shattering force. The heavy baton strikes the sovereign's head with a resounding crack, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Instead of collapsing, the sovereign slowly looks up with a mocking, bloodthirsty smirk, treating the blow as nothing more than a minor annoyance. Without a single second of hesitation, he counters with a devastating, lightning-fast kick that sends the thief flying backward. Catching the falling baton with effortless grace, the sovereign showcases his absolute dominance over the battlefield. Bike thief crashes hard onto the concrete, clutching his stomach in agonizing pain as he realizes he has provoked a true monster. With a desperate yell, the humiliated thief charges forward, swinging the heavy baton with every ounce of his remaining strength. But the sovereign doesn't even attempt to dodge. Instead, he meets the attack head-on with a brutal headbutt that sends a shockwave through the narrow alley. The absolute force of the impact shatters the thief's resolve, sending him stumbling back in sheer agony as the sovereign relentlessly pursues his real target. A barrage of lightning-fast blows rains down on the thief's chest, completely overwhelming him in a display of terrifying superhuman speed. But amidst the chaos of the beatdown, the blue-hooded hunter seizes his chance, executing a tactical retreat to escape the monster's suffocating pressure. Snapping his gaze away from the broken criminal, the sovereign realizes his prime target is slipping away into the darkness. A manic, ecstatic grin stretches across the ruler's face. The thrill of the hunt has officially begun. In his mind, the sovereign recalls his arrival on this weak planet, remembering how even the simplest impacts used to bring him a fleeting sense of joy. But standard human opponents are far too fragile. He needs a true warrior, someone like the formidable hunter who just fled. Standing alone in the quiet alleyway, the sovereign clutches his newly acquired baton, frustrated that his prey has vanished once again. Meanwhile, the blue-hooded hunter sprints through the city streets, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and that madman. Looking back in sheer disbelief, the hunter wonders how on earth that monstrous student manages to track his exact location every single time. Unbeknownst to him, the sovereign is practically glowing with excitement, his mind completely consumed by the exhilarating promise of their next clash. As the hunter flees, the tiny ancient dragon wanders the streets nearby, completely distracted by a mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. But before the beast can even locate the food, a sudden, blinding collision sends him flying through the air in a miniature disaster. The escaping hunter completely levels the tiny dragon, leaving the proud mythical beast flattened on the concrete as he disappears into the night. Back at his apartment, the exhausted hunter kicks off his shoes and slips inside, his body battered but his mind racing with unresolved anxiety. He can't shake the terrifying image of the sovereign's manic, bloodthirsty smile, realizing this monster genuinely thrives on the life-or-death thrill of battle. Suddenly, the front door flies open with a loud slam as a sharp-eyed woman bursts into the room, declaring her grand arrival. This is King Kyana, a fierce prosecutor who abandoned her traditional career path to personally hunt down and beat up criminals. Without a word of warning, she shoves past him, treating her battle-hardened brother like a minor obstacle in her way. Staring at his completely unfazed reaction to the blow, she comments on his absurd toughness, noting that he truly lives up to his monstrous reputation. But deep down, the hunter harbors a dark, hollow truth. Since a traumatic incident in his past, his punches have carried nothing but pure, unadulterated anger. Staring at his own somber reflection in a pot of boiling water, he remembers a time before the darkness consumed him, back when boxing was just a passion. Waiting alone in his quiet kitchen, he longs for the simplicity of his past, completely unaware that his peaceful life is about to be shattered tomorrow. Next morning, the sun rises over the city, casting a brilliant, deceptive light over the high school grounds. Walking boldly through the crowd of students, the sovereign carries the baton in plain sight, with his loyal dragon riding comfortably on his shoulder. The small beast whispers a meek apology to his master, admitting his embarrassing defeat was entirely due to his overwhelming hunger the night before. Around them, the mundane students begin to point and whisper in absolute bewilderment, completely mistaking the legendary dragon for some bizarre pet lizard. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from behind, halting the sovereign dead in his tracks. It's the class president, who squeals in absolute delight as she bounces up and down to greet her beloved new companion. She demands to know if the dragon told him about their secret deal, hoping the sovereign finally understands her terms. Flashing a wicked smirk, the sovereign lifts the dazed dragon by his tail, offering him up once more in exchange for the hunter's identity. Instantly recognizing the description of a masked vigilante who beats up delinquents, the class president reveals the mysterious name Iljume. She explains that the legendary vigilante is famous for immediately pummeling anyone who acts like a bully in the area. Curiously, she asks the sovereign if he was picking fights himself, only to be met with a totally blank, unbothered stare. The sovereign grips his baton tightly, vowing that the next time he corners the elusive fighter, escape will be absolutely impossible. But as the words leave his mouth, a towering shadow looms directly behind him, sending a cold shiver down the dragon's spine. It is the hunter himself, standing in broad daylight and delivering a bone-chilling threat directly into the sovereign's ear. He coldly warns the sovereign to stay exactly where he is once school ends, promising that he will personally come to find him. As the hunter walks away, the class president watches in utter confusion while the sovereign begins to tremble, his entire body shaking with raw, explosive anticipation. A terrifying, manic grin splits the ruler's face as the overwhelming joy of a guaranteed battle takes complete control of his mind. Sitting at his school desk, the sovereign's eyes gleam with unhinged malice, declaring that he is more than willing to wait for the perfect fight. But beneath the desk, his legs continue to shake violently, the sheer effort of holding back his monstrous urges proving to be an agonizing torture. Clinging to his master's leg, the terrified dragon shakes in unison, praying that the classroom survives his master's volatile patience. Finally, the school bell chimes through the halls, announcing the start of the evening study sessions and signaling the arrival of the promised hour. Handing the trembling, nauseous dragon over to the class president, the sovereign coldly tells her to take the beast away while he handles some personal business. Clutching the creature close to her chest, the girl happily walks away, completely oblivious to the impending violence about to unfold. Turning back toward the doorway, the sovereign locks eyes with his prey, a monstrous grin spreading across his face as he welcomes the confrontation. Stepping into the empty classroom, the hunter slides off his backpack and pulls on his tactical fighting gloves, ready to end this madness once and for all. Strapping on his heavy combat gloves, the hunter stares coldly at his opponent, asking a simple yet chilling question: does he actually enjoy the mindless violence of fighting? The sovereign scoffs at the suggestion, his voice dripping with condescension as he denies any love for the act itself. To him, it is something far more primal than mere enjoyment. In his twisted mind, the sovereign craves the raw stimulation of the battlefield, the bone-rattling pain of being struck, and the screams of his own muscles pushing past their physical limits. Throughout his brutal existence, combat has been the only thing that truly makes him feel alive, a desperate necessity to escape the crushing boredom of peace. The hunter watches in silence, sweat dripping down his temple as he realizes the monster's manic, blushing grin completely betrays his words. Without another word of warning, the hunter aggressively whips his heavy combat gloves directly at the sovereign's face. The gear strikes the ruler dead on his nose with a satisfying smack, but instead of reacting with rage, the sovereign merely catches them with a puzzled, curious look. Shedding his heavy backpack, the hunter assumes a towering, dominant stance, coldly inviting the monster to bring his absolute best. Snapping the gloves onto his own hands, the sovereign lunges forward with terrifying speed, his face contorted in a crazed, unhinged smile as he prepares to strike. He unleashes a savage punch, but the hunter smoothly parries the blow, the sheer impact sending shockwaves through the empty classroom. Evading the wild strike, the hunter chides his hasty opponent, reminding him that there is no need to rush a fight they both desperately wanted. With a smooth, calculated slide across the dusty floor, the hunter resets his position, his eyes locked onto his prey's every movement. Raising his guard in a flawless stance, the hunter declares that they should treat this clash as a proper match, signaling the start of a true tactical showdown. Taking a deep breath, he commands his body to loosen up, channeling every ounce of his hard-earned boxing technique into a relaxed, lethal form. Like a coiled spring releasing, the hunter drives a lightning-fast overhead punch straight toward the sovereign's unguarded temple. The blow connects with a thunderous impact, rattling the sovereign's skull and violently twisting his head to the side. Standing firm, the hunter glares down at the monster, coldly asking if the sensation of a real, heavy strike feels as good as he remembered. Before his opponent can even recover, the hunter rotates his entire torso, transferring a massive surge of kinetic energy directly into his fists for a follow-up blow. The sheer violence of the onslaught sends a thrill straight down the sovereign's spine, his eyes widening as he realizes this is the challenge he has been begging for. Flashing a brutal, toothy grin of his own, the hunter declares that this is the art of boxing, a discipline forged in blood and perfect precision. Wiping a streak of blood from his cheek, the sovereign secretly marvels at the strike, knowing that without his magical physical enhancement, that single blow might have been fatal. His mind completely consumed by unhinged ecstasy, the monster screams with joy, finally acknowledging this is no longer a simple brawl, it is a fight to the death. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the quiet high school, a sleepy student slumped over his desk is suddenly jarred awake by the violent, echoing vibrations of the battle. Inside the dim self-study room, the rest of the class remains completely oblivious, focused entirely on their books while a war rages nearby. Wiping the drool from his chin, the red-haired boy groans in absolute exhaustion, his eyes landing on a wrapped chocolate bar sitting on his desk. He picks up a mysterious sticky note left beside it, asking if he is a sleepwalker, prompting him to frantically check the time on his phone. Realizing the promised hour has already arrived, the boy frantically packs his bags, desperate to make it to the scene before it's too late. Tearing open the chocolate bar, he sprints down the school stairwell, hoping against hope that he can reach his destination in time. Stuffing the sweet treat into his mouth, he ignores his aching muscles, his mind entirely focused on the mysterious conflict unfolding. Suddenly, a series of muffled explosive thuds echo through the quiet hallway, halting the boy in his tracks as he realizes the violence has already begun. Back in the classroom, a furious barrage of fists collides in midair, the sheer speed of their exchanges leaving nothing but blurs of violence. Breaking the rhythm of his boxing, the hunter suddenly drives his foot hard into the sovereign's chest, throwing him completely off balance. The unexpected blow sends the sovereign flying backward, crashing heavily through the air as his guard is shattered. Skidding across the floor, the bewildered sovereign demands to know why a boxer is suddenly throwing heavy, devastating kicks. With a cold, mocking smirk, the hunter simply asks what boxing even is, making it clear that in a real fight there are no rules to save him. Pushing off the ground with explosive power, the hunter launches himself forward, giving his opponent absolutely zero room to breathe. The sovereign leaps into the air to counter, aiming a desperate aerial punch to halt the hunter's aggressive advance. But the hunter predicts the move instantly, executing a brutal mid-air intercept that sends a devastating blow right through the sovereign's guard. Spitting saliva and blood, the sovereign recoils from the sheer force of the impact, his head ringing as the pressure intensifies. Capitalizing on the opening, the hunter spins gracefully, unleashing a savage lightning-fast roundhouse kick aimed directly at the ruler's head. The sovereign barely manages to raise his arms to block, but the sheer weight of the kick sends a bone-shattering shockwave straight through his defense. Gritting his teeth against the numbing pain, the sovereign realizes with horror that the hunter's strikes are getting heavier with every passing second. Sensing his opponent's split-second hesitation, the hunter aims a brutal low kick directly toward the sovereign's vulnerable knee. Panic flares in the sovereign's eyes as he realizes that if his lower body collapses, he will be completely at the mercy of the hunter's wrath. He desperately tries to shift his weight, but the hunter's sweep is already in motion, tearing through the air like a scythe. A heavy kick connects cleanly with the sovereign's knee, buckling his joint and threatening to shatter his stance entirely. The brutal impact reverberates through the empty classroom, leaving both fighters locked in a tense, agonizing struggle for dominance. Recovering his footing, the sovereign flashes a confident, arrogant smirk, declaring that the hunter's desperate struggle is officially over. But in that exact moment, a sudden cold realization washes over the sovereign as the ancient dragon's magical physical enhancement abruptly runs out. As his superhuman strength completely vanishes, leaving him vulnerable, the hunter stares him down with a terrifying, predator-like grin, asking if he has finally run out of steam. With a terrifying split-lipped grin stretching across his face, the hunter locks his gaze onto his prey, mockingly asking the sovereign if he is already completely exhausted. The sovereign's eyes widen in sheer unhinged madness as a matching twisted smile splits his face, chuckling softly at the audacity of the mortal standing before him. Their manic, echoing laughter collides in the tense silence of the empty classroom, two bloodthirsty predators completely consumed by the thrill of a battle that has pushed them both to the absolute limit. But neither of them notices the dark silhouette looming just outside the classroom doorway, a silent observer watching the monstrous clash unfold. Peering through the circular glass of the classroom door, the red-haired student takes a slow bite of his chocolate, a look of profound disgust crossing his face as he watches them laugh like maniacs in the heat of battle. Turning his back on the chaotic scene, the boy slips his hands into his pockets and heads toward the stairs, sneering at the utter pathetic nature of the fighters. To him, the raw, unrefined madness of their combat is nothing short of revolting, a mindless display of violence that makes his stomach turn. Inside the room, the temporary lull shatters instantly as the sovereign lunges forward, forcing himself to assume a defensive stance to counter the hunter's oppressive pressure. Sensing the sudden shift, the hunter drives forward with explosive momentum, his fist cutting through the air with a deafening whistle. He barks out a ruthless command, orchestrating a brutal right-hand strike that completely bypasses the Sovereign's desperate guard. The sheer force of the impact leaves the Sovereign completely disoriented, his head spinning violently as his equilibrium is instantly shattered. Seizing the perfect opening, the hunter pivots on his heel and unleashes a savage, sweeping follow-up strike that connects with a bone-shattering crunch. The devastating blow sends the Sovereign flying backward, crashing heavily through a row of wooden desks as dust explodes into the air. Wiping the sweat and blood from his face, the Sovereign realizes with mounting frustration that his current fragile vessel is simply no match for the hunter's dense physical strength. In his desperation, his mind drifts to his arsenal of ancient spells, cursing the fact that he cannot unleash his devastating third magic circle in this weak mortal form. Suddenly, a strange spark-like memory of mana manipulation flares within his consciousness, triggering an unexpected realization. Pushing his aching body off the dusty floor, the ruler slowly rises to his feet, a renewed, dangerous spark igniting within his eyes. Holding his hands high, the Sovereign concentrates, attempting to draw upon a completely different form of magical manipulation to turn the tide. The hunter advances coldly, noting with grim amusement that the monster is still eager to fight, completely unaware of the lethal energy beginning to stir. With a sudden burst of speed, the Sovereign drives a straight punch forward, but the hunter smoothly raises his forearm to block the attack. Grinning mockingly, the hunter comments on how light and powerless the Sovereign's physical strikes have become, believing the battle is already won. But in a split second, the hunter's smug confidence vanishes as a sharp, high-pitched pop resonates right before his eyes. Before he can react, a sudden burst of compressed air explodes directly against his cheek, cutting his skin and throwing him completely off balance. Gritting his teeth against the dizzying shockwave, the hunter tries to regain his footing, but the Sovereign grabs him tightly by the forearm, refusing to let him escape. Without giving his opponent a single moment to breathe, another violent burst of condensed air detonates directly in the hunter's face. The concussive blast rattles the hunter's skull, completely shattering his vision and leaving him completely defenseless. Seizing the ultimate opening, the Sovereign drives a brutal physical punch straight into the hunter's face with a thunderous smack. The devastating strike sends the hunter crashing violently to the floor, blood spraying from his nose as he lets out an agonized groan. Looking down at his hands, the Sovereign is filled with unholy glee, marveling at how incredibly effective this improvised air compression tactic truly is. His mind quickly analyzes the physics of his magic, knowing that under normal circumstances, condensing mana in the atmosphere burns away all impurities. On a magical world, gathering mana purifies the air, but on a magic-starved planet like Earth, the results are vastly different. Because there is no ambient mana to absorb, the raw, highly pressurized atmospheric air is forced to condense without dissolving. The result is a series of volatile, localized vacuum explosions, a brilliant exploit of Earth's physics that the Sovereign is eager to weaponize further. Standing victoriously over his fallen opponent, a manic blush of absolute ecstasy creeps onto the Sovereign's cheeks as he looks at the groggy hunter. Swept up in a wave of dark affection for such a magnificent opponent, the unhinged ruler leans down, his face dangerously close to the dazed fighter. But before his twisted desires can manifest, a heavy-gloved hand forcefully smacks directly onto the Sovereign's face. Pushing the grinning monster away with absolute disgust, the battered hunter demands to know if he is trying to violate his personal space on top of defeating him. Stumbling backward on trembling legs, the hunter begrudgingly admits his defeat, but fiercely warns the beast not to cross any more lines. Clutching his throbbing, bleeding forehead, the dazed hunter grunts in agony, promising that this humiliating defeat is far from the end of their war. Turning on his heel, the beaten hunter staggers out of the quiet classroom, swearing that the next time they meet, the outcome will be entirely different. Left alone in the quiet hallway, the Sovereign merely licks his lips in anticipation, already hungering for the next legendary clash. Meanwhile, outside the school, the terrified dragon beast is forced to drag a massive, impossibly heavy bag of trash across the pavement. Oblivious to the creature's silent agony, the cheerful class president bids him farewell, leaving the miserable beast to handle the heavy lifting. Muttering curses under his breath, the tiny dragon struggles to haul the massive load down the quiet, dimly lit street. Suddenly, the dragon spots a familiar, staggered figure walking in his direction. It is the battered hunter, muttering about leaving his backpack behind. Recognizing his master's mortal enemy, the dragon's eyes widen in sheer terror as his traumatic memories of the hunter instantly resurface. But seeing the hunter so dazed and severely weakened, a sudden opportunistic streak of absolute malice flares within the dragon's tiny chest. Dropping the heavy trash bag, the beast bares his teeth and prepares to launch a lethal surprise ambush to eliminate the threat once and for all. With a fierce battle cry, the dragon leaps high into the air, diving teeth first toward the unsuspecting dizzy hunter. But even in his heavily concussed state, the hunter's terrifying peak human boxer reflexes kick in instantly, driving a brutal backhand swat that sends the screaming dragon flying into the concrete. Hunter's lightning-fast reflexes kick in, sending the ambushing dragon flying into the concrete with a brutal single backhand swat. Staring down at the pathetic creature, the hunter grunts in disbelief, completely dumbfounded by what he assumes is just a bizarre, aggressive dog. Before the dizzy dragon can crawl away, a towering shadow looms over it. The sovereign has arrived, staring down at the miserable beast with a cold, piercing gaze. Underneath the brilliant blue sky, the sovereign hoists the heavily wrapped bag onto his back, marching through the city streets with a singular purpose. Realizing that his current mortal vessel is highly recognizable, the sovereign decides it's best to keep a low profile, completely unaware that a familiar figure is already sneaking up right behind him. The hunter stops him dead in his tracks, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as he asks why on earth he is wearing a school uniform on a Saturday. The sovereign halts, turning around slowly with a blank expression, completely bewildered by the foreign concept of the human weekend. Staring back in pure exasperation, the hunter wonders if the boy's brain was completely fried in their previous battle, unable to comprehend his bizarre ignorance. Stepping closer, the hunter points out that the sovereign clearly thrives on the thrill of battle, though the ruler coldly replies that he only fights out of sheer necessity. But the hunter refuses to buy the act, instantly remembering the terrifying manic grin of absolute ecstasy that split the ruler's face during their brutal clash. A smug, confident smirk returns to the hunter's face as he extends an unexpected invitation, asking if the boy wants to hang out with him. He promises that if they team up, the sovereign will never have to worry about being bored or starved of a real blood-pumping fight. At the mere mention of endless combat, a dark, twisted grin instantly stretches across the sovereign's face, his eyes lighting up with manic delight. Overflowing with sudden, unhinged affection, the sovereign beams, declaring the hunter to be an absolute saint of a man. He eagerly demands to be taken to a battlefield immediately, catching the hunter completely off guard with his overwhelming, bloodthirsty enthusiasm. Peeking out from the bag, the dragon glares at the hunter with pure malice, while the sweating hunter desperately tries to dial back the boy's frantic energy. Meanwhile, as Friday morning dawns over Girogi High School, a darker, far more insidious plot is already unfolding within the campus walls. Deep inside the school restroom, a towering, ruthless student named Yangzhou corners a terrified underclassman, demanding a status update on their extortion racket. Trembling with fear, the victim weakly hands over a meager stack of bills, muttering that he was only able to secure 20,000 won. Yangzhou's face twists into a mask of pure, unbridled fury, baring his teeth as he roars that this pathetic sum is nowhere near enough. Gritting his teeth, the victim desperately explains that the masked vigilante known as Iljime ruined his plans, preventing him from selling off a stolen bicycle. Letting out a guttural scream of rage, Yangzhou drives his massive fist straight into the tiled wall, shattering the ceramic with a thunderous smash. He fumes in desperate panic, knowing that if he cannot pay back both the principal and the skyrocketing interest on his debts, his life is effectively forfeit. Veins bulging on his forehead, Yangzhou orders his subordinates to summon every single fighter they have, preparing to launch a full-scale hunt for the masked vigilante. Back in the present, the sky bleeds into a deep purple twilight as the hunter, now disguised, and the sovereign stroll down a quiet street, scanning the area. The hunter admits that while he used to throw punches in a mindless, blind rage, fighting the sovereign has unlocked a twisted sense of enjoyment in the sport. The sovereign looks at him coldly, suggesting that instead of wasting precious time hunting down pathetic street thugs, they should simply fight each other right now. The hunter chuckles, assuring him that their highly anticipated rematch is inevitable, but stops abruptly as the sovereign senses a sudden shift in the air. The sovereign's eyes narrow, his predator-like senses immediately picking up on a subtle foul odor drifting from the alleyway. Sniffing the air, the hunter's expression turns deadly serious as he recognizes the unmistakable scent of burning cigarette smoke. Pulling down his shattered tactical goggles, the hunter prepares for an execution, knowing that they have likely stumbled directly into a nest of local thugs. Deep in the dimly lit alley, two arrogant delinquents puff on their cigarettes, boasting about their illicit schemes without a care in the world. But their smug conversation is cut short as a massive, threatening silhouette slowly materializes behind them through the thick, swirling fog. The thugs continue to plot their vicious extortion schemes, completely oblivious to the legendary vigilante looming right over their shoulders. Before the lead thug can even finish demanding the intruder's wallet, the hunter drives a devastating, blindingly fast punch directly into his jaw. The remaining delinquents recoil in sheer, unadulterated terror as they recognize the signature hood and goggles, shouting in panic that the legendary Iljime has arrived. Scanning the alleyway, the hunter grunts as he realizes there are far more hostile targets waiting in the shadows than he initially anticipated. Turning to his unhinged companion, the hunter calls out for assistance, only to see the sovereign standing ready with his school uniform pulled up over his face like a makeshift mask. With a fierce, unified battle cry, the hunter charges headfirst into the crowd, unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes that instantly shatter the enemy line. Meanwhile, the sovereign stands completely motionless in the center of the chaos, his body trembling with a desperate, burning desire to be struck by the enemy. Driven by his insatiable thirst for pain and combat, the Sovereign dives forward, his fist cutting through the air with terrifying destructive velocity. Within mere seconds, the entire alleyway falls dead silent, littered with the groaning, broken bodies of the defeated delinquents. Looking down at the wreckage, the Sovereign clinically notes that while these mortals possess atrocious attitudes, their physical vessels are incredibly weak and poorly conditioned. The hunter ignores the commentary, stepping forward to check on a traumatized victim huddled in the dark. The young, red-haired girl trembles violently, tears streaming down her bruised cheeks as she looks up at her savior with profound terror. Peering closely at her face, the hunter gasps in absolute horror as a sudden shocking realization hits him, instantly recognizing her connection to a dangerous figure. Before he can process the shock, the tiny dragon cries out in sheer panic from the bag, warning his master that a massive, hostile presence has just appeared directly behind them. Stepping out of the shadows, the hulking figure of Yangzhou sneers at them, flanked by his strongest enforcers as he declares that they have finally trapped the elusive vigilante. Slowly reaching behind his back, the hunter grips his baton, his aura flaring with a deadly quiet rage as he warns the thugs that they have officially crossed the line. But behind him, a massive, echoing heartbeat thumps within the Sovereign's chest, his eyes flashing with a terrifying, bloodthirsty joy as he prepares to unleash absolute hell. Looking closely at the massive group of fresh prey stepping into the light, the Sovereign's excitement reaches a boiling point, his heart pounding in absolute ecstasy for the legendary brawl to come. With a deafening roar, the ruthless thugs charge forward, completely surrounding the vigilantes as they prepare to tear them apart. Seeing the overwhelming forces, the Sovereign's unhinged smile stretches wider, his soul vibrating with absolute ecstasy at the prospect of a massive brawl. Instantly, a brutal melee erupts as the two godlike fighters unleash a barrage of skull-shattering strikes, leaving the tiny dragon to watch the chaos in sheer awe. Laughing maniacally through the pain of every blow, the Sovereign turns the defensive battle into a twisted playground of bone-crushing counterattacks. Watching his men fall like flies, the thug leader Yangzhou freezes in absolute confusion, unable to comprehend why there are suddenly two masked vigilantes in the alley. A short distance away, a stern maroon-haired student named Heijun anxiously checks his phone, growing increasingly frustrated by his sibling's sudden silence. Suddenly, a violent, echoing crash from a nearby alley cuts through the quiet night air, instantly putting the young man on high alert. Peering down the dark passage, Heijun watches in disgust as a group of ruthless street thugs mercilessly beat on a defenseless victim. Overcome with deep-seated revulsion, Heijun sneers at the senseless brutality, viewing these violent delinquents as nothing more than pathetic, primitive beasts. Back in the thick of the chaos, the masked hunter desperately shields the trembling victim, bracing himself against the endless waves of hostile thugs. Long ago, Heijun's life was defined by a different kind of violence, raised in the shadow of a legendary, brutal mixed martial arts champion. To the young boy, his father was a celebrated hero on the screen, a mountain of muscle and absolute dominance in the professional arena. But behind closed doors, that champion became a terrifying monster, turning his unmatched lethal skills against his own helpless family. Though his terrified mother eventually fled to save her own life, young Heijun was left behind, forced to endure the monster's wrath alone. Every single day, the boy stared into the eyes of his abuser, locking the image of the unstoppable monster deep inside his mind. In a desperate, bloody bid for survival, the battered boy finally fought back, unleashing a primal fury that shattered the cycle of torment forever. From that traumatic day forward, combat was never a game or a sport to Heijun. It was the brutal, absolute price of staying alive. He still remembers the monster's final venomous threats, a haunting promise of death that forged Heijun's heart into pure cold steel. Though convicted of his father's tragic demise, the court showed mercy, releasing Heijun back to society after a single year in juvenile detention. Determined to survive, Heijun worked grueling, back-breaking construction jobs after school, swearing to protect his body as his only true fortune. Because his body is his livelihood, he feels nothing but intense disgust for reckless fools who throw their lives away in pointless violent games. Looking down at the brawl, Heijun vows to never associate with such mindless beasts, ready to walk away from the chaotic scene entirely. But as the streetlight catches the victim's tear-streaked face, Heijun's heart stops, instantly recognizing his precious younger sibling, Daljun. In an instant, his strict rules vanish as a murderous protective instinct takes over, knowing he will destroy anything that threatens his sibling's survival. Meanwhile, Yangzhou stands triumphantly over the fallen, heavily bruised Sovereign as the tiny dragon whimpers in absolute terror for his master. Unaware of the lurking danger, Yangzhou demands to know where the real vigilante is, completely oblivious to the cold, murderous aura rising behind him. Without a single word, Heijun strikes like a lightning bolt, driving a devastating, bone-shattering kick directly into the back of Yangzhou's knee. The towering brute's leg instantly buckles, his face twisting in sudden shock as he realizes he is completely helpless against this newcomer's speed. Before the giant can even process the pain, Heijun's iron grip locks onto his head, turning his massive frame into absolute putty. With terrifying, effortless strength, Haejun slams Yangjo's face directly into the concrete, shattering the pavement in a brutal display of raw power. Marching forward, Hajun ruthlessly steps directly onto the dragon's bag, crushing the poor beast underneath his heel without a single care. Driven by pure, focused rage, Haejun storms toward the remaining delinquents, moving with the terrifying precision of a seasoned killer. Watching the breathtaking display from the shadows, the masked hunter stands completely frozen, paralyzed by the newcomer's overwhelming physical specs. In a matter of seconds, Haejun tears through the remaining thugs, his fists moving so fast they leave a trail of broken bodies in his wake. Using his opponent's own momentum against them, he blinds his targets with ruthless efficiency, leaving them completely unable to counter his moves. With a series of lightning-fast kicks, Haejun effortlessly dismantles the thug line, rendering the entire gang completely incapacitated. His eyes glowing with an intense, deadly fury, Haejun warns the fallen scum that they have officially sealed their own doom by touching his family. Stepping over the carnage, Haejun towers over the masked hunter, who desperately tries to explain himself as Daljun cries out to her brother. The hunter recoils in utter bewilderment, his mind struggling to process the sudden revelation that the victim is the sibling of this monster. Staring into Haejun's terrifying, lifeless eyes, the hunter realizes that this protective brother is a threat far more dangerous than any street thug. Bracing for the worst, the hunter lunges forward to create distance, launching a quick defensive strike to test the older brother's reflexes. But Haejun reacts instantly, deflecting the heavy blow with a swift, fluid counter movement that completely neutralizes the hunter's attack. Completely ignoring the legendary vigilante, Haejun gently grabs his sibling's wrist, his focus remaining entirely on securing her safety. Pulling her to her feet, Haejun commands Daljun to run, preparing to cover her escape from any potential hostile leftovers. In her frantic haste to flee the brutal scene, Daljun's small blue wallet slips from her pocket, tumbling unnoticed onto the cold pavement. Meanwhile, behind them, a battered and enraged Yangjo slowly rises back to his feet, his face twisted in a murderous, bloody scowl. Roaring in absolute fury, the giant demands to know who this third intruder is, refusing to let another masked pest ruin his plans. In response, a massive shadow looms from the side, a clenched fist tightening with immense bone-crushing pressure. With a thunderous, explosive impact, a devastating punch collides straight with Yangjo's jaw, stopping his furious tirade instantly. Having finally recovered from his brief slumber, the sovereign smiles maniacally, ready to show this giant brute the true meaning of absolute despair. Haejun looks back in absolute shock at the crazily grinning blue-haired sovereign, wondering who this absolute psycho is and why he seems to enjoy the brutal chaos. Not wanting to waste a single second in this war zone, Haejun grabs his traumatized sibling Daljun and sprints away, desperate to get her to safety before more thugs arrive. Meanwhile, the masked class president screams at the sovereign in sheer panic, pleading with him to cover his face before his identity is leaked to the entire city, but the battle-crazed god just laughs hysterically. Behind them, a heavily bruised thug groans on the cracked concrete, his physical vessel completely shattered by the absolute force of the earlier blows. Looking up through the dirt and blood, the defeated thug watches the blurry silhouettes of the fleeing vigilantes disappear into the dark alleyways, unable to stop them. Gritting his teeth in pure, unadulterated humiliation, the gang leader roars a furious promise of vengeance, swearing to hunt down every single one of those bastards. Later, inside a quiet room, the class president draws on a whiteboard explaining the local power dynamics and identifying the dangerous predators lurking in the shadows. He reveals that while these delinquents were once minor street pests, a new, highly organized syndicate known as Godori has recently begun extorting the local population. In the chilling flashback, the brutal reality of their operation is laid bare as a gang of ruthless punks mercilessly shakes down a defenseless student for every penny he has. Tapping his marker on the board, the class president points directly to the ringleader, declaring that Yangjo is undoubtedly the mastermind orchestrating all of this misery. But the sovereign merely tilts his head in utter confusion, asking what on earth a Godori is, completely clueless about the trivial terminology of human street gangs. The class president's face turns bright red with exasperated fury, screaming at the dense god and wondering if his brain is simply there for decoration. Outraged by the blatant disrespect shown to his master, the tiny green dragon Yangyang leaps directly onto the sovereign's head to retaliate. Yangyang screams at the top of his lungs, demanding that the insolent human apologize to the almighty sovereign this instant. The sovereign deadpans, introducing Yangyang as a mere friend, which only infuriates the little dragon further as he shrieks about being insulted as a mere frog. Walking down the street later, the class president continues to lecture the sovereign on his bizarre behavior, pointing out how ridiculous it is to wander around public areas with a talking creature. Soon they gather inside the class president's room, where the sovereign remains sitting on the floor, still wearing a tiny dragon like a crown, while being called an absolute idiot. Nearby, the class president's quiet sister diligently sews the sovereign's torn clothes, casually questioning why they had to bring their chaotic group to her house of all places. But her annoyance instantly melts away as she blushes with pure adoration, completely won over by Yang Yang's surprisingly adorable antics. Crossing his arms, the class president shifts their focus back to the main threat, declaring that Yang Zhou is the absolute target they must eliminate next. Remembering the brutal state Daljun was left in, the class president's aura flares with a quiet, protective rage, desperate to end the thug's reign of terror. Meanwhile, the sovereign grins as he reflects on his brief clash with Yang Zhou, thrilled to have finally felt the raw impact of a true physical titan. Though the massive difference in weight class presents a daunting barrier, the sovereign's soul burns with a desperate desire to conquer such physical monsters. Class president warns him that relying solely on reckless bare-knuckle brawling won't be enough to survive the brutal gauntlet ahead. Nodding in agreement, the sovereign realizes he needs a much rougher, more diverse, and incredibly intense form of combat training to push his limits. Sensing his master's thoughts, Yang Yang suddenly taps him on the shoulder, holding out a phone with a mischievous grin. On the screen, a massive live stream displays the notorious Fight Arena, where a powerhouse fighter has just secured 13 consecutive victories for a massive cash prize. Peering closely at the screen, the class president gasps in shock, instantly recognizing the legendary fighter taking Sape Park by storm every Saturday. He confirms that this undefeated monster is none other than a core member of the elusive Ghidorah gang. Grinning wildly, the sovereign stands up, his blood pumping with sheer ecstasy as he declares that his next training target has officially been set. To dismantle the criminal underworld and push his divine vessel to its absolute limit, the sovereign must first crush Ghidorah. Suddenly, a cosmic rift opens, transporting us to the crackling energy of the divine realm, where cosmic lightning splits the heavens. Standing amidst the chaotic lightning, a winged demon lord of absolute malice clutches his dark spears, radiating an oppressive power. Looking down with cold, calculating eyes, the Dark Lord prepares to unleash an apocalyptic fury upon the mortal world. He projects a glowing image of Earth, his eyes narrowing as he plots to shatter the fragile barrier protecting humanity. But as he prepares to strike, his face contorts with a mixture of intense shame and exploding rage. He remembers a legendary warrior who shattered planetary defense grids with a single, effortless strike, making the impossible look like child's play. Driven to the brink of madness by his own perceived weakness, the Demon Lord screams into the void, desperate to achieve that same godlike status. Back in the mortal realm, an enraged Yang Zhou screams in absolute frustration, having lost his prey and his pride in the very same night. In a blind fit of rage, Yang Zhou unleashes a flurry of violent strikes, tearing through his surroundings in a desperate attempt to vent his fury. Nearby, an innocent bystander trembles in sheer terror on a public toilet, listening to the horrifying sounds of claws shredding the stall door. Stepping outside the public restroom, Yang Zhou mutters in disgust about failing to capture the vigilante or secure any money from the raid. But one of his trembling lackeys steps forward, revealing that while they lost the cash, he managed to snatch something very interesting from the scene. Snatching a small blue wallet, Yang Zhou aggressively shakes it, only for a few pathetic coins to clatter onto the pavement. Disgusted by the lack of cash, Yang Zhou is about to strike his subordinate when he notices a plastic card slipping from the inner pocket. Pulling it out, Yang Zhou's eyes widen as he stares at a student ID card belonging to Baidolgi High School bearing the name Li Daljun. Flipping the card over, he inspects the student details, a sinister realization beginning to dawn on his bruised face. A dark, wicked grin stretches across Yang Zhou's face as he realizes this little piece of plastic is the perfect leverage to trap the elusive vigilantes. The next morning, under a brilliant blue sky, the sovereign walks through the city, eager to track down his next battle. Following a dog walker's hopeful directions, the sovereign heads straight toward the alleyways, completely oblivious to the deadly trap being set in his path. Little does the sovereign know, a simple stroll down the sidewalk is about to unleash a bizarre chain of chaotic events, beginning with an oblivious jogger and his tiny companion. As the pint-sized canine trots past, a strange, overwhelming aura wafts from the sovereign's backpack, instantly triggering the creature's primal instincts. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity and unexpected horror of what it senses inside that bag, the tiny dog's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated embarrassment. That embarrassment quickly curdles into a burning, white-hot rage as the chihuahua locks its sights onto the green dragon, poking his head out. Without a single shred of hesitation, the furious beast leaps forward and clamps its jaws onto the fabric, shocking the little dragon to his core. Completely oblivious to the assault occurring right behind his back, the sovereign continues strolling forward as the tiny menace refuses to let go. High above the pavement, a silent, deadly war of glares erupts between the divine dragon and the feral house pet, neither willing to back down. Enraged by the sheer audacity of this mortal mutt, Yang Yang's eyes burn with cosmic fury, swearing to make this insolent beast pay for its disrespect. Before a supernatural brawl can break out, the sovereign finally reaches his destination, gazing upon the bustling crowd gathered in the park. At the center of the commotion, a sharp-tongued coordinator ruthlessly filters out the weak, eagerly waiting for a truly worthy challenger to step forward. Standing before the desk, the sovereign's casual school uniform immediately draws her suspicious glare, raising doubts about his legitimacy on a weekend. Sensing the tension, Yang quickly whispers a cover story from the shadows, urging his master to play along and secure their entry. Nodding smoothly, the sovereign confidently confirms the lie, prompting the coordinator to demand proof of his actual combat experience. With a straight face, the sovereign boldly claims a staggering 3 million years of battle experience, leaving the nearby crowd gasping in sheer disbelief. Intrigued by this absolute lunatic's supreme confidence, a wide, mischievous smirk spreads across the young girl's face. Testing his resolve, she casually demands a steep 50,001 entry fee, leaving the clueless god completely empty-handed. Thankfully, his loyal draconic companion quickly steps in, pushing crumpled bills out of the backpack to cover the transaction. The coordinator meticulously counts the pathetic pile of cash, while Yang sweats profusely, praying his secret stash is enough. Realizing he is slightly short, she decides to let the difference slide, thoroughly entertained by this bizarre duo's sheer audacity. With a dismissive shout to bring in the next fighter, the sovereign steps past the giant bouncers, his blood beginning to boil with anticipation. Suddenly, the sovereign's keen instincts flare, sensing an incredibly dense and dangerous presence lurking under a green hood nearby. Even through the thick fabric, the sheer power and perfect refinement of the stranger's muscles tell the sovereign everything he needs to know. A wicked, knowing grin stretches across the sovereign's face as he realizes he has finally found his prime target, a true elite of Godori. Shrouded in mystery, the formidable champion stands completely motionless, exuding an aura of absolute dominance over the entire park. Stepping into the light, the champion reveals herself as a battle-hardened female warrior, casually chewing on a stick as the crowd erupts in cheers. The hype reaches a fever pitch as the announcer glorifies her legendary status, boasting an undefeated streak of 13 consecutive weeks. Sensing a shortcut to absolute glory, a heavy boot steps onto the cracked pavement, ready to bypass all protocol for a shot at the crown. Without warning, the sovereign lunges directly into the champion's personal space, eagerly raising his fist to initiate an immediate deathmatch. Grinning maniacally, the battle-crazed god declares that entering the arena is synonymous with a mutual agreement to fight to the death. With explosive speed, the sovereign wins back his fist, preparing to launch a devastating preemptive strike that would shatter the champion on the spot. But before the bone-crushing blow can land, a small hand darts forward, catching his massive wrist and neutralizing his momentum instantly. Outraged by his blatant disregard for the rules, the coordinator screams in his face, desperate to keep the chaotic brawler under control. Restoring order to the arena, she loudly announces the official continuation of the fourth match, forcing the sovereign back to his designated spot. Mocking his absurd claims, the announcer introduces the sovereign to the crowd as the laughable 3 million years fighter. Across the stone pavement, his actual opponent politely bows, introducing himself as a highly trained international master of lifeform boxing. From the sidelines, Yang watches with smug satisfaction, thrilled to finally see his master unleash his true, terrifying potential. But the peaceful anticipation is instantly shattered as a rabid, ferocious bark echoes through the park, ruining the dramatic tension. Yang's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the very same insolent mutt that dared to desecrate his sacred backpack earlier. Unable to contain his divine wrath any longer, the tiny dragon leaps into the air, flapping his wings to launch a fierce aerial assault. Landing with a dramatic, heroic thud on the cobblestones, the small dragon stands ready to wage a war of absolute pride. Looking down in utter bewilderment, the sovereign wonders what on earth his tiny companion is planning to do in the middle of his match. Across the stones, the rabid chihuahua rapidly shakes its head, unleashing a terrifying wave of feral energy to match the dragon's presence. With bared fangs and pure malice, the tiny beast charges forward, ready to tear the divine lizard limb from limb. The foreign fighter recoils in absolute shock, sweating profusely as he realizes his beloved pet has completely broken loose. But instead of stopping the madness, the coordinator's eyes sparkle with pure, chaotic joy at this highly entertaining turn of events. Raising her phone to the roaring livestream, she ecstatically declares that this has officially transformed into an unprecedented double match. The official digital match card flashes across the screen, pitting the ancient sovereign against the disciplined martial artist. And right beneath them, the legendary draconic deity Yang is officially matched against the ferocious house pet Cerberus. The crowd murmurs in utter confusion and disbelief, struggling to process the bizarre mythical creatures clashing before their very eyes. With the live stream viewership skyrocketing and the crowd roaring for blood, the coordinator screams the starting signal as the ultimate battle begins. International boxing champion confidently clasps his hands, asking the sovereign if he is familiar with the ancient art of Sanghyongkwan, a secret martial discipline that mimics the deadly primal movements of wild beasts. He sneers, flashing sharp, claw-like nails as he warns that for any unarmed human, matching the raw, savage instincts of a true beast is an absolute impossibility. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, the challenger vaults through the air, diving headfirst toward the stationary god with his claws fully extended. Channeling the ferocious essence of the feline family, the fighter unleashes his deadly tiger style, gliding smoothly through the air to catch his opponent completely off guard. Confident that his lightning-fast movements have totally lowered the boy's defenses, the martial artist prepares to drive home a final bone-shattering blow. But before his claws can even graze the fabric of his opponent's uniform, a heavy invisible counterforce violently punches him right in the gut, knocking the wind straight out of his lungs. Crashing hard against the stone pavement, the self-proclaimed master groans in agony, completely neutralized in a single, devastatingly casual exchange. Looking down with absolute coldness, the sovereign dismisses the entire performance, stating that even if a human tries to copy a beast, it remains nothing more than a pathetic imitation. Clutching his bruised abdomen, the fallen fighter feels the true, terrifying weight of the sovereign's brief counterstrike, realizing his ordinary martial arts are completely useless here. Pushed to the absolute brink, his eyes burn with desperate resolve as he realizes he has no choice but to tap into a forbidden technique. In his mind, his master's stern warning echoes clearly, reminding him that this final, dangerous resort was never meant to be used in front of human eyes. Overriding his master's rules, the martial artist slams his hand forcefully onto the stone pavement, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the park. His bare foot digs deep into the cold cobblestones, anchoring his body as a massive surge of primal, untamed energy begins to gather. Sensing the sudden shift in the air, the sovereign stops in his tracks, blinking in genuine confusion at the bizarre, animalistic posture his opponent is adopting. Meanwhile, the small green dragon Yongyong gasps for air, entirely out of breath and utterly exhausted from attempting to fight without his divine magical reserves. Yongyong sweats profusely as the vicious little chihuahua corners him, growling fiercely and demonstrating a level of raw physical aggression the dragon cannot match. Suddenly, the rabid dog leaps high into the sky, launching itself directly at the terrified dragon with its fangs fully bared. Landing with terrifying speed, the miniature beast charges forward again, its paws drumming against the floor like a relentless drumbeat of war. With blinding speed, the ferocious dog swipes its razor-sharp claws, tearing through the air and forcing Yongyong to dodge backward in absolute panic. In a dizzying display of speed, the Chihuahua creates multiple shifting afterimages of itself, completely overwhelming the dragon's senses. Capturing the entire absurd spectacle on her phone, the ecstatic coordinator screams to her live viewers, wondering if they are witnessing a legendary ninja dog in action. The screen flashes as the legendary Chihuahua-type technique Cerberus is unleashed, manifesting 3 rabid heads of pure, unadulterated fury. Panicking, Yongyong desperately tries to guess which of the 3 lunging beasts is the real one, pointing frantically at the center clone. But his calculations are dead wrong, as the real beast maneuvers entirely from the blind spot, ready to strike. With a victorious roar, the Chihuahua clamps its jaws firmly onto Yongyong's snout, thrashing violently as the poor dragon screams in pain. The announcer hypes up the match as Cerberus takes overwhelming control of the fight, leaving the legendary divine dragon completely pinned and helpless. Standing triumphantly over his victim, the vicious dog lets out a low, menacing growl, proving its absolute dominance over the backyard arena. Back in the main fight, the crowd gasps in sheer bewilderment as the martial artist drops completely to all fours, growling like a wild animal. Unleashing the forbidden quadrupedal mode of Songyongquan, the fighter presses his palms and feet flat against the ground, his spine arching into a predatory stance. With a sudden, terrifying lurch, he scrambles forward on all fours, tearing across the cobblestones with unmatched, inhuman agility. The spectators burst into hysterical laughter, pointing their phones and mocking the incredibly bizarre, humiliating sight of a grown man running like a dog. Watching from the sidelines, the martial artist's elderly master facepalms in deep, agonizing embarrassment, muttering about how he specifically forbade this ridiculous display. The crawling fighter ignores the humiliation, focusing his entire predatory gaze on the sovereign as he launches a lightning-fast low assault. Springing upward from his low position, he unleashes a modified tiger-style strike, aiming a deadly claw swipe directly at the sovereign's face. Before the sovereign can react, a phantom beast claw slashes across his vision, tearing through his defense with sheer brute force. Bright red slashes erupt across the frame as the strike connects, drawing blood and shocking the onlookers with its savage power. Stumbling back, the sovereign clutches his bleeding cheek, completely stunned that a mortal actually managed to pierce his divine defense. Staring at the blood on his fingertips, a chilling realization washes over the sovereign as he analyzes the trajectory of that strike. Sweating, the god realizes that if that hand had been a true beast's paw with real claws, his throat would have been shredded instantly. Seizing the momentum, the martial artist crouches low on his hands, shaking his hips as he prepares to unleash an even more chaotic, unpredictable strike. Pivoting with explosive force, he kicks his legs backward like a wild stallion, aiming a devastating double-foot strike straight at the god's face. A devastating horse kick from behind lands squarely on target, unleashing a massive shockwave that rattles the sovereign to his very core. Stumbling back, the sovereign struggles to regain his composure, deeply impressed by the freakish muscle control required for such rapid quadrupedal movement. Gritting his teeth, the sovereign realizes that because his opponent is moving entirely on all fours, his classic battle instincts cannot predict these bizarre, erratic angles. Instead of fear, a wicked, bloodthirsty grin stretches across the god's face, his eyes shining with manic joy as he wonders how to break this chaotic beast. Suddenly, the sovereign's gaze drifts downward, his eyes locking onto the frantic struggle happening right beside his feet. He watches the tiny, glowing chihuahua charging around like a rabid blur, its movements completely mirroring the four-legged battle style of his opponent. Staring back and forth between the dog and the crawling martial artist, a brilliant, simple solution begins to form in the sovereign's mind. He realizes that if his opponent wants to fight like a four-legged animal, then his structural weaknesses must be exactly the same as any other beast. With a confident smirk, the sovereign casually takes a step back, ready to exploit the classic fatal flaw of a quadrupedal beast and end this fight once and for all. The sovereign's sudden step back triggers a violent shockwave, shattering the cobblestones and instantly disrupting the martial artist's low-to-the-ground momentum. Caught completely off guard by the explosive shockwave, the crawling beast-style fighter looks up in absolute terror as the sovereign vaults high into the air, completely vanishing from his line of sight. The crowd gasps in sheer disbelief as the god effortlessly defies gravity, ascending toward the twilight sky like a soaring deity, while phones record the unbelievable feat. Descending like a falling meteor, the sovereign positions his heavy boot directly above his opponent's head, leaving the desperate martial artist with zero room to evade. With a sickening, bone-crushing impact, the sovereign stomps the self-proclaimed master's head straight into the hard pavement, instantly ending his grand display of beast styles. Standing triumphantly atop his fallen foe's head, a cold smirk plays on the sovereign's lips as he declares that the ultimate, fatal weakness of any crawling beast is the vast sky above them. The entire arena erupts into a chaotic mixture of ecstatic cheers and bitter cries of defeat from the spectators who foolishly bet their fortunes on the beast-style fighter. Dismissing his defeated opponent, the sovereign's gaze wanders to the side, suddenly remembering that his tiny draconic companion is also locked in his own fierce battle. He looks over only to find the ancient, legendary divine dragon Yang completely knocked out on his back, while the rabid little chihuahua stands over him, growling fiercely. For a tense, silent moment, the sovereign locks eyes with the ferocious, trembling house pet, preparing for a potential mythical clash against this unexpected beast. But instead of attacking, the cowardly chihuahua instantly flips onto its back, exposing its belly in total submission, the perfect embodiment of a breed that is terrifyingly strong against the weak, yet completely pathetic against the strong. The poor, humiliated dragon Yang weeps in absolute despair over his lost magical reserves, while nearby spectators completely ignore his legendary status and search lizard adoption prices on their phones. As the announcer's voice blares over the speakers, hyping up the unmatched power of the 3-million-year-old fighter, the sovereign stands ready for his next true challenger. Stepping out from the shadows of the crowd is Kwok Chul, a prominent boxer famously known as the Boxing Diamond Seed, his presence radiating a tense aura of revenge. The official matchup card flashes, revealing Kwok Chul's bitter history, a humiliating record of one fight and one crushing loss against the sovereign. The sovereign's face stretches into a wicked knocking grin as he welcomes back his former opponent, eagerly anticipating another chance to break his spirit. The challenger confidently claims that as long as he keeps his guard up and avoids his past mistakes, victory is guaranteed, completely disregarding the sheer gap in their power. With the crowd's excitement reaching a fever pitch, the coordinator screams into the microphone, building up the intense hype for who will finally take down the undefeated champion. Roaring with absolute conviction, Kwok Chul vaults forward, determined to prove that his boxing skills can overcome any divine power. In a flash of memory, the brutal impact of their previous battle echoes, showing the moment the sovereign's fist collided with the heavy cast protecting the boxer's arm. That previous strike had sent a devastating, bone-shattering feedback loop directly into the sovereign's own hand, cracking his knuckles under the sheer density of the impact. Back in the present, the delayed, agonizing feedback of that past injury suddenly flares up, forcing the sovereign to clutch his hand and scream in unexpected, agonizing pain. Watching his opponent writhe in pain, Kwok Chul sneers triumphantly, mocking the god by pointing out his broken arm and calling it poetic justice for his own green cast. Waves of relentless, blinding pain wash over the sovereign, completely paralyzing his movements as his fractured hand throbs with excruciating agony. But instead of faltering, a terrifyingly psychotic, bloodthirsty grin slowly spreads across the sovereign's face, the immense pain only fueling his manic battle lust. Kwok Chul's smug grin instantly vanishes, a cold sweat breaking across his brow as he stares at the pitch-black, demonic expression of the smiling god. Shaking off his dread, the boxer attempts to calm his racing heart, reassessing the sovereign as a highly dangerous anomaly that must be handled with absolute caution. Attempting to regain control, Kwok Chul unleashes a barrage of lightning-fast jabs, aiming to disrupt the sovereign's focus and create a critical opening. Believing the sovereign expects only standard boxing techniques, Kwok Chul prepares a deceptive transition, aiming to catch the god completely off guard with a sudden kick. With a triumphant shout, the boxer unleashes a powerful sweeping kick, confident that this unpredictable strike will seal his absolute victory. But the sovereign's reflexes are godlike, effortlessly raising his leg to intercept the strike with a perfectly timed, brutal shin block. The sheer immovable force of the sovereign's block completely derails Kwok Chul's momentum, sending the boxer spinning helplessly in midair like a toy top. Seizing the flawless opening, the Sovereign drives a devastating, bone-shattering punch straight into Kwakchul's exposed jaw, unleashing a spectacular shockwave. It is a perfect, poetic mirror of their previous matcha single, overwhelming strike delivered with the exact same merciless precision. Spitting blood and saliva, Kwakchul's eyes roll back as the devastating impact of the blow completely shatters his consciousness, sending him crashing toward the floor. But before the unconscious boxer can hit the cold cobblestones, the Sovereign ruthlessly grabs him by the collar, refusing to let the match end so easily. Watching from the sidelines, the terrified spectators break out in a cold sweat, clutching their faces in pure PTSD as they realize the Sovereign is about to repeat his signature brutal finishing move. Suddenly, a new challenger emerges from the crowd, a tall, imposing female martial artist clad in a green jacket, her calm, athletic demeanor radiating the aura of a true, undefeated champion. The announcer's voice screams through the speakers, hyping up the incredible streak of the 3-million-year fighter who has already dominated 2 consecutive matches. With a massive prize of 1 million won on the line, the coordinator officially declares the start of the 3rd ultimate match of the day. Without a single moment of hesitation, the Sovereign launches himself forward, his eyes burning with excitement at the prospect of fighting 3 times in a single day. But before he can even close the distance, the female champion unleashes a blindingly fast crescent kick, her foot cutting through the air like a razor-sharp blade. The Sovereign barely manages to lean back, sweating profusely as the wind from her ridiculously fast kick grazes his face, catching him completely off guard. Seizing her advantage, the champion unleashes a relentless barrage of flowing, continuous kicks, forcing the god into a desperate, purely defensive retreat. Spinning with effortless grace, she keeps the Sovereign entirely at bay, her flawless technique and long limbs creating an impenetrable wall of strikes. Backed into a corner, the Sovereign pants heavily, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he realizes he cannot find a single opening in her relentless offense. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the god looks thoroughly defeated, mentally complaining about her absurdly long reach and wondering how on earth he can break through her dub. Noticing his sudden hesitation, the calm champion casually asks if he is hurt, while the Sovereign desperately searches for a way to close the distance without getting pulverized. Sensing a split-second shift in her stance, the Sovereign makes his move, launching himself forward with an explosive burst of speed. Crouching extremely low to the ground to bypass her long legs, the Sovereign charges headfirst, determined to exploit her blind spot and claim his final hard-fought victory. With breathtaking speed, the female champion unleashes her signature second crescent kick, her foot cutting through the air like a guillotine aimed directly at the Sovereign's head. But the god's reflexes are unmatched. He barely ducks beneath the razor-sharp strike, the shockwave of her kick ruffling his hair as it narrowly misses its target. Capitalizing on her momentum, the Sovereign retaliates with a desperate spinning kick of his own, willing to trade blows just to break her relentless rhythm. The brutal whip of his counterkick clips her, instantly knocking the green cap right off her head as she reels from the unexpected trajectory. Sliding backward across the cobblestones, the 2 fighters create distance, their eyes locking as they reassess each other's deadly threat. Analyzing her build, the Sovereign realizes she possesses an overwhelming physical advantage. Her incredible leg length makes her a natural long-range powerhouse. Standing proud with her chiseled abs exposed, the champion calmly braces herself, completely unfazed by the lost cap as she prepares to press her advantage. With an explosive burst of speed, she charges forward once more, determined to keep the pressure on and end this grueling match. She unleashes another terrifyingly long-range sweep, her foot tearing up the air as she seeks to shatter the god's defense. Forced into a desperate escape, the Sovereign vaults backward, flipping through the air to barely evade the devastating sweep. Landing precariously, the god realizes that her relentless, high-reaching attacks leave absolutely no room for a standard frontal assault. Sweating profusely, he dodges another lethal strike, his mind racing to find any loophole in her flawless, long-legged defense. The champion's eyes widen in sheer shock as her finishing blow hits nothing but empty air, her target vanishing in a split second. Crouching low as she recovers her balance, she frantically scans the arena, trying to locate where the slippery god has disappeared to. Her gaze drops to the pavement, her heart skipping a beat as she spots the Sovereign crawling on the ground right before her. To the absolute bewilderment of everyone watching, the god adopts a bizarre, low-to-the-ground quadrupedal stance, mimicking a wild beast. Smirking from his low position, the Sovereign realizes that by abandoning his upright posture, he can completely bypass her superior reach. Scuttling forward like a rabid animal, he charges directly between her legs, completely catching the champion off guard. God sneers in absolute triumph, mocking her high stance style as he easily maneuvers beneath her line of sight. Sliding effortlessly under her massive guard, the Sovereign slips past her defenses like an untouchable shadow. He ducks beneath another frantic kick, his low-profile movement making him virtually impossible to target. With terrifying agility, the god weaves through her stance, turning her long limbs into a massive disadvantage. Gritting her teeth, the champion begins to panic, realizing her elite martial arts training never prepared her for an opponent fighting from the dirt. The spectators erupt into absolute hysteria, completely blown away by the god's absurdly effective chaotic tactics. In the crowd, the defeated beast-style master watches in utter disbelief, sweating as he realizes his years of animal training are being executed flawlessly by a total amateur. The crowd buzzes with intense debate, suddenly realizing that this undignified crawling stance might actually be the ultimate counter to her style. Onlookers who bet against the sovereign blush in absolute panic, realizing their fortunes are about to evaporate as the match slips away. Desperate to regain control, the champion stomps downward with bone-shattering force, trying to crush the crawling god beneath her boot. The sovereign moves like a blur of multiple afterimages, effortlessly dodging every single stomp with unnatural chaotic speed. Sweating heavily, the champion grows increasingly frustrated, mentally cursing the god for moving like a slippery, untouchable insect.
She unleashes a ferocious vertical axe kick, putting all her strength into a strike meant to split the pavement.
Yet again, the sovereign twists his body out of harm's way, leaving her deadly strike to crash harmlessly into the cold stone. Suddenly, the champion notices a shadow darting past her flank, her eyes widening in terror as she realizes she has lost track of his position. A suffocating, malevolent pressure suddenly fills the entire arena, manifesting as the terrifying, ghostly aura of a colossal, horned, demonic beast. In truth, the sovereign was not always of this world. Eons ago, his path to godhood began far beyond the boundaries of Earth. Thousands of years before he became Earth's designated protector, his journey took him to a dark, chaotic realm overflowing with primordial energy. In that mana-rich world, the local wildlife had mutated into monstrous, towering abominations of pure destruction. The sovereign forged his absolute strength in the fires of survival, hunting down those savage beasts day after day. He learned to endure the crushing weight of giants, conquering creatures that could shatter mountains with a single step. And of all the colossal terrors he faced, the absolute king of that brutal world was the legendary, unstoppable behemoth. Back in the present, that ancient, world-ending power surges within the sovereign's veins, channeling the raw authority of the legendary beast. He rapidly rearranges his muscle fibers, mimicking the dense, bone-shattering anatomy of the behemoth to prepare for a devastating strike. Striking from her blind spot, the sovereign's clawed hands thrust upward with the unstoppable momentum of a charging colossus. The impact is catastrophic, a blinding flash of pure kinetic energy exploding against the champion's defense. The sheer monstrous force of the blow lifts the tall martial artist off her feet, sending her launching helplessly through the air. She crashes violently against the stone pavement, her momentum entirely shattered by the overwhelming divine strike. Clutching her stomach in absolute agony, the champion gasps for air, completely paralyzed by the bone-crushing impact. But the sovereign is not done leaping high into the twilit sky. He raises his locked fists over his head like a descending executioner's hammer. Above him, the colossal, ghostly manifestation of the behemoth mirrors his movement, preparing to deliver a final, world-shaking blow. Looking down with a terrifyingly playful, maniacal grin, the sovereign prepares to smash his helpless opponent into oblivion and seal his absolute victory. Crowd holds its breath as the referee's final, shocking declaration cuts through the tension, and out-of-ring disqualification ends the battle in an instant. In a stunning turn of events, the legendary 13-win champion falls from grace, leaving the 3-million-year-old fighter standing tall as the unexpected victor. Whispers of confusion and disappointment ripple through the arena as spectators grumble over such a sudden, anticlimactic conclusion to the day's main event. Flashing a bright, victorious smile for her viewers, the young streamer happily signs off, bringing the wild broadcast to an end. The moment the camera turns off, her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, sharp gaze locked onto the exhausted god. Pointing a stern finger, she demands he follow her, promising the hard-earned prize money is waiting just around the corner. Desperate to collect his winnings, the god quietly follows her deep into a quiet, shadowed alleyway, unaware of the trap closing in. Reminds him of the golden rule of the streets: the grand prize of 1 million won is only for the ultimate victor. A heavy silence falls over the alley as she drops a bombshell. The brutal matches he just survived were merely qualifiers for the real trial. To claim the true prize, one final, terrifying opponent stands in his way, waiting to crush him. Whipping around with lethal grace, she reveals the devastating truth as her eyes flare with predatory intent. Before the god can even register her movement, she launches herself into the air, driving a brutal, high-speed flying knee straight toward his chest. The impact is devastating, catching the god completely off guard as the raw kinetic force rattles his entire skeleton. Sent flying backward, the mighty god crashes heavily onto the pavement, his breath completely stolen by the vicious ambush. Standing over him with a smug grin, she introduces herself as the undefeated fighter, whistling Ghidorah, ready to claim her ultimate prize. Clinging to his chest in agony, the god's mind races. He saw the attack coming, reading the muscle twitch a second before the strike, yet chose not to dodge. He wanted to prolong the thrill of battle, but a cold wave of dread washes over him as he realizes he vastly underestimated her power. The damage is catastrophic. His muscles refuse to obey as her pink sneakers step closer, cementing his absolute defeat. From the shadows of the alley, the long-legged champion emerges, watching in silence as the trap is perfectly executed. Complaining about how close they came to losing their precious prize money, the two girls turn their backs on the fallen warrior. Clawing desperately at the cold stone, the broken god begs them to stay, refusing to accept that his streak has ended like this. Left abandoned in the dark alleyway, his fading consciousness barely registers a familiar, frantic voice calling out for a missing friend. Elsewhere in the city, a young student sprints through the neon-lit streets, sweat pouring down his face in pure, unadulterated terror. Panting heavily, his mind spirals in panic as he realizes the horrific gravity of the situation he's gotten himself into. It all started with the sketchy online gambling site recommended by an acquaintance, a trap he walked right into. What began as a foolish desire to make quick pocket money rapidly spiraled out of control, swallowing 5 million won of his mother's hard-earned life savings. Desperate to avoid ruin, he was told of a shadow organization that gives instant cash, provided he could offer something of immense value as collateral. Trembling with anxiety, he places a bound, squirming bundle onto the loan shark's desk, pleading for a way out of his debt. Inside the cloth, a strange, small, green creature struggles against its bindings, its big eyes wide with fear. Desperate to prove its worth, the student frantically shows his phone, claiming this bizarre beast is a priceless exotic creature. He insists it is a legendary mutant of an endangered species, possessing mystical horns and wings that defy nature itself. He screams that any wealthy collector would pay a king's ransom to possess such a rare mythological treasure. Sweating profusely, he lies through his teeth, claiming elite buyers have already appraised the beast for hundreds of millions of won. Standing in the stairwell with a measly envelope of cash, the student is horrified to learn the loan sharks only valued the priceless creature at 1 million won. Meeting his shady accomplice in the dim streetlights, he swallows his frustration, muttering that he will use the cash to win back everything he lost. The accomplice sneers under his hood, urging him to go all in on the next bet and prove he is a real man. The vicious cycle of debt never ends. Soon another desperate student is forced to offer his very identity as collateral. He slides a heavily forged student ID card across the counter, his heart hammering against his ribs. The unimpressed loan shark barely glances at the fake card, cold-bloodedly cutting the loan amount in half due to high interest. Fleeing into the night with a tiny fraction of what he needs, the boy's panic only deepens as the clock ticks down. Waiting in the dark, his massive partner watches him approach, his face hardened with skepticism. With a low, threatening rumble, the brute demands to know if their desperate gamble actually succeeded. Flashing a nervous, desperate grin, the boy holds up the envelope of money, lying that it was an easy victory. As they descend into the subway, the boy shivers in fear, recalling the terrifying, suffocating atmosphere of the loan shark's office. High above the entrance, the weathered sign of Grandma Money Collateral Loan stands as a grim gateway to financial ruin. Inside the inner sanctum, a mysterious hooded young master lazily spins the forged ID card on his fingertip with absolute disdain. His suit-clad enforcer questions if it is wise to let a debtor walk when they clearly have no means of paying it back. With a chilling chuckle, the young master tosses the card onto a target board where the captured green mutant is bound, declaring that if they cannot pay, their souls will be harvested instead. Next morning, a blood-curdling scream echoes across the school courtyard, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Eyes wide with sheer hysterical terror, the class president screams in absolute panic as she realizes their beloved mascot has vanished without a trace. The class president's panic only deepens as she confronts the quiet student, desperate to hear that the beloved green beast has returned to his side. But his silence confirms her worst nightmare. Yesterday's chaotic arena match was the last time anyone saw him. Whipping around in a frenzy, she tears through the classroom, throwing open locker after locker in a desperate screaming search for any sign of her missing companion. Watching her hysterical breakdown with complete indifference, the battle-worn god remains seated, entirely unfazed by the sudden high school drama unfolding around him. Completely losing her mind, the class president slides the classroom door open and bolts into the hallway, her frantic screams echoing through the corridors. She barrels down the halls like a storm, tearing open every storage unit and locker in sight, convinced the tiny creature must be hiding nearby. Other students stop dead in their tracks, watching in utter disbelief as the respected student leader descends into absolute screaming madness right before their eyes. Whispers of confusion ripple through the crowd as onlookers exchange bewildered glances, convinced the model student has completely lost her sanity. But her reckless rampage is cut short in an instant as a massive, imposing teacher grabs her by the collar, lifting her off the ground with a stern warning to get back to class. Bonked heavily back into her seat, the class president slumps over her desk, her energy completely spent and her heart heavy with defeat. Whipping around with a look of sheer betrayal, she snaps at the quiet god, demanding to know why he waited until now to tell her where the beast actually disappeared. Silently, the god slides a crude, hand-drawn map across the desk, offering a single cryptic clue that holds the key to the creature's location. The rough sketch reveals the horrifying truth. The green mutant was last seen chewing on a layout of the school, leaving a trail pointing straight to a dangerous hidden zone. Pointing a firm finger at the drawing, the god coldly confirms that this precise location is where their elusive companion vanished into thin air. Seeing a spark of hope, she snatches the paper and leaps from her desk, prepared to break every school rule to rescue her friend. But her escape attempt is instantly foiled as the looming teacher blocks the exit, roaring for her to stay put as the final class of the day begins. Once again, she is hoisted into the air like a helpless kitten, completely trapped by the giant instructor's iron grip. Forced back to her desk, she grits her teeth in agony, every passing second eating away at her as she realizes their precious mascot is in grave danger. Behind her, the quiet god looks on with a cold, analytical gaze, secretly disappointed by the fragile limitations of his current human life. In his mind, he flashes back to the thrill of yesterday's brutal combat where raw, unchecked violence was the only law that mattered. He remembers the devastating ambush, the stinging knee that caught him off guard, and the deep, frustrating regret of leaving a glorious battle unfinished. Clenching his fist, a wave of profound annoyance washes over him as he assesses his mortal vessel, realizing just how pathetic this body truly is. A single burst of his divine muscle technique is enough to leave his physical form completely exhausted and screaming in pain, proving he is still miles away from reclaiming his true power. Yet, a terrifyingly ecstatic grin creeps across his face. This crushing weakness is exactly what makes the mortal world so thrilling, forcing him to fight with everything on the line. Letting out a cheerful low whistle, the god playfully celebrates his survival, completely in contrast to the sheer dread radiating from the panicking girl in front of him. As the bell finally tolls and the school day draws to a close, a brilliant orange sunset bathes the academy in a deceptive warmth. The moment the bell rings, the class president lunges backward, grabbing the god by his arm and dragging him into the hallway at breakneck speed. They fly down the stairs, their sudden frantic escape catching the attention of other students heading home. A tan-skinned student from earlier blocks their path, demanding to know what kind of chaotic crisis has the model president acting so completely unhinged. Desperate to explain, she screams that their companion is missing while a red-haired girl next to them complains about her lost wallet, completely oblivious to the real emergency. Misunderstanding the frantic physical contact between the two, the red-haired girl squints suspiciously, asking if they are secretly dating. The mere suggestion of romance makes both students twist their faces in pure disgust, horrified by such an absurd and untimely accusation. Begging for their help, the president tearfully explains that she has lost her precious pet dragon and desperately needs volunteers for a rescue mission. The sheer absurdity of her claim leaves the other students deadpan and speechless, convinced she has officially lost her mind. Stepping forward, the god uses his hands to describe the beast's tiny shrunken size, hoping to make the unbelievable tale sound more grounded. He explains its hideous green skin, its surprisingly soft back made for riding, and the magical, self-healing core resting deep within its body. Secretly, his own motivations are purely selfish. If they locate the creature, its mystical healing orb will instantly restore his godlike power and allow him to fight at full strength once more. Uninterested in chasing mythical beasts, the other students quickly turn their backs and walk away, leaving the desperate duo entirely on their own. But a devious, wicked smile spreads across the god's face as he realizes this is the perfect setup. He can let the gullible girl do all the dirty work while he focuses on rebuilding his strength. Meanwhile, in a shadowy bathroom stall elsewhere in the school, another student sits in a cold sweat, clutching his phone and desperately praying to the gods a chance. Staring at an online gambling application, he watches his life savings ride on the turn of a digital card, his heart hammering in his chest. Suddenly, the screen flashes with a catastrophic loss, prompting him to let out a blood-curdling scream of pure rage as his financial ruin is cemented. Slamming his head hard against the stall wall, he hyperventilates in absolute terror, realizing he has lost every single coin to his name. But a sudden, blinding flash of light on his screen changes everything. An unexpected bonus round triggers, displaying a massive, unbelievable victory. A wild, manic grin stretches across his face as he laughs hysterically, realizing his very last coin has somehow hit the ultimate jackpot. Trembling with greed, his mind immediately races with plans to cash out and pay off the terrifying loan sharks before the crushing interest destroys him. His ecstatic laughter slowly dies out as he taps the screen repeatedly, a sickening wave of realization washing over his face as the transaction refuses to process. Sweating profusely in the dim stall, his heart stops as he realizes the horrifying truth: the illegal gambling site was a complete scam, and his winnings are locked away forever. To make matters worse, a towering shadow suddenly falls across the bathroom door, signaling that his deadly debts have finally caught up to him. As night begins to fall, a massive, exhausting search sweeps through the neighborhood, with the desperate girls checking every dark alleyway, playground, and quiet corner for the missing beast. Completely spent and out of options, the two girls collapse onto a park bench under the twilight sky, utterly defeated as the realization sets in that the legendary dragon might be gone forever. Under the burning twilight sky, the class president feels a deep pang of guilt for dragging her senior into this exhausting search, but the older girl dismisses her apology with a relaxed, easygoing smile. Grateful for the senior's warmth, the president cannot help but harbor a boiling anger toward the lazy god, who hasn't lifted a single finger to find his own companion. Urging her senior to rest, the president runs off to grab some refreshments, completely unaware of the terrifying danger closing in on them. As she sits alone on the bench, a towering, menacing shadow suddenly materializes behind the unsuspecting senior, yet she simply waves with a bright, cheerful grin. Returning with the drinks, the president freezes in absolute horror as she witnesses a massive suited brute looming over the bench. In the blink of an eye, the senior vanishes without a trace, leaving behind nothing but an eerie, empty plaza and a suffocating silence. To understand how this nightmare began, the clock winds back several days to the academy, where a bizarre encounter set everything in motion. In the school hallway, the quiet god suddenly corners a massive muscular student, catching him completely off guard. With an analytical, predatory gaze, the god inspects the giant's physique, sensing a raw physical potential that perfectly aligns with his own secret ambitions. Pressing a firm finger into the student's chest, the god boldly praises his torn muscle fibers, completely disregarding any normal high school social boundaries. Flattered by the god's expert insight, the muscular student's annoyance instantly melts into pride as he realizes his hard work has been recognized. With a wild, confident smirk, the god declares his intention to join their intense physical training, determined to rebuild his path to absolute supremacy. But the past holds even darker secrets, as the red-haired senior slams her hands on a desk, desperately demanding the return of her stolen property. Across the desk, a cold, smug loan shark lazily dangles her student ID, claiming it was left behind as collateral for a massive unpaid debt. Terrified and confused, the senior screams in protest, swearing on her life that she never borrowed a single coin from their shadowy organization. Suddenly, a thunderous slam echoes through the office as a heavy fist crushes the table, instantly shattering her desperate defense. From the dark corner, the hooded young master rises, his voice dripping with venomous boredom as he tells her to cut the act and face reality. Cornered by the sheer weight of their intimidation, the senior breaks into a cold sweat as the loan shark smugly repeats his trap. Realizing she is utterly powerless against these ruthless criminals, she reluctantly swallows her pride and asks for the devastating price of her freedom. Sliding her ID into his desk drawer, the loan shark delivers a chilling warning, telling her to return with the cash before they come hunting for her. With a fierce glare of pure defiance, the senior snaps back, swearing she will reclaim what is hers without giving them a single cent. She slams the heavy door shut behind her, leaving a thick, tense silence hanging in the air. Exhausted by the drama, the enforcer sighs, muttering about how hopeless and foolish high school kids are these days. But his complaint instantly triggers the wrath of the hooded young master, forcing the terrified loan shark to frantically backpedal in absolute panic. Desperate to save his own skin, the enforcer threatens to call the young master's terrifying uncle, instantly reducing the arrogant boss to a pleading nervous wreck. As the sun dips below the horizon, the dark, ominous clouds gather over the city, signaling the start of a perilous heist. Grumbling under his breath about serving an ungrateful brat, the enforcer exits the office and makes his way down the dim hallway. He descends the quiet staircase, completely oblivious to the stealthy shadow lurking just out of sight. Crouching on the landing, the daring senior watches his departure with bated breath, her heart pounding as her golden opportunity finally arrives. Creeping back toward the office, she steels her resolve, refusing to let these scamming bastards extort a single penny from her. Slipping into the dark inner sanctum, she tiptoes toward the desk and quietly slides open the drawer where her identity is held hostage. With a triumphant smirk, she snatches her student ID back, celebrating her successful break-in. But her celebration is abruptly cut short by a violent clattering sound echoing from the heavy storage lockers behind her. Shaking the iron bars of a hidden cage, the captive green mutant screeches in desperation, begging her to set him free. Before she can even process the sight of the mythical beast, a massive, menacing shadow falls over her, paralyzing her with sheer terror. Spinning around in panic, she collides face-to-face with an athletic intruder, both of them screaming in mutual shock. Instantly, the mysterious boy clamps a heavy hand over her mouth, muffling her screams before they alert the entire building. Sweating profusely, the intruder desperately signals for silence, his eyes darting toward the hallway in fear of being discovered. Staring down at her still-in student ID, the boy's eyes widen with sudden realization as he recognizes her as the owner of the wallet he found. Relieved to find a fellow infiltrator, he whispers that they are both here to reclaim what was stolen, urging her to work together quietly. Knowing every second counts, the senior nods frantically, agreeing to a silent alliance in the heart of enemy territory. Escaping into the night, she sprints down the quiet corridor with the rescued green mutant tucked securely under her arm. Pausing near a wall, she compares the creature to a flyer on her phone, gasping as she realizes this is the exact beloved pet of her classmate. Fury boils within her chest as she realizes the loan sharks are vile pet thieves, stealing her resolve to return the creature to its rightful home. Back in the present, the class president walks listlessly down the street, her heart heavy with grief until a familiar voice suddenly pierces the air. Turning around, she watches in utter shock as her red-haired senior barrels toward her at full speed, screaming her name at the top of her lungs. Out of breath and frantic, the senior apologizes for her sudden disappearance before eagerly unzipping her backpack to reveal a miraculous surprise. The president gasps in sheer disbelief as the beloved green beast pops its head out of the bag, safe and sound. Tears of joy streaming down her face, she crushes the adorable creature in a tight hug, weeping with pure relief. But the emotional reunion is shattered instantly as the mutant spots the passing god and leaps into the air with an ecstatic cry, leaving the bewildered president utterly stunned. The ecstatic green beast wastes no time, immediately latching itself onto the quiet god's arm with a sudden needy cling. But the touch of the mythical creature triggers a violent electric jolt through the god's newly rebuilt muscles, catching him completely off guard. Reacting purely on raw instinct, the god unleashes a savage punch, sending the poor green mutant flying through the air with a pathetic squeal. Staring down at the twitching, dizzy lizard on the ground, the god merely grumbles about his muscles being sore from intense training, showing absolutely zero remorse. Just then, a furious shout echoes across the plaza as the class president and her senior rush over, demanding to know why he is abusing their beloved companion. Little do they know, in the darkened surveillance room of the loan sharks, the security feed is rolling, capturing clear footage of the senior fleeing with the stolen mutant. The cameras track her every move as she darts down the stairwell, her desperate heist laid completely bare under the cold, watchful lens. But she wasn't the only intruder caught that night. Another camera angle reveals the athletic boy sprinting down the stairs with a crumpled paper in hand. He leaps over the steps in a frantic bid to escape, completely unaware that his reckless break-in has left a digital trail. Watching the monitor with a cold, mocking chuckle, the loan sharks realize they have been completely played by a pair of high school amateurs. The enforcer quickly lays out the facts to the young master, noting the 2 stolen student IDs, the 2 midnight thieves, and the missing lizard collateral. Exploding with absolute fury, the hooded young master grabs the terrified enforcer by the head, screaming at him for his pathetic, careless management of the office keys. Slowly releasing his grip, the young master takes a deep breath and brushes it off, claiming the stolen money was just a tiny, insignificant sum anyway. But a terrifying, bloodthirsty rage boils behind his sunglasses, proving that he will never let this humiliating betrayal go unpunished. Meanwhile, back at the academy, under the bright blue sky, the outdoor sports field is buzzing with the chaotic energy of a lively physical education class. Charging across the green grass, a bald student dribbles a soccer ball with wild confidence, determined to show off his athletic prowess. With a mighty roar, he unleashes a powerful shot that launches the ball directly toward the unsuspecting god's face. A thunderous collision echoes across the field as the soccer ball strikes the god square in the head, sending a shockwave through the onlookers. But instead of collapsing in pain, a creepy, blood-red flush spreads across the god's face as a massive, psychotic grin stretches from ear to ear. In a flash of terrifying speed, the god charges forward, sending a chilling wave of panic through the bald student who realizes he made a fatal mistake. Before anyone can intervene, the god delivers a devastating point-blank strike that completely crushes the bald student's defense. The surrounding classmates shriek in sheer terror, desperately screaming for someone to restrain the crazy god before he completely breaks his opponent. A massive explosive cloud of dust erupts on the field as the god's untamed power runs completely wild, turning his simple gym class into a battlefield. Emerging from the smoke, the god's manic smile widens as he realizes physical education class is the most thrilling, chaotic fun he has had in ages. On the peaceful sidelines, the class president sits quietly with a recovered green mutant completely distracted by her smartphone. Noticing the glowing screen, the curious little beast tilts its head, staring intently at the strange human device. Smiling gently, the president explains that it's her old phone. It cannot make calls, but it can easily send messages whenever it connects to local networks. Handing it over, she urges the creature to keep it close so they can immediately contact her if they ever find themselves in danger again. But their quiet moment is interrupted as a nearby glasses-wearing student mutters in deep despair about losing everything to a terrible scam. In a sudden flash of memory, the green mutant recalls a shadowy figure running desperately through the city streets at night with a heavy bundle. Underneath those wrappings, the poor beast had been locked in a cramped, dark cage, suffering in absolute misery and pain. Recognizing the culprit, the mutant's eyes flare with pure, vengeful fury as it leaps off the bench to hunt down its tormentor. Walking away in a sweat, the glasses-wearing student pauses as a sudden, ominous presence looms right behind him. With a savage screech, the green beast launches itself through the air, latching directly onto the terrified student's face with teeth and claws bared. Screaming in absolute terror, the student desperately claws at the furious, biting lizard, unable to shake off the savage assault. With a desperate, frantic heave, he finally manages to pry the wild creature off and hurl it away, gasping for breath in sheer panic. Nearby, the massive, muscular coach walks beside the quiet god, scolding him severely for always turning their sports classes into a complete disaster zone. But before the lecture can finish, the fleeing glasses-wearing student crashes blindly into them, sending shockwaves through the quiet pathway. The collision sends the student sprawling violently onto the hard stone floor, his glasses flying as he groans in agonizing pain. Slowly turning his head, the god locks his eyes on the fallen student, a familiar, wicked grin spreading across his face as his chaotic instincts flare up once more. Unleashing a wild, terrifying battle cry, the god leaps forward to continue his intense physical workout, leaving the massive coach sweating in absolute horror.
Panicking, the massive coach leaps in and grabs the maniacal god by his hair, desperately trying to pull him back before he commits a tragedy. Under the burning crimson sky of twilight, the school bell finally rings, signaling that this long, chaotic school day is officially dismissed. The exhausted students begin to trickle out of the academy gates, making their way down the quiet paved paths toward home. Walking alongside the class president, the god wears a relaxed smirk, casually wishing that they could have physical education classes every single day. Sighing in exhaustion, the president looks back at him, asking if they are still training today or if he is finally going to drop off their companion. As they stroll down the street, the god promises that his companion will love his place while the president plans to teach him more smartphone features. Meanwhile, further down the road, the red-haired senior laughs brightly with her classmate, completely relieved to have her life back in order. Nearby, the muscular giant groans and cracks his stiff neck, complaining to his friend about a terrible ache from sleeping wrong. The fragile piece is shattered as the long-haired youth answers his buzzing phone, his expression turning deathly serious as he promises the class president he will head there immediately. Under the shifting hues of the evening sky, a dark, menacing shadow suddenly stretches across the path of the unsuspecting senior as she walks home. Whipping her head around in surprise, she freezes as a cold, mocking voice addresses her directly, calling her out as the owner of the stolen wallet. Blocking her path is a massive, towering brute with a bandaged face and a furious scowl, aggressively demanding that she hand over her student ID immediately. Cold sweat beads on her forehead as she stares up at the terrifying giant, her mind racing as she demands to know who he is and what he wants. The brute explodes with rage, screaming that both she and another thief were caught on the office's security cameras and ordering her to return what was taken before things get violent. Bewildered and panicking, she tries to process his words, completely lost as to how this savage brute knows about her secret midnight heist. Refusing to wait another second, the giant steps closer, his voice booming with threats as he warns her that keeping the stolen goods will lead to her total ruin. With a sudden, violent lunge, his massive hand clamps onto her backpack, snarling that she must have hidden the prize right inside her school bag. Only blocks away, her classmate urgently presses his phone to his ear, listening to the unfolding chaos while desperately trying to pinpoint her exact location. With a brutal tug, the brute tears the backpack away from her, ignoring her frantic struggles as he prepares to rip it open by force. Hearing her frantic screams over the line, the long-haired youth's face darkens with an overwhelming, bloodthirsty rage, realizing his friend is in grave danger. Beside him, the tan-skinned athlete's eyes narrow with lethal focus, his instincts flaring as he prepares to hunt down the bastard responsible. Like a pack of predators unleashed, the three youths sprint forward, their feet tearing across the pavement in a frantic, high-speed dash to rescue her. Sensing the sudden shift in the air, the quiet god's eyes widen as he's dragged into the chaotic sprint, realizing a major battle is about to erupt. Back in the confrontation, the ruthless brute brutally chokes the struggling senior, demanding her absolute compliance as she gasps for air. But before the monster can do any more harm, a blurred silhouette crashes down from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. A deafening impact shatters the quiet evening as a thunderous double kick slams directly into the brute's bandaged face, sending a massive shockwave through the street.
Stepping out from the dust, the quiet god stands tall, casting a long, dominant shadow over the reeling, dazed giant.
A spine-chilling, psychotic grin stretches across the god's face, his eyes flashing with a terrifying excitement as he declares that his target is already decided. Watching his manic display, his two companions break into a cold sweat, terrified that the god's untamed bloodlust is about to derail their rescue mission. Wiping the blood from his nose, the massive brute rises to his full height, glaring at the trio with absolute confusion and brewing hatred. On the street, the trio squares up, their faces grimly determined as they prepare to tear the towering brute limb from limb. But instead of fighting, the cowardly giant suddenly scoops the screaming senior over his shoulder and bolts down the street at full speed. The quiet god's jaw drops in utter disbelief, his bloodlust momentarily short-circuiting as he watches their target flee with the hostage. Realizing every second counts, the group waits no time, immediately launching themselves back into a frantic chase. The chaotic pursuit echoes through the streets as they barrel after the kidnapper, screaming at him to release the girl and face them head-on. But desperate to lose his pursuers, the giant sweeps around a sharp corner, dragging the screaming girl deeper into the labyrinth of the city. Right on his heels, the determined trio turns the corner in perfect synchronization, their eyes locked onto their fleeing prey. The chase leads them directly into a narrow, shadowy alleyway, the high walls closing in on them as the trap begins to shut. Skidding to a halt, the tan-skinned youth's face drains of color as he looks around, a sudden dread seizing his chest. In a flash of terrifying memory, he recognizes this exact alleyway, a notorious lawless den of ruthless street thugs who rule the shadows. With a brutal heave, the giant hurls the helpless senior onto the filthy asphalt, leaving her groaning on the ground in agonizing pain. Turning to face the trio, the massive bully lets out a dark, confident chuckle, boasting that no one will ever hear them scream in this isolated alley. Standing side by side, the legendary trio prepares to unleash their wrath, their distinct combat instincts aligning for the ultimate clash. With a savage roar, the towering brute lunges forward, his massive fists primed to crush anyone who stands in his way. He charges blindly through the shadows, a towering wall of muscle determined to obliterate the high school intruders. The quiet god merely smirks, a chilling composure settling over him as he step-slides forward to meet the charging monster. Screaming in frustration, the long-haired youth barks at the god to take the situation seriously and stop treating a kidnapping like a game. Fury boiling over, he grabs the god, demanding to know who will take responsibility if their friend gets permanently hurt because of his reckless antics. God casually looks back with a wicked grin, suggesting his friend release all that pent-up anger directly onto the giant first. But before he can even finish his sentence, a massive, heavy hand suddenly clamps down hard on the god's shoulder from behind. Wincing as bones creak under the immense pressure, the god's smirk falters as he realizes the brute's strength is far greater than he anticipated. With a terrifying roar, the giant unleashes a colossal sweeping punch aimed directly at the god's head. Reacting on raw instinct, the god barely throws up his arms to block the sheer force of the blow, sending him sliding backward across the asphalt. Wasting no time, the relentless monster tackles the god, using his massive body weight to drive him violently toward the ground. A thunderous crash echoes through the narrow alleyway as the god is slammed forcefully into the hard pavement, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the smoke clears, the god lies flat on his back, his eyes wide with a rare, genuine shock as he realizes he has finally met an opponent who can push him to his limits. Seeing his ally down, the long-haired classmate lunges forward with a desperate, furious strike, determined to draw the monster's attention away. Below them, the abandoned school bags lie scattered on the dirty asphalt, a stark reminder of the high stakes of this brutal street war. Grabbing the injured senior by the hand, the classmate desperately pulls her to her feet, urging her to run while the chaotic battle rages behind them. Observing the chaos from safety, the sharp-eyed senior silently repeats his golden rule. In a situation where a fight can be avoided, running away is always the superior choice. But the peace in the shadows is short-lived as another thug freezes in shock, recognizing the terrifying giant known as Samjime, who is currently fleeing with a stolen student ID. Meanwhile, flat on his back on the cold asphalt, the quiet god wonders if his brutal daily training has finally paid off, barely feeling any pain from the massive impact. He remembers the core of his conditioning, contracting his back muscles to their absolute limit only to let him burst outward in a sudden explosion of raw force. With a deafening shockwave, the god pops right back onto his feet, the sheer pressure of his sudden movement kicking up a gale-force wind. Landing perfectly next to the day's senior, the god's unyielding gaze locks back onto his target, ready to unleash hell. Seeing the tension escalate, the tan-skinned athlete steps up to offer backup, but the stubborn god flatly refuses, determined to handle this behemoth alone. Without warning, the giant brute lunges back into the fray, his massive claw-like hand tearing through the air to crush the god's skull. But the god's reflexes are inhuman, casually ducking beneath the massive swipe with a mocking, effortless tilt of his head. In a flash, his hand clamps onto the giant's wrist, attempting to lock the titan in place and end the fight then and there. But the brute is no ordinary thug, instantly countering by grabbing the god's collar and twisting him with terrifying leverage. With a brutal heave, the giant executes a devastating over-the-shoulder throw, slamming the god violently back onto the hard pavement. Lying upside down in the dirt, the god merely smirks, noting once again that his trained muscles completely absorb the shock of the fall. But his smugness instantly evaporates as he feels a soft, squeaking shape underneath his back, his precious little dragon companion Yong squashed flat and dazed. Before he can even process the horror, a massive heavy boot descends from above, brutally stomping directly onto the god's face. Snarling with a sudden, animalistic fury, the god rolls away from the stomp, his eyes flashing with a deadly, bloodthirsty light. Staring at the battered, dizzy little dragon in his hood, a terrifying wrath boils over inside him as he demands to know how the brute dared to harm his companion. Driven by pure, unadulterated rage, the god unleashes a blinding flurry of rapid-fire punches, his fists becoming a blur of destruction. The savage blows rain down on the giant, who barely manages to raise his arms to block, his mind reeling as he realizes these punches are far too heavy for a regular high schooler. Grinning like an absolute maniac, the god's bloodlust peaks as he screams that this is absolute merciless revenge for his tiny green friend. Desperate to stop the onslaught, the towering giant charges forward with his entire body weight, throwing a colossal body slam to crush the annoying brat. Sensing the shifting wind, the god's smile falters as he stares up at the incoming wall of muscle, realizing the sheer momentum is unstoppable. To his sharpened senses, it feels as if an entire mountain has been torn from the earth and is flying directly at his face. A thunderous crash echoes through the alleyway as the brute's massive body slam collides head-on with the god's desperate block. Gritting his teeth as his bones creak under the immense force, the god struggles to keep his footing against the sheer weight of the mountain. The impact is too much to contain, sending the god sliding backward across the asphalt, his shoes burning against the stone. Sliding to a halt right at his classmate's feet, the god's breath is shallow, his posture momentarily shattered by the colossal strike. Once again, the worried athlete steps forward to offer assistance, knowing the god has pushed his body to the limit. But the god simply handed over the dizzy spinning dragon to his friend, his stubborn pride refusing to let anyone interfere in his battle. Standing tall once more, the god quietly acknowledges that overcoming such a massive weight difference head-on is still a monumental challenge. But a chilling dark shadow falls over his face as he clenches his fist, reminding himself that there is no boulder in this world his knuckles cannot shatter. With his resolve hardened, the god dashes forward again, formulating a deadly strategy to break the giant piece by piece, starting with his weakest points. Ducking under another wild, desperate swing from the brute, the god slips effortlessly into the giant's blind spot. A devastating punch explodes directly into the giant's unprotected ribs, sending a shockwave of agony straight through his massive torso. Without giving his opponent a single second to breathe, the god weaves around him, unleashing a systematic flurry of brutal strikes to his vital organs. Another thunderous blow lands squarely on the brute's side, completely shattering his defenses and forcing the giant to stagger backward. Trembling and gasping for air, the massive giant clutches his bruised midsection, glaring at the god with a mixture of terror and burning hatred. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the cowardly giant raises a hand and panics, screaming that they are supposed to be in a fair one-on-one duel and that bringing allies is cheating. Whirling around in utter confusion, the god turns to look back at his standing companion, his momentum temporarily broken by the giant's absurd claim. He quickly clarifies to the giant that his friend isn't even helping, completely unaware of the deadly trap opening up right behind him. But as he turns his back, a sudden, chilling draft of air warns him too late that his focus has slipped from his opponent. In a flash of terrifying speed, the giant slips behind him, locking his massive arms around the god's throat in a brutal rear-naked choke. Grinning wickedly as he squeezes with all his remaining strength, the giant gloats that he has finally caught the slippery little rat. The chokehold tightens like a steel vise, completely cutting off the god's oxygen as his face begins to turn a dangerous shade of purple. Watching from the sidelines, the athlete's eyes widen in sheer horror, realizing the god's life is in immediate grave danger. Gasping and clawing desperately at the massive arms around his neck, the suffocating god barely manages to squeeze out a faint plea for help. Wasting no time, the loyal athlete charges forward with explosive speed, screaming that he is coming to rescue him before it's too late. The god's vision begins to fade into darkness as the giant applies maximum pressure, his final gasps of air rapidly escaping his lungs. But just as the athlete is about to strike, the god suddenly musters a shocking, throat-tearing scream, ordering his friend to stay back and absolutely not help. Skidding to a sudden halt, the athlete stares in absolute open-mouthed confusion, utterly baffled as to why the suffocating god would refuse a life-saving rescue. The god's face twists into a terrifyingly wide, manic grin as he lets out a silent laugh, far from panic despite the chokehold tightening around his throat. Squeezing with everything he has, the giant gloats, utterly convinced he has won, while the god merely grits his teeth and prepares his counterattack. The suffocating pressure is immense, completely compressing the blood vessels in his neck and cutting off the vital oxygen flow to his brain. But his body is built differently. Activating his neck muscle reinforcement, he hardens his flesh to resist the crushing force. In a split second, he contracts his neck muscles with violent precision, creating a microscopic but crucial gap in the giant's impenetrable grip. With the gap successfully formed, the god's hands shoot upward, targeting the giant's locked arms like striking vipers. He wedges his fingers directly into the tight space, prying at the massive forearms with inhuman leverage. Channeling raw energy into his own arms, he activates his muscle reinforcement to maximize his crushing grip strength. With a terrifying surge of power, he squeezes the giant's forearms, the pressure so intense it threatens to crush the brute's bones. Screaming in sudden agonizing pain, the giant is forced to break his chokehold, reeling backward in complete disbelief. Clutching his throbbing, bruised arms, the giant staggers back, staring at the monster masquerading as a high schooler. To the giant, the god feels like an absolute psycho, an unstoppable force of nature that cannot be broken by conventional means. Locking his cold, piercing blue eyes onto his target, the god realizes the giant's guard has finally cracked. Like a massive boulder with a deep fissure running through it, the brute's formidable defense is on the verge of shattering. Tightening his fist until his knuckles turn white, the god prepares to deliver the final devastating blow. He remembers a training session in the gym just a few days ago when his personal trainer warned him about the limits of human anatomy. The trainer had emphasized that flawless form is the absolute foundation of building and controlling true physical power. Demonstrating with massive weights, the instructor sank into a perfect squat, pushing his body to the absolute limit. He felt the incredible strain coursing through his thigh muscles, the raw tension proving to be the ultimate form of physical conditioning. Intrigued by the challenge, the god stepped up to the massive barbell, ready to push his own limits. The trainer panicked instantly, shouting a frantic warning that the weight was far too dangerous for someone his size. The god merely smirked, casually hoisting the astronomical weight onto his shoulders without a single shred of fear. His legs began to shake violently under the crushing load, his joints creaking as he fought to maintain his balance. Seeing his legs buckle, the trainer screamed at him to stop before he permanently shattered his spine. Yet, through the intense pain, the god's grin only widened, fully enjoying the sheer thrill of the struggle. He recalled the legend of Mu, the absolute master of muscle control who transcended the limits of the mortal flesh. Mu had achieved complete, perfect synchronization over every single fiber in his body, directing his energy with terrifying precision. With a single fluid motion, Mu could concentrate his entire physical mass into a single point of devastating impact. His punches carried the weight of a meteor, striking solid stone structures and sending shockwaves of pure destruction through them. Even the grandest, most ancient stone monuments would shatter instantly under the sheer unbridled force of Mu's strikes. Refocusing in the gym, the god had forced his thigh muscles to swell and adapt, unlocking the same explosive technique. He began performing lightning-fast squats, moving so rapidly that the terrified trainer could only watch in utter disbelief. Now, back in the alleyway, the god concentrates that very same explosive energy directly into his right arm, veins bulging with terrifying power. Beside him, the worried athlete asks if he is still fit to fight, completely unaware of the monstrous power about to be unleashed. Using his enhanced leg muscles, the god launches himself forward with a blinding, explosive dash that tears up the asphalt beneath him. The sheer speed of his movement creates a violent pressure wave, a sudden, blinding flash of pure kinetic force. Cocking his fist back, the god unleashes a devastating straight punch, his entire body rotating to maximize the impact. The giant raises his arms in a desperate panicked attempt to block the incoming missile of muscle and bone. With a thunderous explosion, the god's fist collides squarely with the giant's guard, shattering his defense like glass. A massive shockwave ripples through the alleyway, the raw force of the impact completely eclipsing everything that came before. To the giant's senses, it feels as if a colossal mountain has been violently pulverized into a million tiny fragments. Sinking deep into his chest, the impact leaves a massive, brutal crater as the giant is violently launched backward. Standing over his fallen opponent, the god's expression is remarkably calm, his breathing steady after delivering the monumental strike. But the silence is broken as he bursts into a manic, bloodthirsty grin, completely intoxicated by the thrill of his overwhelming victory. On the cold asphalt, the giant lies completely unconscious, foaming at the mouth and thoroughly defeated by the god's terrifying power.
Elsewhere in the city, two high school classmates walk calmly down a paved street, completely unaware of the brutal war that just took place.
The curious classmate asks the girl about the mysterious guy who keeps clinging to her, wanting to know his true identity. She thinks back to the day she lost her wallet, recalling how a group of terrifying thugs cornered her in a dark alleyway. In her desperate attempt to flee the dangerous situation, her precious wallet had slipped unnoticed from her pocket. But the real terror begins as a calculating, dangerous individual holds up her stolen student ID, his eyes gleaming with a sinister plot. The girl slams her hands on the desk in absolute desperation, demanding answers as her precious ID card is held right in front of her. Frantic and terrified, she tears through the office, searching every corner for anything that can save her from this mounting nightmare. Running blindly into the hallway, she collides heavily with a fellow student, their sudden clash shattering the tense silence. Her companion, Hae-jun, turns around with a face of pure rage, his veins bulging as the unfairness of the situation pushes him over the edge. She stands her ground, reminding him with fierce intensity that running away and avoiding this crisis won't solve a single thing. Realizing there is no escape, Hae-jun grips his phone tightly, preparing to make a critical choice that will alter their path. Under the blood-red sunset, he calls his friends, cancels his plans for the day, and prepares to plunge headfirst into danger. Deep within the city, at a local establishment, the true perpetrators of this scheme are waiting, completely unaware of the storm brewing. Inside, a smug, hooded punk lounges casually on a leather sofa, completely relaxed as he prepares to enjoy his daily routine. But the door is violently kicked open with a deafening crash, revealing a furious shadow bent on absolute destruction. Before the smug punk can even react, a devastating fist explodes directly into his face, shattering his glasses and his arrogance in a single blow. In a relentless flurry of pure violence, the intruder unleashes a brutal beatdown, hammering the punk onto the sofa with terrifying strength. The punk's loyal lackey panics instantly, screaming in terror as he realizes his young master is being ruthlessly pulverized. Glaring from beneath his hood, the battered punk spits blood, his eyes burning with lethal hatred as he demands to know who dares to attack him. Sensing the imminent danger, the panicked lackey scrambles to the phone, screaming for reinforcements to swarm the room immediately. With a violent bang, the door is thrown open as a massive, towering bodyguard steps into the room, ready to crush the intruder. Two hulking behemoths in suits flood the narrow office, completely cornering Hae-jun as they prepare to tear him limb from limb. But Hae-jun stands his ground, completely unaware of the monstrous legacy sleeping deep within his genetic code. Pulsing through his very veins is the terrifying, unyielding blood of the brutal demon he has despised his entire life. With a low, guttural growl, Hae-jun winds up his fist, his body moving with a savage instinct that defies human limits. A monstrous straight punch collides with the lead bodyguard, launching the massive suit through the air with explosive, bone-shattering force. The giant bodyguard crashes heavily onto the concrete floor, out cold and thoroughly broken before the fight can even truly begin.
Standing amidst the absolute wreckage, Heijun looks down at the groveling thugs, an aura of terrifying dominance radiating from his frame. He spits on the floor, calling out their pathetic scam and demanding to know why they are extorting money they have no right to touch. Trembling in his own blood, the beaten punk tries to play his final card, gasping out a desperate threat about his family's powerful name. But Heijun merely glares down with icy contempt, warning the punk that if they ever cross his path again, he will show them true despair. Stepping heavily onto the fallen bodyguard's back, Heijun strides out of the office, leaving a trail of broken bodies and shattered pride in his wake. Left behind in the ruined room, the humiliated punk clutches his face, his mind consumed by a terrifying urge for absolute revenge. Meanwhile, high above the peaceful streets, two high schoolers walk calmly, completely detached from the brutal conflict that just unfolded. Satisfied with his day's work, the blue-haired god grins widely, licking his lips as he revels in the joy of a good fight. The amazed athlete beside him stares in utter disbelief, demanding to know how the god can suddenly swell his muscles to such monstrous proportions. Smirking, the god raises his hand, demonstrating the perfect, effortless contraction of his veins and muscle fibers. Desperate to learn, the athlete tries his best to copy the technique, but his fingers only vibrate in a weak, hilarious attempt. God sighs, explaining that the athlete's primary issue is that he has not yet learned to truly communicate with his own muscles. He explains that every single muscle group has its own unique personality, requiring deep focus and individual respect to unlock. To the uninitiated, these muscles feel trapped behind a steel cage of mortal limits, unable to connect or work in perfect harmony. With the agonizing torment of muscle-held training, a true warrior can whip those stubborn fibers into absolute, unquestioning submission. Inspired by the bizarre lesson, the athlete continues to wildly shake his hands as he walks away, determined to master the technique. Perched on the god's head, his pet chameleon questions whether it's truly wise to casually hand over such legendary secrets. The god merely chuckles, admitting that watching his allies grow stronger only means he gets to enjoy far more thrilling battles in the future. Behind his confident smile, a dark shadow looms, reminding him that he must rapidly ascend to a level where he can challenge the demon Lucifer. With a sudden, intense seriousness, his eyes narrow as he declares that from this moment on, his life is nothing but pure, unadulterated training. Back at the Syndicate's main headquarters, the bruised punk stands before his powerful uncle, desperately trying to justify his pathetic defeat. He explains how their lucrative illegal gambling system was running flawlessly until that monstrous high schooler ruined everything. The flamboyant boss bursts into mock laughter, mocking his nephew's weak excuses and questioning if he is truly fit to inherit the family business. But his laughter quickly fades into a chilling, calculated grin, reminding the boy that every failure in this line of work is merely a lesson. Slinging a heavy arm over his nephew's shoulder, the sinister CEO, Choi Sang-gil, promises to step in personally and smooth things over.
Meanwhile, in the dark underbelly of the building, the three disgraced bodyguards kneel in their underwear, sobbing and begging for mercy.
A towering, savage mobster holding a heavy wooden bat looms over them, his voice dripping with pure disgust at their humiliating defeat. Shoving the thick handle of the bat directly into the lead guard's mouth, the mobster prepares to deliver a brutal punishment they will never forget. Cornered and desperate, the defeated fighter has no choice but to swallow the strange, glowing blue pill forced upon him, sealing his dark pact with the Syndicate. High above the city's corrupt streets, the sinister mob boss drags his trembling nephew deep into the bowels of his secret operations. Their heavy footsteps echo through the cold concrete hallways as they draw closer to the heart of the Syndicate's true power. With a wicked, knowing grin, the boss ushers the boy forward, eager to unveil the monstrous secret they have been hiding from the world. Below them lies a massive, roaring underground coliseum, a blood-soaked arena where human lives are traded for cold, hard cash. Young Punk gasps in sheer terror, completely overwhelmed by the brutal scale of the illegal fighting ring operating right beneath his feet. The cold-hearted tycoon explains that true power lies in controlling these violent spectacles, manipulating the desperate souls who fight for survival. Pointing down toward the cage, the boss orders his nephew to pay close attention to the absolute monster stepping into the spotlight. It is the disgraced bodyguard, now mutated into a towering mountain of muscle, purple veins bulging as a supernatural energy surges through his body. The terrified nephew can barely breathe, realizing with horror that this savage beast is no longer human. As the referee signals the start of the match, the colossal mutant locks eyes with his doomed opponent, ready to unleash absolute devastation. In a fraction of a second, the beast launches himself forward with explosive force, tearing across the canvas like a runaway train. The desperate opponent raises his arms in a panic, bracing for the impact of a strike he cannot possibly hope to survive. With a sickening, bone-crushing crack, the mutant's fist collides squarely with the defender's guard, shattering his bones instantly. The arena echoes with a blood-curdling scream of pure agony as the opponent's defenses are ruthlessly pulverized under the pressure. Without a shred of mercy, a devastating follow-up punch explodes directly into the fighter's face, instantly knocking him unconscious.
Stepping back, the mutant marvels at his own hands, utterly intoxicated by the sheer terrifying power vibrating through his very core. He bursts into a manic, bloodthirsty laugh, completely losing himself to the savage thrill of his effortless and brutal victory. Up in the shadows of the VIP booth, the boss quietly reveals the source of this dark miracle, a single unassuming blue pill resting in his palm. This tiny chemical weapon is all it takes to instantly rebuild a man into an unstoppable, mindless engine of war. With this drug in his possession, the tycoon boastfully claims complete dominion over life and death, deciding every battle before it even begins. The nephew stares at the drug in stunned silence, his mind racing as he realizes the horrific advantage they now hold over their enemies. Down in the cage, the mutated beast roars with arrogant fury, convinced that with this power, he can finally rip their high school nemesis limb from limb. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit gym, Haejun strains under the immense weight of a massive barbell, pushing his body past its mortal limits. He racks the weights and catches his breath, his muscles screaming as his loyal little companion cheers him on from the sidelines. A seasoned athlete nearby watches in absolute awe, praising the high schooler's terrifying work ethic and explosive muscle activation. The seasoned trainer admits he has never seen anyone pack on such dense, powerful muscle mass in such an incredibly short amount of time. But Haejun only stares back with icy, hollow eyes, muttering a chilling truth that leaves the trainer utterly speechless. The trainer yells in disbelief, insulted that a kid with such monstrous strength could possibly complain about being too weak. But Haejun knows the truth. In his mind's eye, the towering demonic silhouette of Lucifer looms, reminding him of the impossible peak he must conquer. Walking home under the blood-red sunset, Haejun carries his small dragon companion, his mind focused entirely on the brutal trials ahead. Suddenly, the peaceful evening is shattered as the small dragon's phone begins to ring loudly, vibrating with urgent intensity. The panicked dragon scrambles onto Haejun's head, screaming that a critical call is coming through right this second. On the other end of the line, his fierce classmate demands to know where he has been hiding, furious that they have been missing for a week. A dangerous, confident grin spreads across Haejun's face as he tells her he is finally ready to test his new strength in a real fight. Deep in a dark alleyway, two female street fighters count their earned cash, completely unaware of the storm brewing just around the corner. The shadow of a lone challenger suddenly falls over the alley, blocking their only exit and cutting off the light. Sensing the hostile presence, both girls snap their heads around, their survival instincts instantly putting them on high alert. Recognizing the high schooler, the fiery red-haired girl steps forward, recalling their previous clash and vowing to finish him off for good. With blinding speed, she vaults through the air, her legs slicing through the wind like a deadly whip. Her heavy kick lands with a thunderous impact directly against Haejun's chest, a blow strong enough to shatter ribs.
The sheer force of the strike pushes him backward, but Haejun smoothly slides across the pavement, keeping his balance perfectly.
Clinging to his head, the worried dragon calls out, desperately hoping his master hasn't been severely injured by the surprise assault. But Haejun merely smirks, his chest muscles swelling and flexing like solid steel as he reveals his perfect defensive adaptation. By focusing his energy, he has learned to shield his vital organs with dense muscle armor, rendering her deadliest strikes completely useless. Before she can even recover, Haejun lunges forward with terrifying speed, his physical presence instantly filling the alleyway. He unleashes a torrential storm of heavy, rapid-fire punches, forcing her to fall back into a desperate defensive stance. To her terrified senses, it feels as if a colossal demonic giant has materialized over her, completely reversing the power dynamic. Using his enhanced leg muscles, Haejun sweeps low, throwing his entire body weight into a devastating, bone-shattering low kick. She barely manages to block the heavy strike, her arms vibrating violently as she stares in horror at the manic, victorious grin stretching across his face. The fiery street fighter suddenly drops incredibly low, slipping right under Haejun's heavy strike with a blinding evasion that catches him completely off guard. Glaring up at him with pure predatory rage, she snarled that assuming he has already won just because of her small size is his biggest mistake. With terrifying force, she hammers her fist downward, aiming to shatter his posture and break his guard in a single devastating move. Deep beneath his skin, Haejun's dense muscle fibers absorb the massive vibration, screaming under the intense concentrated pressure. Straining to keep his footing, Haejun is forced onto his knees while his smirking opponent smugly notes that his grueling training has at least made him a bit tougher. Stripping away any remaining hesitation, her eyes widen with a psychotic focus as she prepares to go completely all out to dismantle him. She morphs into a chaotic blur of high-speed strikes, throwing herself into a relentless offensive that leaves absolutely no room for escape. Without warning, her elbow slices upward in a devastating blow, smashing directly into Haejun's jaw with bone-rattling velocity. Pivoting seamlessly on her heel, she drives a brutal spinning elbow directly into his ribs, attempting to break his resolve. She rams her fist straight into his midsection to deliver the finishing blow, but her eyes instantly widen with sheer horror as she realizes her hand is completely stuck. Grinning like an absolute demon, Haejun looks down at her as his hyper-developed abdominal muscles clamp around her fist like a vice of solid steel. Before she can even comprehend her predicament, his heavy hand wraps tightly around her collar, sealing her inescapable doom. With a savage single-handed effort, Heijun slams her violently into the stone-cold pavement, fracturing the concrete beneath her. Pinning her down instantly, his sneaker presses directly onto her face, grinding her pride into the dirt. Stamping his foot down with monstrous strength, a massive shockwave ripples through the alleyway, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Barely slipping away from the lethal stomp, the dazed girl slides back on all fours, trembling as she realizes the sheer scale of the monster she is fighting. Heijun doesn't give her a single second to breathe. His massive calf muscle bulges, charging up with overwhelming kinetic energy. Like a missile launched from its silo, he rockets forward with explosive speed, leaving a shattered trail of concrete behind him. Synergizing his lower and upper body muscle groups in perfect harmony, he channels an unstoppable force directly into his right arm. The terrified fighter frantically crosses her arms to block, but the sheer velocity of his incoming strike blows her defenses wide open. Just as she is about to be utterly crushed, a powerful green-jacketed ally slides in from the shadows to absorb the devastating impact. Newcomer gasps in utter shock, realizing this high schooler's raw power is on an entirely different level than their legendary syndicate leader. Stepping forward with a fierce, confident smirk, the newcomer leaps into the fray, determined to help finish off this unstoppable beast. With lethal grace, she launches herself into the air, unleashing a ferocious, high-angle kick aimed directly at Heijun's head. Faced with the dual threat, Heijun slams his foot down hard, determined to break through their defense with raw, unadulterated power. Slipping under the deadly kick, he charges forward, his eyes locked on his targets with a terrifying, wild focus. The green-jacketed fighter stares in absolute disbelief, completely overwhelmed by how much faster the kid has gotten since their last clash. Seizing the absolute limit of the opening, the orange-haired girl drives her fist straight into Heijun's cheek with all her remaining strength. The heavy blow lands flush, but Heijun's face barely moves, his eyes shining with a cold, terrifying madness that refuses to yield. Before she can even pull her hand back, Heijun's thick, callous fingers reach out to grab her by the skull. Sensing her partner's life is on the line, the green-jacketed fighter launches a desperate high-speed kick to deflect his reach. A heavy blow collides with his head, but Heijun merely absorbs the shockwave, his monstrous durability defying all human limits. Together, the two girls unleash a desperate, chaotic barrage of strikes, frantically trying to find a single weak point in his defense. The alleyway echoes with the brutal sound of relentless blows, yet Heijun continues to stand his ground like an unshakable fortress. Stepping back to assess the damage, Heijun realizes his grueling training has paid off, but handling two agile opponents at once is a major headache. Looking up at his loyal little dragon shivering on his head, a wild, unbelievably reckless idea suddenly flashes in his eyes. He reaches up slowly, his hand wrapping tightly around the tail of his completely oblivious and terrified companion. Grinning maniacally, Heijun swings his arm back, declaring that since they want to double-team him, it is officially a 2-on-2 match. The two seasoned street fighters freeze in absolute shock, utterly unable to comprehend the sheer absurdity unfolding before them. With a wild sweeping motion, Heijun charges forward, brandishing his screaming dragon like a biological flail. The swirling reptile strikes with surprising force, leaving the green-jacketed fighter dazed as the orange-haired girl desperately tries to find an opening. She realizes that while a long-range weapon is intimidating, it inevitably creates a massive blind spot in close quarters. Ducking beneath the chaotic swing, she slips inside his guard and unleashes a brutal, calculated uppercut directly to his chin. The bone-shattering strike connects, but Heijun instantly releases his grip on the dragon, launching the screaming beast directly at her partner's face. As the flying dragon completely blinds the green-jacketed fighter, Heijun drives his forehead forward with monstrous power, delivering a skull-crushing headbutt that finishes the battle once and for all. The devastating headbutt hits with the force of a wrecking ball, instantly scrambling the orange-haired girl's senses and sending her crashing to the floor. With their coordinated attack completely dismantled, the alleyway falls into a heavy, terrified silence broken only by the whimpers of his defeated opponents. Standing tall among the rubble, Heijun wipes a thin trail of blood from his lip, his chest rising and falling as he marvels at the fruits of his training. His little dragon scuttles back onto his shoulder, dizzy and squeaking in protest, but proud to have survived another absurdly chaotic victory. As the dust settles, Heijun stares down at his hands, realizing that while he has conquered the streets, the shadow of the demon Lucifer still looms larger than ever. Heijun reveals his ultimate secret. By strengthening his neck muscles to an inhuman degree, he can absorb devastating headbutt impacts and protect his brain. With a dangerous smirk, he notes that his iron body has successfully turned his opponent's own offensive momentum against her. For anyone receiving that same monstrous, concentrated force without any defense, the impact is absolutely fatal. The green-jacketed fighter freezes in sheer horror as she stares down at her completely unresponsive partner. Overcome with panic and rage, she screams out her partner's name, her survival instincts entirely overridden by a desperate need for revenge. Bolting forward with relentless speed, she throws every single ounce of her remaining strength into a final, decisive strike. Vaulting through the air, she drives a high-speed flying knee strike directly toward his open flank. The brutal blow collides violently with his side, but Heijun stands his ground, barely even budging under the impact. Grinning like an absolute demon, Haejun reveals his next physical adaptation, strengthening his side muscles to clamp her leg like a vice.
She gasps in sudden terror as she realizes her leg is completely trapped, completely unable to break free from his muscular armor. Her eyes widen in absolute panic as the crushing pressure begins to violently squeeze her trapped limb. She unleashes a desperate, agonizing scream as his dense muscle fibers tighten around her ankle with bone-shattering force. In a last-ditch effort to break his concentration, she hammers her free heel directly against his jaw, but the strike does absolutely nothing. Haejun merely absorbs the heavy blow, his wild, unyielding gaze proving that her deadliest attacks are completely useless. Before she can even register her failure, his thick, callous fingers wrap tightly around her sneakers, sealing her inescapable doom.
With a single effortless motion, Haejun hoists her completely upside down, leaving her utterly defenseless in midair. Smirking wickedly, Haejun muses that while he usually prefers raw strikes over joint locks, he's more than happy to make an exception for old time's sake. With a brutal sweeping pivot, he twists her body through the air, sending her cap flying as she loses all sense of gravity. Slamming her onto the concrete, he locks her in a devastating ancient Egyptian joint submission designed to completely dismantle her joints. He cranks his submission with relentless strength, forcing her leg into a highly unnatural, agonizing angle. She screams in pure, unadulterated torment as the excruciating pain floods her entire nervous system. Deep within her leg, her bones and tendons scream under the intense pressure, threatening to snap completely at any second. Sobbing in agonizing defeat, she frantically taps out, begging him to stop and screaming her absolute surrender. Haejun merely looks down at her with a mockingly pleasant smirk, thoroughly enjoying her desperate pleas for mercy. Licking his lips in anticipation, he demands his prize, ready to claim his reward for conquering the streets. He violently shakes her upside down like a human piggy bank, demanding she hand over every single coin she has earned. Dazed and trembling, the defeated fighter desperately crawls away, trying to escape his terrifying presence. But Haejun closes in like a relentless predator, his demonic grin leaving her absolutely no room to breathe. Terrified of what he might do next, she frantically reaches into her unconscious partner's pockets to grab their cash. Seeing her delay, Haejun raises his massive fist, preparing to deliver a final, crushing blow to end it all. Panicking, she throws a massive stack of bills into the air, screaming for him to just take all of their money and leave them alone. Haejun pauses in surprise as a literal rain of currency flutters right in front of his face. He watches in silence as the hard-earned Street Fighter cash scatters all over the cold pavement. Standing alone amidst the floating bills, Haejun is left completely speechless by the sudden chaotic surrender. Placing his opponent's green cap onto his head with a smug smile, he promises himself to collect even more next time. Under the dim light of a street lamp, the quiet street becomes the backdrop to a defeated retreat. Limping heavily, the battered street fighter carries her unconscious partner away from the monster of the alleyway. Completely out cold and sporting a massive, throbbing bump on her head, Chungu is completely finished. Meanwhile, in front of a busy regional emergency medical center, a brand new storm is quietly brewing. Covered in bandages and seething with pure rage, Yangzhou from Wild Goose High School stomps out of the hospital. He curses his rotten luck, utterly humiliated by his recent defeat and swearing vengeance on those who ruined him. Stomping his foot in frustration, he vows to murder the bullying bastard who put him in this pathetic state. Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through his anger, asking him why he looks so incredibly miserable.
Yangzhou snaps his head around, glaring at the strangely dressed punk who just approached him. Stepping out of the shadows, Kwok Dugyan from Cuckoo High School sneers, mocking his battered appearance. Dugyan mockingly offers to let Yangzhou use him as a sandbag, confident that he can't even land a decent hit in his state.
He continues to push his buttons, laughing at how easily young Joe got absolutely wrecked by a mere high schooler from the next district. Furious at the relentless disrespect, Yangzhou lunges forward and grabs Dugyan tightly by the collar. But Dugyan doesn't flinch. Instead, a highly dangerous, confident smirk spreads across his face, ready for a fight. As the tension explodes between the two rivals, a massive clash of egos threatens to tear the street apart. A sinister, terrifying grin spreads across the face of a true psychopath, teeth bared in absolute bloodlust. Yangzhou's eyes bulge in pure horror as his worst nightmare stands directly in front of him, suffocating any hope of escape. Grabbing him violently by the collar, Dugyan prepares a massive, devastating fist, mockingly telling his rival that he's about to lose every single tooth in his mouth. The devastating punch connects, launching Yangzhou backward with bone-shattering force as he crashes into a brick pillar, completely knocked out cold. The next day, the setting sun casts a long shadow over the street fighters as they limp away from the battlefield, counting their massive losses. But their path is suddenly blocked by a dark, towering silhouette, a menacing figure waiting for them in the dimming light. Recognizing the danger immediately, the orange-haired girl demands to know what Dugyan wants, her guard rising as tension explodes in the air. Dugyan doesn't answer. Instead, a terrifying, unnatural purple glow begins to surge violently through the veins of his neck. A maniacal, demonic smirk stretches across his face as he coldly declares that they are nothing more than bad luck to him. Inhaling deeply, Dugyan raises his hand to his face, his eyes widening with a sudden, overwhelming surge of volatile power.
Inside his body, a mysterious concentrated mass of dark purple energy explodes outward, flooding his veins with inhuman strength.
Under the influence of this unnatural power, a terrifying blue aura flares around him, transforming his presence into something monstrous. Bulking up with pure, dense muscle, he looms over the two girls like an unstoppable beast, ready to tear them apart. The shadow of his brutal conquest over Yangzhou looms large, proving to his terrified targets that no one is safe from his wrath. With bloodshot, glowing eyes, he maniacally declares himself the absolute top dog, ready to crush anyone who stands in his way. In the blink of an eye, Dugyan charges forward with explosive, blinding speed, his target locked on the orange-haired girl. She gasps in sheer terror as his monstrous frame closes the distance before she can even raise her guard. His massive claw-like hand reaches out to wrap around her skull, threatening to crush her head like a grape. Reacting on pure survival instincts, she barely manages to slip beneath his reach, her heart hammering against her ribs. Seizing the brief opening, the two partners launch a coordinated, desperate counterattack to stop his relentless advance. The green-jacketed fighter unleashes a high-speed, soaring kick directly to his temple, hoping to shatter his balance. At the exact same moment, the orange-haired girl leaps into the air, driving her entire weight behind a flying strike. She hammers her fist downward with all her might, aiming to crack his defense once and for all. As her fist collides, her eyes widen in agony as a sharp, shooting pain jolts through her own hand, as if she had struck solid steel. The devastating kick to his temple lands flush, yet Dugyan's head barely even moves, absorbing the impact as if it were a gentle breeze. The green-jacketed fighter freezes in absolute shock, realizing her deadliest kick did absolutely no damage to this monster. Dugyan merely smiles through the strike, his iron body proving completely impervious to their combined defensive momentum. Before she can even pull her leg back, Dugyan's thick, calloused fingers reach out and clamp around her ankle like a vice. Grinning like an absolute demon, he prepares to unleash a brutal, calculated strike on her trapped limb. With a terrifying, swift blow, he hammers her knee, sending a sickening crunch echoing through the street. Deep within her leg, her bone cracks under the immense, concentrated pressure of his monstrous fist. She collapses to the pavement with an agonizing scream, leaving her partner burning with white-hot fury and desperation. Overwhelmed by rage, the orange-haired girl bolts forward, throwing every ounce of her remaining strength into a final charge. Clenching her fist until her knuckles turn white, she prepares to unleash a desperate, chaotic barrage. She rains down a furious storm of strikes upon his body, desperately trying to find a single weak point in his defense. Her relentless blows do absolutely nothing, and before she can recoil, his massive hand clamps tightly over her face. Effortlessly hoisting her off the ground, Dugyan chuckles maniacally, mocking her best efforts as nothing more than a tickle. Staring into her terrified, wide eyes, he asks what she thinks of his perfect body before driving his arm downward with monstrous power. He slams her head violently into the concrete, the impact striking with the force of a wrecking ball. Letting go of her limp form, Dugyan watches with a dangerous smirk as the dust begins to settle around his defeated foes. Kneeling helplessly against the shattered spiderweb-cracked concrete, her consciousness completely fades away. Dropping heavily onto the pavement, she lies completely unresponsive, her coordinated defense utterly dismantled. Staring down at his defeated opponents, Dugyan sneers, mocking their pathetic strength and questioning their street reputation. Stepping over their broken bodies, Dugyan walks away with a smug smile, thoroughly satisfied with his overwhelming victory. Behind him, the green-jacketed fighter desperately carries her unconscious partner away, limping toward the nearest hospital. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet street, praising Dugyan's absolutely terrifying performance. Grinning wildly with a flushed, bloodshot face, Dugyan admits that this bizarre, overwhelming power is driving him completely insane. His eyes shine with a terrifying, unyielding madness as he declares that with this strength, he is completely invincible. But curiosity gets the better of him, and he questions why his hooded companion doesn't just use this power to crush everyone himself. The mysterious backer merely smiles, revealing a dark warning about the drug. The greater the power, the more destructive the psychological side effects. The sinister truth of the drug is laid bare as the eccentric distributor waves off the horrific risk, grinning as he warns that a sudden explosive psychological collapse is always just around the corner. Unfazed by the warning, the massive high schooler and his hoodied accomplice stride off into the city streets, bickering over useless dietary remedies that can't possibly save them from what's to come. Meanwhile, a heavy, deliberate step echoes against the pavement, signaling the arrival of a dangerous wildcard who is about to turn this entire district upside down. Wearing a bizarre green lizard on his head, the blue-haired fighter Ijime scans his surroundings, his keen eyes searching desperately for his next destination. Flashing a manic, predatory smile, he pulls his stolen green cap low over his eyes, licking his lips as he vows to leave an unforgettable mark on his targets. Back in class, Ijime leans in to interrogate a quiet schoolgirl, demanding she tell him exactly where he can find the lead he's looking for.
Blushing furiously, she unzips her school bag to reveal the little green lizard, nodding in agreement as she prepares to help him on his wild quest. Reaching down to grab a hastily drawn map from her desk, Ijume's intense gaze locks onto the rough directions, eager to hunt down his target. Guided by a digital navigation screen, the tiny lizard chirps directions, charting a direct course straight toward the belly of the beast. With the lizard tucked securely into his backpack like a miniature navigator, Ijume marches forward with absolute confidence, ready for whatever lies ahead. The path leads him directly to the imposing gates of a bustling high school where the next piece of the violent puzzle is waiting. Suddenly, a familiar orange-haired fighter limps through the schoolyard on crutches, her bandaged leg a grim testament to Dugyeon's monstrous power. Her jaw drops in utter shock as she spots Ijume standing right in front of her, proudly wearing the very cap that was stolen during the brutal alleyway mugging. Seeking answers, they rush over to the towering regional medical center where the victims of the city's underground war are being treated. Standing over a hospital bed, they look down at her battered, unconscious partner Chungu, who lies wrapped in heavy bandages after her brutal defeat. The injured girl explains that a terrifying psycho ambushed them yesterday, quickly clarifying that she isn't talking about Ijume himself, but an even worse monster. As she curses the name of Kwak Dagyan, a sudden muffled groan from behind the nearby privacy curtain cuts her off, sparking instant curiosity. Snapping into action, Ijume grips the white curtain and flings it aside, ready to reveal who is hiding in the adjacent bed. Behind the fabric lies another heavily bandaged fighter, thrashing wildly under the sheets as pure terror and fury consume him. Recognizing the name of his attacker, the newly awakened patient sits up abruptly, screaming Kwak Dugyan's name with every ounce of his remaining strength. The hospital ward echoes with his raw, unbridled rage as he thrashes against his medical equipment, completely losing control at the mere mention of his rival. Cursing the bastard who put him in this pathetic state, his physical outburst pushes his battered body to its absolute limits. Outside, the frantic voices of doctors and nurses ring through the hospital corridors as the patient suddenly plunges into severe shock, his painkillers mysteriously missing from his IV. The chaotic energy inside the medical facility intensifies as the dark reality of Dugyeon's brutal district-wide conquest begins to set in. Back in the room, the terrified teenager collapses back onto his pillows, gasping for air as the visitors watch in stunned silence. Clutching his bandaged face, the traumatized fighter prepares to reveal the terrifying secrets of the monster who broke him. He whispers in horror that Dugyeon consumed a bizarre, strength-enhancing drug, transforming a former weakling into an unstoppable demon. He confesses that despite Dugyeon's pathetic reputation, he was the most devastatingly powerful opponent he had ever faced in his entire life. Listening intently, Ijume realizes that this mysterious drug-fueled beast is far more dangerous than any normal earthling he has encountered so far. Instead of fear, an overwhelming rush of excitement floods Ijume's veins, his face flushing red as his obsession to fight the ultimate opponent takes complete control. With a manic gleam in his eye, Ijume demands to know exactly where he can find this legendary monster. The injured girl shakes her head in despair, warning him that Dugyeon has vanished completely, evading even the police. Licking his lips with a wild, psychopathic grin, Ijume gleefully declares that if the law can't find him, he will hunt him down himself. Sometime later, a beefy school coach lectures Ijume about incorporating hard labor into his daily routine, completely unaware of the dark thoughts swirling in his student's mind. Lugging a heavy stack of cardboard boxes, Ijume mutters Dugyeon's name, wondering how a monster who is supposed to be hiding could remain so elusive. Carrying the heavy load up the school stairs, he senses that his prey might be lurking much closer than anyone anticipates. Unbeknownst to him, a purple-haired figure stands on the stairwell just above him, speaking quietly into a smartphone. Dugyeon barks furiously into his phone, snapping at his contact for warning him about his drug-fueled public rampages. Impatient and power-drunk, Dugyeon demands to know how much longer he has to wait to unleash his ultimate strength. Just around the corner, the stoic red-haired fighter Lee Hae-jun walks calmly down the school hallway, completely unaware that a storm is about to crash through the door. Stepping out of the stairwell, Dugyeon covers his mouth, his bloodshot eyes widening as he spots his ultimate target just a few yards away. With a sudden explosive kick, the classroom door is shattered open, sending shockwaves through the quiet corridor. Hae-jun turns his head slowly, his cold, unimpressed gaze locking onto the massive intruder standing in the doorway. Bulging purple veins surge violently across Dugyeon's neck as he flashes a psychotic grin, coldly declaring that today is the day Hae-jun dies. Before anyone can react, Dugyeon lunges into the classroom, grabbing a terrified student sitting near the door by his collar. Showing off his monstrous, drug-enhanced strength, he effortlessly hoists the student and his wooden chair high into the air with a single hand. With a maniacal laugh, Dugyeon hurls the helpless student straight at Hae-jun like a human projectile. Hae-jun doesn't even flinch, his eyes narrowing as the heavy wooden chair and screaming student barrel directly toward his face. Projectile misses, crashing violently through the glass window behind Hae-jun and showering the schoolyard below in a rain of razor-sharp shards. Screams of pure terror erupt as the classmates panic, realizing that a literal monster has invaded their school and no one is safe from the impending bloodbath.
Cornered against the shattered classroom window, the terrified student desperately demands to know who this massive intruder is, his heart hammering against his chest. There's no room for questions as Dugyeon charges forward with a blood-curdling roar, commanding absolute silence as his massive fist cuts through the air. Before the student can even blink, Dugyeon's heavy fist crashes violently into his face, a brutal strike that echoes through the room. The sheer force of the impact sends him flying backward across the classroom, his body crashing helplessly through desks and chairs. Dragging himself up in sheer agony, the student tries to find his footing, but the relentless monster is already looming over him, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Dugyeon's massive fist slams directly into the metal locker right beside his head, shattering the steel and forcing the student to realize that any hesitation means certain death. Refusing to go down without a fight, the desperate student clenches his fist, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength for a counterattack. With a wild, desperate swing, he unleashes a powerful punch right into the monster's jaw, hoping to stop this unstoppable force. The blow barely registers, Dugyeon merely spitting out a bit of saliva as his manic eyes lock back onto his prey with terrifying amusement. Panicking, the student unleashes a desperate barrage of punches, his hands moving in a blur as he strikes Dugyeon's chest over and over. Yet his relentless assault does absolutely nothing to the drug-fueled beast, who stands completely unfazed, absorbing the impacts like a brick wall. Flashing a sickening red-faced grin, Dugyeon mocks his futile attempts, laughing maniacally as he declares the desperate punches as nothing more than a tickle. Screaming in absolute horror and frustration, the student swings again, refusing to accept the monstrous disparity in their strength. Dugyeon catches the punch with his chin, his smug grin widening as he mockingly concedes that this latest strike actually stung a tiny bit. Before the student can pull away, Dugyeon's massive hand clamps down around his fist, squeezing with bone-crushing power. A scream of pure agony rips from the student's throat as his fingers crack under the pressure, leaving him entirely helpless in the monster's grasp. Outside the classroom, absolute chaos erupts as terrified students flee down the hallway, frantically crying out for a teacher as the violent commotion escalates. Amidst the panic, Haejun and a red-haired classmate watch the unfolding disaster, their expressions hardening as they realize a dangerous threat has breached their school. Suddenly, a stray slipper flies through the air, smacking Dugyeon squarely in the back of the head and breaking his focus. The red-haired girl steps forward, fiercely ordering the giant to let go of her classmate as she prepares to confront the beast head-on. Dugyeon slowly turns his head, his face twisting into a mocking sneer as he proudly declares that he has no intention of stopping. Undeterred by his massive size, she lunges forward, throwing her weight behind a powerful punch aimed straight at his face. Her fist connects with a resounding crack, a solid blow that forces the arrogant high schooler's head to snap back. Before Daejeon can retaliate, Lee Haejun suddenly steps into the fray, his cold, piercing gaze locking onto the intruder as he demands to know why he is starting a war on foreign turf. With lightning-fast reflexes, Haejun grabs his battered classmate's wrist, forcefully pulling him away from Dugyeon's lethal grip. Freed from the monster's hold, the injured student stumbles back, catching his breath as his protectors stand tall between him and the monster. Haejun's eyes burn with an icy, unforgiving rage as he declares that crossing the line by hurting his friends is a mistake Dugyeon will deeply regret. Standing side by side with his ally, Haejun readies his stance, the atmosphere growing suffocatingly tense as the real battle begins. Meanwhile, downstairs in the corridor, the explosive sounds of concrete cracking and metal buckling echo through the halls, instantly halting the school coach and Ijimai. Panic spreads like wildfire as students sprint past him, screaming about a legendary monster invading the third-year classrooms. The commotion reaches a boiling point, sending a wave of sheer confusion and alarm through the remaining bystanders as they look toward the stairs. A frantic student rushes up to the coach, gasping for air as he desperately begs him to stop the brutal bloodbath unfolding above. Gritting his teeth in sheer anger, the beefy coach roars, charging up the stairs to put an end to the absolute disrespect happening under his roof. Left behind in the hallway, Ijime casually tosses his heavy stack of cardboard boxes aside, his eyes shining with an insatiable, wild excitement. Sprinting toward the stairs with a manic grin, he eagerly joins the hunt, absolutely thrilled at the prospect of finally facing the legendary monster. Scurrying onto his shoulder, Ijimai's tiny green lizard chirps frantically, sensing a massive disturbance in the air. The horned lizard gasps, declaring that it can feel a surge of raw, unnatural mana emanating from the battlefield above. Back in the classroom, Dugyeon smiles wildly, his purple veins bulging as he prepares to completely crush his new challengers. As he throws a monstrous punch, Haejun ducks with flawless grace, the heavy strike whistling harmlessly over his head. Dugyeon swings again with a wide, furious hook, but Haejun moves like a shadow, effortlessly dodging every single blind strike. Watching the giant struggle, Haejun calmly notes that Dugyeon relies purely on brute strength, making his predictable movements incredibly easy to evade. Angered by his inability to land a hit, Dugyeon's face contorts with pure, unbridled rage, his mind completely collapsing under the drug's violent side effects. Roaring at the top of his lungs, the crazed giant lunges forward, screaming a vicious insult as he tries to tear his elusive opponent apart. Seizing the perfect distraction, Daljin rushes in from the side, delivering a powerful kick directly to the back of Dugyeon's knee. The precise strike buckles the giant's leg, forcing the monstrous high schooler to drop heavily onto his knees, his balance completely shattered. Capitalizing on the opening, Heijin strikes like a viper, driving his fingers directly into Dugyeon's eyes to completely blind his vision. Looking down at the thrashing giant, Heijun coldly explains that no matter how tough a body becomes, there's always a vulnerable weak spot waiting to be exploited. Working in perfect coordination, Heijun and Daljun unleash a relentless flurry of strikes on the blinded monster, their fists battering him from all sides.
Devastating final punch lands squarely on Dugyeon's cheek, rattling his skull and sending sweat and blood spraying into the air.
Roaring in pure, agonizing defeat, Dugyeon thrashes wildly, realizing that his invincible armor has been completely shattered by his calculating foes. Even as his face twists in pain, Dugyeon's bloodshot eyes lock onto his accomplice, the pulsing purple veins on his face throbbing with a desperate, manic intensity.
Brushing past his classmates in the chaotic corridor, Dugyeon charges forward like an unstoppable freight train, his mind completely consumed by a single desperate goal. Terror spreads like wildfire through the school as panicked students scramble for the exits, screaming at the top of their lungs to flee the impending carnage. Cornering the bald student who supplied him, Dugyeon violently grabs him by the collar, roaring in absolute desperation for just one more enhancement pill. Sinking into pure panic, the trembling dealer desperately gasps for breath, utterly terrified by the monstrous, drug-fueled beast he helped unleash. But Dugyeon refuses to let go, his grip tightening as he screams that he needs more power to crush the targets they agreed upon. Nearby, the calculating, dark red-haired plotter watches in sheer disbelief, realizing that their dangerous weapon has completely lost his mind. Trembling under the monster's suffocating aura, the dealer curses the psychotic giant under his breath, realizing he has made a fatal deal with a true devil. Turning his gaze back toward his targets, the dark red-haired plotter's face contorts with a venomous, quiet rage, resolving to put an end to this pathetic spectacle. Growling like a wild animal, Dugyeon prepares to squeeze the life out of the dealer unless he gets the drugs to sustain his monstrous state. Driven by sheer survival instincts, the dealer suddenly snaps, forcefully grabbing Dugyeon's face to force-feed him the final glowing blue pill. The tiny blue pill lands directly on Dugyeon's tongue, its unnatural pulsing power instantly sending a fresh wave of energy coursing through his veins. With a sinister, cold glare, the bald dealer commands the beast to unleash his absolute worst and utterly destroy their enemies. A sickening, demonic grin stretches across Dugyeon's face as he cracks his jaw, ready to unleash a level of violence the school has never seen before. Walking away with smug confidence, the dark red-haired mastermind mutters a final warning, completely unaware of the devastating storm brewing right behind him. Before he can even finish his sentence, a sudden, explosive shockwave tears through the air, catching him completely off guard. The devastating blast waves slam both the plotter and his companion brutally against the lockers, their bodies crashing hard against the cold metal. Standing amidst the swirling smoke, Dugyeon's body swells to twice its size, his muscles tearing through his shirt as pure drug-enhanced mana radiates from his skin. Witnessing the monstrous transformation, the red-haired girl gasps in horror, screaming out for her brother, Choli, who is caught in the direct line of fire. Desperate to save him, she bravely charges into the danger zone, completely ignoring the colossal monster looming directly behind her. Sensing her movement, Dugyeon's massive hand sweeps down like a descending guillotine, ready to crush the defenseless girl in a single swipe. But before his lethal hand can connect, a solid iron grip suddenly clamps around Dugyeon's wrist, halting the monstrous strike dead in its tracks. Stepping forward with an effortless smirk, the school's beefy coach stares down the giant, mockingly commenting on his pathetic attempt at a workout. Grinning fiercely, the coach's hand turns into a vice, squeezing Dugyeon's wrist with a crushing force that makes the giant's eyes widen in sudden shock. Channeling his raw physical dominance, the coach unleashes his overwhelming skill in forcing authority to completely subjugate the intruder. A brutal, sickening crack echoes through the hallway as the coach effortlessly crushes Dugyeon's fingers, forcing the monster to realize he is entirely outmatched. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Ajume's tiny horned lizard points frantically toward the bald dealer, crying out that he has found their target. The lizard's eyes glow with excitement as it detects a thick, unnatural surge of mana radiating directly from the terrified dealer. Shaking with greed, the lizard declares that the dealer is holding their valuable collateral and they must retrieve it at all costs. Without a second thought, Ajume lunges forward, violently grabbing the bald dealer by his head and demanding the immediate return of what belongs to him. With a merciless slam, Ajume drives the dealer's head straight into the hard floor, shattering his glasses and his pride in an instant. Dazed and bleeding, the dealer groans in agony, his hand clutching his throbbing head as he tries to comprehend the sudden assault. But Ajume offers no mercy, delivering a devastating follow-up blow that crashes directly into the dealer's face with brutal precision. Knocked completely unconscious, the bald dealer collapses onto the cold floor, entirely neutralized before he can even call for help. Witnessing his accomplish's defeat, a furious Dugyeon points a massive finger at Ijime, roaring for the intruder to be torn to pieces. With a psychotic roar, Dugyeong swings a massive mana-infused fist straight at Ijime's face, confident that his brute force will obliterate his new challenger. But mid-swing, the giant's eyes widen in sudden confusion as his massive body unexpectedly freezes, his forward momentum completely halting. Perched on Ijime's shoulder, the horned lizard activates its ancient ability, Mana Drain, absorbing the drug's raw energy in a swirling vortex of blue light. Dugyeon's weakened fist barely grazes Ijime, who merely smirks at the utterly pathetic strike, noting that it feels like nothing more than a gentle breeze. Capitalizing on the monster's sudden weakness, Ijime drives a devastating, bone-shattering punch straight into Dugyeon's jaw. Unleashing a relentless barrage of hyperfast strikes, Ijime batters the giant from all sides, sending blood and sweat spraying as Dugyeon screams in pure agony. Watching the brutal beatdown, the lizard absorbs the overflowing power, recognizing a highly familiar, ancient essence within the stolen energy. Completely defeated and drained of his artificial power, Dugyeon crashes heavily to the ground, his massive form shrinking back to normal. Standing triumphantly over the fallen giant, Ijime sighs in disappointment, mockingly declaring that his opponent was far too weak to even serve as a warm-up. Feeling completely bored by the anticlimactic fight, Ijime casually commands his lizard companion to put the drained mana back where it came from. Though hesitant, the horned lizard complies, releasing a steady stream of blue energy back into Dugyeon's battered unconscious body. But as it finishes, the lizard's expression turns grave, quietly explaining to Ijime that this mana is far different from anything they have encountered on Earth. It warns that the energy is incredibly pure, powerful, and exceedingly rare, a divine source of power that should not exist in this mortal realm. The lizard reveals a terrifying truth. There is no natural mana on Earth, meaning the only way to obtain it is through a direct blessing from a god. With a look of sudden chilling realization, Ijime's eyes widen as he realizes that another supreme being from the higher realms must have interfered with Earth. Feeling the pressure of the divine revelation, the small horned lizard nods nervously, sweating as it tries to make sense of the divine connection. Looking up at the monstrous giant looming over them, the lizard can only offer a tense, shaky chuckle, praying they can survive the impending storm. The towering beast stares down with absolute bloodshot malice, his purple-veined flesh throbbing with a chaotic, unnatural energy. To understand this power, we must look back 1,000 years ago to the divine realm where a legendary red-haired warrior dared to invade the domain of the Cyclops god. Clenching its massive stone clubs, the furious pink deity glared down, ready to crush the impudent mortal under its colossal weight. Activating its terrifying gigantified state, the colossal Cyclops slammed its weapons down, shattering the very foundation of the battlefield. Unyielding, the giant hurled massive boulders at the intruder, desperate to obliterate the elusive laughing warrior. With a deafening roar, the deity swung its spiked clubs in a relentless downward strike, determined to end the battle with absolute brute force. But the red-haired warrior unleashed a violent cyclone of pure physical power, violently ripping through the giant's defenses. Grinning with manic delight, the warrior drove his fist forward with explosive velocity, completely overpowering the god's divine force. With its ultimate form shattered, the giant's gigantification violently released, leaving the god shrinking and groaning in pathetic defeat. Battered and broken, the Cyclops begged to be left in peace, but the ruthless warrior only demanded more entertainment to satisfy his endless bloodlust. Walking away with his loyal dragon companion, the bored warrior promised to return, leaving the terrified deity trembling in despair. Desperate to make his master's next battle more exciting, the clever green dragon suddenly conceived a brilliant, highly dangerous idea. Approaching a massive dense boulder, the dragon prepared to craft a legendary artifact of unimaginable power. Activating its ancient crushing magic, the dragon pulverized the massive stone into a fine, highly reactive powder. With a sickening heave, the dragon vomited a thick, magically charged binding fluid directly over the crushed remnants. Kneading the mixture with intense concentration, the dragon carefully worked the glowing compound into a dense, malleable dough. Channeling its own immense reserves, the dragon condensed raw body enhancement magic directly into the pulsing blue sphere. The forbidden enhancement dough was finally complete, bearing a tiny dragon stamp to mark its terrifying potency. The dragon explained that feeding just a tiny fraction of this dough to an opponent would grant them godlike physical power. Slicing off a microscopic dose, the dragon warned of its extreme concentration, but the greedy warrior immediately grabbed the entire massive ball. Ignoring the dragon's frantic, desperate screams, the crazy warrior ran off with the massive dosage, eager to create a true monster. Turning to the battlefield, the warrior braced himself as the Cyclops, forced to consume the massive dose, unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. The drug's violent power instantly mutated the giant, his single eye glowing with a psychotic, uncontrollable rage. Powered by the forbidden divine dough, the enhanced Cyclops clashed with the warrior in a brutal mid-air display of raw violence. Collision of their godlike forces shattered the heavens, sending shockwaves rippling across the dimensions. Delivering a crushing final blow, the warrior sent the powered-up deity crashing into the ground with catastrophic force. But the sheer impact ruptured the barrier of the divine realm, causing the remaining magical dough to fall directly toward Earth. Plummeting through the atmosphere, the pulsing blue artifact struck the dragon's snout, sealing its dangerous legacy on the mortal plane. Back in the present, the dragon companion realizes with absolute terror that the dealer's blue pills are made from this exact stolen power. Ijime's face contorts into a wide, menacing grin, ecstatic to find a piece of his master's ancient legacy right in front of him. With a deafening roar, the drug-fueled giant swings a colossal fist, aiming to tear Ijime's head off in a single swipe. The devastating strike connects with a blinding flash, unleashing a shockwave that threatens to collapse the school corridor. Bracing against the crushing impact, Ijime is forced to admit that this monster's defense is incredibly tough. The furious giant swings again with wild, blinding speed, forcing Ijime to desperately dodge the raging onslaught. Screaming in sheer frustration, the mutated monster's mind completely collapses under the violent side effects of the divine drug. Driven by pure, unbridled madness, the giant slams his massive fist downward with cataclysmic power. The explosive force of the impact violently shakes the entire school building, shattering windows and cracking the concrete foundation. Screaming in absolute terror, nearby students and the terrified dealer are thrown through the air as the hallway collapses. Mid-leap, Ijime's eyes widen in shock as a massive purple-veined hand suddenly clamps around his collar. Holding his elusive target helplessly in the air, the monstrous giant sneers with murderous, drug-fueled satisfaction. With terrifying physical strength, the giant violently hurls Ijime through the air like a ragdoll. Crashing brutally through a solid brick wall, Ijime is sent flying into the debris as the dust settles around him. His shirt torn to shreds, Ijime lies bruised in the rubble as his terrified lizard companion screams out in pure panic. But bleeding from his mouth, Ijime merely grins, calmly asking how much longer this monster's artificial power will last. Towering over his fallen opponent, the psychotic giant prepares to unleash a final bone-shattering strike to end the fight. The lizard frantically screams that they only need to survive for 5 minutes before the divine drug's exhausting side effects drain him. Hearing this, a chilling, bloodthirsty light ignites in Ijime's eyes, realizing his precious time with this worthy plaything is running out. Rising slowly from the debris, a wild, demonic grin stretches across Ijime's face as he prepares to unleash a level of violence this school has never seen before. Dark, terrifying resolve settles over Ijime as he prepares to show this monster what true strength looks like. To match a god's strength, he must tap into the ancient physical techniques used to refine raw divine power into absolute combat perfection. The legacy of that legendary power now rests on Earth, cracked and waiting to be matched by a mortal worthy of its weight. Casting off his restraints, Ijime prepares to unleash his full, unbridled physical capability. Standing tall, his shredded physique hums with anticipation, ready to push beyond human limits. Staring down the towering mutated beast, Ijime knows a direct, unrefined clash will only result in his own bones shattering. But if he can match the monster in sheer density, even in a single point, he can turn this battle completely around. In the ancient legends of the warrior Mu, endless survivalman, his massive muscles grew larger and larger with each passing century. But those colossal muscles eventually became a heavy burden, slowing his movements and hindering his martial arts. To reclaim his blinding speed without sacrificing an ounce of his godlike power, Mu devised a brilliant solution. He perfected a method to compress his massive muscle fibers, trading raw volume for terrifying high-density compact power. Thus, the ultimate combat form was born, a body of condensed steel optimized for absolute destruction. Replicating the legend, Ijime activates the first level of muscle compression, focusing the steel-like density into his right fist. But before he can strike, his lizard companion screams a desperate warning as a massive shadow looms over them. The mutated giant unleashes a colossal vein-popping punch straight at Ijime's skull. The devastating impact detonates through the hallway, shattering the air with a blinding sonic boom. Barely dodging the lethal blow, Ijime concentrates his focus, forcing his muscle density to compress even further. His arm bulges with coiled, throbbing power, ready to unleash a counterattack of monumental proportions. But the crazed monster is too fast, suddenly clamping its massive purple hand directly over Ijime's head. With a savage roar, the drug-addled giant swings his arm back, preparing to smash the intruder to pieces. Caught in the giant's iron grip, Ijime can do nothing as he is brutally whipped through the air. He crashes violently into the concrete classroom wall, coughing up blood from the shattering impact. Peeling himself out of the ruined plaster, Ijime's grin only widens as he focuses every ounce of his remaining strength into his right arm. Pushing his body to the absolute limit, he activates 3 stacks of muscle compression, his fist pulsing with terrifying density. Fueled by psychotic rage, the purple beast charges forward again, determined to crush his opponent once and for all. Refusing to back down, Ijime vaults forward, meeting the oncoming mountain with his hyper-compressed fist. Their fists collide in a titanic, blinding clash of raw kinetic energy, splitting the very air between them. The immense pressure of their locked struggle sends shockwaves rippling outward, cracking the school windows. With a deafening shatter, the glass explodes outward as the sheer force of their battle threatens to tear the classroom apart.
The giant's eyes widen in pure disbelief as he realizes his godlike force is being completely halted. Frustrated and confused, the beast refuses to accept that a mere mortal can match his drug-fueled divine power. With a furious roar, the monster swings another devastating punch, desperate to break the stalemate. In a blinding blur of violence, the two trade hyper-fast strikes, their fists crashing together in an unstoppable onslaught. Each collision detonates like a bomb, tearing through the room as neither warrior yields an inch of ground. The violent shockwave blows desks and chairs away, leaving the two locked in a desperate, earth-shaking struggle. But suddenly, a sickening crack echoes through the room as the giant's massive arm begins to buckle under the pressure. The monster gasps in agony, realizing his overwhelming physical power is being systematically dismantled. Grinning maniacally, Ijime mockingly explains that when equal forces collide, the one concentrated into a smaller area will always reign supreme. With the giant's 5-minute drug limit rapidly ticking away, Ijime prepares to deliver the final crushing blow. Channeling the full force of his compressed muscles, Ijime strikes forward with catastrophic earth-shattering power. The explosive punch shatters the school's concrete wall, blasting the massive giant clean out of the building. Plummeting from the upper floor, the giant crashes brutally onto the pavement below in a cloud of dust and debris. Terrified students and school guards watch in absolute horror as the monstrous purple beast lies broken before them. Drained of its stolen divine energy, the giant's body begins to shrink, releasing a swirling mist of blue mana as it returns to normal. Staring through the massive gap in the ruined wall, a classmate looks on in stunned, breathless disbelief at the true power of Ijime. Meanwhile, in the chaos, the bald dealer suddenly grabs Ijime's lizard companion, aiming to use it as a hostage. Fuming with rage, the dealer glares back, realizing his operation has been completely ruined. Desperate to escape, he flees into the corridor, screaming that they only defeated their weakest fighter and promising to return with their strongest. Dropping the little lizard as he runs, the beast squeals in frustration as it tumbles onto the floor. As Ijime collapses to his knees in pure exhaustion, the lizard vows that if they can just reclaim their stolen mana, no one will ever look down on them again. The exhausting toll of the muscle compression hits Ijime hard, forcing him to his knees as his frantic lizard companion rushes to his side, pleading to know if he is still in one piece. But as the little beast stares up in absolute silence, a heavy, suffocating dread fills the air, leaving them both suspended in a tense, quiet room. Suddenly, a low, menacing chuckle bubbles up from the dust, twisting into a psychotic laugh that sends shivers straight down the lizard's spine. Slowly raising his bruised face, Ijime whispers his companion's name with an unsettling, eerie calmness that signals the storm is far from over. His eyes lock forward, his face contorting into a wide, demonic grin that promises absolute ruin to anyone who dares stand in his way. Meanwhile, in a hidden sanctuary, a mortal hand ruthlessly crushes blue pills into a fine powder, preparing yet another dose of forbidden strength. The mastermind behind this illicit drug ring calmly refines the stolen divine power, completely unaware of the threat heading his way. Suddenly, the heavy double doors fly open with a violent crash as the bald student dealer bursts into the room, screaming desperately for his uncle's immediate help. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the uncle pauses his work, his cold eyes scanning his panicked nephew's disheveled state. Slamming his hands onto the desk, the dealer begs for another dose, pleading to receive more of the raw power just this once. The uncle's face tightens in confusion, demanding to know how on earth his nephew could have exhausted their precious supply so quickly. Sweating profusely, the dealer argues that the enemies are too tough, claiming they need massive quantities to even stand a chance of survival. The uncle freezes, his mind reeling as the terrifying truth sinks in. They fed their fighter 2 pills and still suffered a brutal defeat. Slamming his fist onto the wooden table, the uncle refuses to believe that any mortal could dismantle such godlike power with ease. But before another word can be spoken, a thunderous crash violently rattles the entire office, cutting their argument short. The shockwave reverberates through the walls, signaling that an uninvited guest has successfully breached their inner sanctum. Stepping through the dust, Ijime stands tall in the doorway, his eyes burning with a terrifying purple divine light. Trembling with shock, the boss demands to know who this intruder is, stammering that his elite guards should have intercepted him outside. A quick glance into the dim hallway reveals a pile of broken, defeated bodyguards strewn across the floor in a brutal display of dominance. Standing over the wreckage of the Syndicate's defense, Izumi merely lets out a cold, silent smile of pure satisfaction. His terrifying, wide-eyed grin returns, completely unfazed by the Syndicate's reputation as he prepares to tear them apart. Terrified to his core, the bald dealer points a shaking finger, screaming that they only defeated a weakling and promising that their strongest fighter will put him in his grave. With no courage left, the dealer turns tail and flees down the corridor, desperate to escape the monster standing before them. Back in the ruined classroom, the lizard companion shivers in terror, whispering about the threat of this mysterious, stronger enemy. But Ijimai has no intention of waiting, demanding that his companion spit out the hidden item he's been hoarding. Stunned, the lizard opens his mouth, revealing a glowing blue pill, a highly potent recovery medicine stolen directly from the enemy. Gulping down the artifact, a surging wave of pure mana washes over Ijimai, instantly repairing his broken muscles and resetting his physical limits. Standing tall in the massive hole of the ruined school wall, his body fully healed, Ijimai prepares to hunt down the cowards who fled. Determined to settle the score, he marches forward, his loyal lizard companion firmly gripped onto his bare shoulder. His injured classmates desperately call out to him, begging him to stop before he runs straight into another trap. Staring at his back in disbelief, they ask if he's seriously going to hunt down the entire syndicate by himself. Driven by a sense of loyalty, the classmates try to stand, insisting that they will join him to wipe out the threat once and for all. But Ijimai continues to walk past them, completely ignoring their pleas as he focuses on his singular target. Suddenly, with blinding speed, Ijimai reaches down and clamps his massive hands tightly around both of their ankles. Before they can even react, he hoists them into the air like featherweight toys, showcasing his terrifying newly restored strength. The two students scream in absolute panic as they find themselves completely helpless in Ijimai's iron grip. Watching the madness unfold, a female classmate shrieks in horror, completely unable to comprehend what Ijimai is doing. Grinning maniacally, Ijimai tells him there is no way he's sharing this fight, declaring that all the fun belongs solely to him. Laughing like a maniac, he sprints out of the school corridor, carrying his flailing classmates along for the chaotic ride. Far across the city, the ball dealer sprinted back to the syndicate's heavily guarded headquarters, leaving a trail of panic in his wake. A heavy, decisive footstep lands firmly on the pavement, marking the arrival of a predator at the syndicate's gates. Standing outside the main entrance, a massive, suited bodyguard watches in silence as a shirtless teenager approaches. Walking right up to the towering guard, Ijimai smiles, completely unfazed by the hostile environment. Looking down with utter contempt, the guard demands to know what kind of fool dares to walk onto their territory. The guard places a heavy warning hand on Ijimai's shoulder, mocking him for bringing a reptile to a street fight. In a split second, Ijimai's fist connects with explosive, bone-shattering force, completely obliterating the guard's smug expression. The sheer impact sends the massive bodyguard crashing violently through the glass doors, shattering them into a million glittering pieces. Inside the lobby, 3 elite guards freeze in absolute shock as their strongest gatekeeper lies broken on the floor. Stepping through the rain of shattered glass, Ijimai stares them down, his dark gaze promising a level of violence they've never seen before. With a single sweeping strike, he sends the remaining guards flying through the air, turning their secure headquarters into a bloody battlefield. Standing right in the heart of their operations, Ijimai lets out a terrifyingly wide grin, his loyal lizard companion perched securely on his head, ready to unleash absolute chaos. Looking back at the entrance, a grim graveyard of broken bodies and groaning syndicate goons litters the hallway, a testament to Ijimai's devastating path of destruction. With his eyes gleaming with a terrifying blank intensity, Ijimai demands to know the location of the formidable warrior they boasted about. Trembling in absolute terror, the ball dealer points frantically at his uncle, hysterically labeling Ijimai a complete psychopath for taking down their strongest fighter. Enraged by the insult, the little lizard companion screeches defensively, refusing to let anyone disrespect his master's mental state. The tiny beast roars with absolute fury, declaring his master perfectly sane, while Ijimai's menacing, drooling smile only makes him look more unstable than ever. Towering over the sweating dealer with a spine-chilling presence, Ijimai leans in close, repeating his demand to face their ultimate fighter. Watching from his desk, the pink-haired boss remains surprisingly calm, instantly recognizing that this intruder possesses a level of power that defies normal logic. Enticed by the prospect of such raw strength, the boss offers a sinister deal, proposing a challenge with a heavy condition attached. With a predatory sneer, he declares that if Ijimai fails against the opponents he introduces, he will be forced to serve the syndicate forever. Completely unfazed by the threat of eternal servitude, Ijimai accepts the terms with a dark, maniacal chuckle that promises absolute ruin. But before they can proceed, the panicked ball dealer interrupts, desperately pleading to add one final condition to the gamble. He points a trembling finger at the little reptile, demanding that the creature be dragged into the high-stakes wager as well. Feeling grossly underestimated, the lizard snaps, letting out a ferocious roar as he accepts the challenge with fiery pride. Settling back down, the companion smirks, knowing full well that there is absolutely no way his master could ever lose to these pathetic weaklings. Soon, they are brought deep into a massive hidden underground arena, where an iron-caged ring awaits to host a brutal battle of life and death. Clinging to his seat in the VIP section, the ball dealer nervously seeks reassurance, asking his uncle if their fighters can truly put an end to this monster. Smirking behind his glasses, the syndicate boss confidently reveals his strategy, using 2 single-pill warriors to exhaust Ijimai before unleashing their ultimate 2-pill weapon. Inside the cage, a towering purple-veined fighter steps forward, staring down Ijimai with a look of sheer, arrogant confidence. Consuming a single forbidden pill, the warrior's body swells with dark, unnatural energy as he laughs maniacally, promising to leave Ijimai half dead. Without warning, the drug-addled giant lunges forward, unleashing a massive wind-splitting punch aimed straight at Ijime's head. But Ijime's reaction speed is otherworldly, effortlessly tilting his head as the devastating fist scrapes harmlessly past his face. Before the giant can even register his miss, Ijime clamps his iron fist onto the attacker's massive arm, squeezing with bone-shattering force. A sickening crunch echoes through the arena as the giant screams in absolute agony, his stolen power completely useless against Ijime's grip. Standing tall and completely unimpeded, Ijime looks down on the kneeling, broken warrior with a gaze of utter freezing cold indifference. From the stands, the smug smile completely vanishes from the boss's face, replaced by a sudden, chilling realization of the gap in power. Desperate to regain control, the boss screams for the second fighter to step up, hoping sheer numbers can still wear the monster down. Charging into the cage, the next drug-fueled assailant leaps high into the air, aiming to crush Ijime from above with maximum momentum. Calmly bracing himself, Ijime lifts his leg, channeling his inner energy to prepare a devastating counterstrike. Instantly, the muscles in his calf and thigh compress and expand, amplifying his physical power to superhuman levels. With a thunderous boom, Ijime unleashes an explosive kick, colliding directly with the diving attacker in midair. The devastating impact shatters the assailant's defense, delivering a brutal concussive blow and completely turns his lights out. Blasted away like a ragdoll, the second fighter crashes violently into the arena floor, completely defeated in a single effortless motion. Turning his back on the wreckage, Ijime looks toward the VIP booth, his expression darkening as he complains about the lack of a real challenge. His lips twitch into a terrifying, disappointed grin, his bloodlust still entirely unquenched by these pathetic warm-ups. Locking his glowing purple eyes onto the syndicate boss, Ijime demands to know why they are wasting his time with such weaklings. Panic instantly erupts in the VIP stands as the ball dealer screams that they still have one final Supreme Warrior left in reserve. Deep in the dark tunnels of the facility, a massive muscular arm begins to swell with terrifying purple veins as a lethal dose of energy takes hold. The sheer pressure of the concentrated power causes the giant's leg muscles to expand violently, ripping his clothes to shreds as his power skyrockets. Stepping into the arena light, a colossal, purple-skinned titan emerges from the shadows, radiating a suffocating aura of absolute malice. The ball dealer shrieks with a mixture of terror and sadistic joy, realizing their ultimate champion has finally entered the fray. Fueled by a lethal double dose of the Syndicate's stolen divine power, the colossal beast looks down with complete terrifying confidence. Ijime's eyes light up with dark excitement as he steps forward, eagerly asking if this towering beast is finally the true challenge he was promised. The dual-pilled monster sneers, boastfully claiming that while he may not know who is the strongest in the world, he is undoubtedly the god of this arena. Slowly walking past his unconscious, broken comrade, the Colossus prepares his stance, completely indifferent to his ally's brutal fate. Without warning, the Titan unleashes a ferocious, high-speed kick, tearing through the air with enough force to shatter solid concrete. Moving like a blur, Ijime narrowly evades the devastating strike as the sheer wind pressure from the attack slices past his chest. Missed kick collides violently with the heavy iron cage, completely obliterating the metal structure in a spectacular, explosive shower of debris. As a massive cloud of dust and shattered metal fills the air, Ijime stands amidst the wreckage, his heart racing with the thrill of a real battle. Seeing his champion's monstrous display of destructive power, the Syndicate boss's panic instantly vanishes, his face contorting into a wicked, gold-toothed grin as he prepares to witness Ijime's ultimate downfall. Before the cheers of the crowd can even settle, the colossal titan lashes out with a devastating high kick, aimed directly at the back of Ijime's head. With split-second reflexes, Ijime leans forward just as the wind from the monstrous strike cuts dangerously close to his cheek. The shockwave of the near miss forces Ijime backward, sending him sliding across the dirt floor in a desperate attempt to stabilize. Grounding himself firmly, he recovers his balance, eyes locking back onto the threat with unshakable resolve. Looking down at his ruined shoe, a smug smile plays on his lips as he prepares to completely discard his conventional style. Recognizing that this hulking beast relies heavily on the brute strength of his lower body, Ijime decides it's time to level the playing field. In a sudden, unpredictable move, Ijime hurls his damaged footwear directly at his opponent's face to create a split-second distraction. The Titan effortlessly bats the flying projectile away, completely annoyed by the childish tactic. But the distraction is all Ijime needed to drop low, launching forward like a predatory beast on the hunt. Dropping to all fours, he unleashes his raw animalistic instincts, shifting into a terrifying quadrupedal stance. Enraged by the sudden change in movement, the towering giant lifts his massive foot to stomp the pest out of existence. But Ijime moves like liquid lightning, slipping underneath the devastating stomp as the arena floor shatters violently behind him. Frustrated by the intruder's slippery agility, the Titan roars in anger, demanding to know how long this nuisance plans to keep dodging. Emerging instantly from the giant's blind spot, Ijime springs upward with his fist coiled like a loaded spring. His fist connects with brutal force, but to his surprise, the Colossus catches his wrist in midair with an iron grip.
Sneering with absolute contempt, the giant mocks Ijime's pathetic offense, instantly retaliating with a devastating counterstrike. A heavy crushing blow lands squarely on Ijime's jaw, threatening to break his defensive stance once and for all. Sliding backward once more, Ijime braces himself as the giant boastfully claims his strikes are nothing more than a minor annoyance. Wiping his chin, Ijime quickly realizes that standard attacks won't be enough to penetrate this monster's reinforced defense. He pauses to reflect on what his next move should be, momentarily disappointed by his lack of immediate results. A memory flashes of his past training, questioning if he should utilize a bone-shattering joint lock to disable his foe. Or perhaps a lethal vital strike is what's truly needed to pierce through the giant's massive frame. Ultimately, he wonders if the simplest solution is just to hit his opponent with the sheer, overwhelming force. Before he can finalize his choice, the giant charges forward, launching another massive bone-crushing fist. The brutal strike hits Ijime dead on, crushing him against the heavy cage floor. Grinning through the unbearable pressure of the giant's fist, Ijime makes his definitive choice. With absolute conviction, he resolves to drive a single hyper-focused strike directly into his opponent's vital point. The Colossus sneers, completely oblivious to the danger, mockingly asking if he should just squash the helpless bug right now. Grinding his massive fist harder into Ijime's face, the giant expects to hear cries of pain. Instead, Ijime calmly assesses the situation, realizing he simply needs to maximize his output. Channeling every ounce of his power, he focuses all his physical energy into a single, highly concentrated point. With explosive force, his fist drives deep into the giant's solar plexus, piercing past his dense muscles. Titan's eyes bulge as he violently gags, his artificial strength completely failing him in an instant. Seeing his opponent stumble, Ijime rushes forward to capitalize on the opening, refusing to give him a single second to recover. Letting out a manic, hysterical battle cry, Ijime unleashes an absolute onslaught of uncontrolled fury. A relentless barrage of high-speed strikes rains down on the Colossus, tearing through his defense with savage precision. Up in the VIP section, the syndicate boss and the bald dealer scream in absolute horror at the sheer madness unfolding below. Perched on the railing, the loyal lizard companion cheers wildly, absolutely thrilled by his master's overwhelming dominance. Sweating profusely, the boss stands paralyzed with shock, recognizing the terrifying reality of Ijime's raw, unassisted power. Terrified of losing such a priceless asset, the boss suddenly leaps from his seat, desperate to stop the slaughter before it's too late. Down in the cage, the once unstoppable giant begins to tremble violently, his legs completely giving out under the strain. With a heavy thudding crash, the Colossus collapses to his knees, his formidable aura completely shattered. Slumping forward onto the cold floor, the defeated warrior spits out the glowing blue pill, the source of his artificial power rolling away. The tiny blue sphere clinks onto the concrete, lying just inches away from the unconscious Titan's hand. Clinging to the wire fence, the syndicate boss stares down at his fallen champion with a desperate, frantic gleam in his eyes. Grasping at any chance of victory, he screams at his fallen fighter to take the ultimate risk. He points frantically, shouting that if the warrior can just find the strength to consume the pill once more, he promises to double his reward, offering an astronomical fortune if he can just put this monster down. His face twists into a desperate, greedy grin as he begs his champion to make the ultimate trade for boundless wealth. Staring at the rolling pill with fading vision, the broken giant repeats the tempting promise of double the money, leaving his next dangerous choice hanging by a thread. Greed and desperation overcome the Titan as his tongue darts out, desperately snapping up the discarded pill to force a forbidden triple dose into his system. The sheer volume of divine power instantly wreaks havoc on his biology, forcing him to the ground as his entire frame violently deforms and expands under the pressure. Terrible bone-like spikes burst violently from his spine, tearing through his purple flesh as the toxic power mutates his body into a demonic engine of destruction. Grinding his teeth to powder, the Titan endures the agonizing metamorphosis, his eyes burning with a wild, feral bloodlust that is no longer human. Rising to his feet amidst a cloud of boiling steam, the fully transformed behemoth stands as a monstrous, spiked colossus, radiating a pressure that crushes the very air around him. With 3 full doses of the divine pill raging through his bloodstream, his power level skyrockets past all mortal limits, leaving his mind entirely consumed by absolute madness. From the safety of the VIP stands, the syndicate boss shrieks with sadistic glee, commanding his newly evolved bioweapon to tear the intruder limb from limb. Bellowing a war cry that shakes the rafters, the mutated giant lunges forward with terrifying speed, determined to crush Ijime beneath his overwhelming bulk. Sensing the staggering shift in pressure, Ijime braces himself, realizing his previous attacks won't be enough to breach this monster's newly fortified defenses. To counter this ultimate threat, Ijime draws deep upon his own inner reserves, his abdominal muscles compressing tightly as he gathers every ounce of his energy. The sheer concentration of power floods his limbs, hardening his muscles and preparing his body to unleash a strike of unprecedented density. Focusing his aura, he initiates the first stage of compression, condensing his physical force into a tight, explosive point within his arm. Squeezing his muscles even tighter, he locks the energy down, multiplying the destructive potential of his fist past its absolute physical limits. With the third and final compression complete, his fist glows with a crimson, hyperdense aura, ready to deliver a blow capable of shattering solid bedrock. Leaping into the collision course, Izumi thrusts his hyper-compressed fist directly at the incoming Titan, meeting the beast's charge head-on. The shockwave of their impending clash ripples outward, the sheer atmospheric pressure distorting the air around them before they even make contact. With a deafening crack, Izumi's fist drives straight into the monster's iron-hard chest, seeking to shatter the ribs and rupture the heart beneath. A blinding burst of kinetic energy erupts from the point of impact, tearing across the beast's chest, but the mutated armor of his flesh absorbs the brunt of the shock. The rebound forces both fighters apart, Izumi sliding backward across the shattered concrete as he tries to regain his footing against the monstrous recoil. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Izumi realizes with grim satisfaction that the Titan's mutated skin has become as impenetrable as refined steel. Deciding to play it smart, he springs backward to put some distance between them, needing a split second to formulate a strategy to bypass that armor. The beast gives him no room to breathe, crouching low to store a massive amount of kinetic energy in his tree-trunk legs. Like a launched missile, the giant explodes upward, leaving a violent trail of shattered wind in his wake as he rockets toward the high ceiling. Izumi halts his retreat, scanning the dark rafters in confusion as the towering shadow of his opponent suddenly vanishes from the arena floor. Perched high above on the steel support beams, the massive Titan prepares to drop like a falling meteor, using gravity to amplify his crushing weight. Diving straight down, the behemoth descends with apocalyptic force, aimed directly at the arena floor where Izumi stands. The violent crash pulverizes the concrete, sending massive shockwaves ripping through the arena stands and obliterating everything in a spectacular explosion of dust. Blasted off his feet by the sheer force of the shockwave, Izumi is sent hurtling through the air, his balance completely stripped away. Before he can recover, a massive purple hand cuts through the dust, snapping shut around Izumi's ankle in an unbreakable iron grip. With a roar of savage triumph, the giant whips Izumi downward, violently slamming his body back and forth against the concrete floor like a ragdoll. The brutal impact rattles Izumi's skull, coughing up a spray of crimson blood as the relentless pummeling threatens to break his body apart. Up in the stands, his loyal lizard companion shrieks in sheer terror, unable to watch his master be systematically broken by the mutated beast. Desperate to save his creator, the tiny creature rushes down the arena stairs, preparing to drain the giant's stolen divine power before it's too late. But even while dangling upside down, his body battered and bruised, Izumi manages to raise his hand, commanding his companion to stand down. A chilling, maniacal grin spreads across Izumi's blood-soaked face as he orders his pet not to touch the giant's divine mana. Sinking his fingers deep into the cracked concrete to anchor himself, Izumi's eyes burn with a terrifying, unhinged excitement. As the giant lifts him high for another crushing blow, Izumi calmly analyzes the situation, knowing his normal attacks cannot pierce this density. The giant brings him down with a thunderous slam, crushing Izumi's back into the pulverized floor in a desperate bid to end the fight. Yet, even as the shockwave of the impact ripples through the dirt, the fire in Izumi's soul only burns brighter, refusing to be extinguished. Using the momentum of the swing, Izumi violently coils his core, launching his upper body upward to close the distance to the giant's face. With a sickening crunch, his hand clamps onto the giant's skull with crushing power, reversing the leverage of the hold in an instant. The sheer concussive force of Izumi's grip rattles the Titan's brain inside his skull, completely short-circuiting his nervous system. Overwhelmed by the sudden localized shockwave, the Titan's fingers slip, losing his iron grip on Izumi's foot. The syndicate boss watches from the edge of his VIP booth, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief as the tide of the battle turns once more. Slipping away from his opponent, Izumi leaps high into the air, landing gracefully on the railing right in front of the horrified boss. Whipping his head around, the boss freezes in absolute terror as he realizes the monster he feared is standing right over him. Blood drips from Izumi's mouth, but his face is twisted into a terrifying, ecstatic grin, completely intoxicated by the thrill of the struggle. A manic, echoing laughter erupts from his chest, his eyes burning with the manic joy of a true battle maniac who has finally found his spark. Syndicate boss trembles, utterly incapable of understanding how anyone could find such horrific violence so profoundly satisfying. As the glass behind them shatters under the pressure of his overwhelming aura, Izumi looks down, leaving his terrified prey to wonder what kind of devil they have unleashed. The cataclysmic shockwaves of their battle tear through the underground coliseum, shattering reinforced concrete and sending heavy debris raining down like lethal missiles. Clinging to the crumbling VIP railing, the syndicate boss stares out in absolute ruin, his voice cracking as he realizes the sheer scale of the devastation. For a man who clawed his way up from nothing, sacrificing his youth and blood since he was 13 to build this empire, this coliseum was his ultimate monument.
He remembers the sickening, ecstatic pride of finally standing at the top, believing his grand fortress would stand forever as a symbol of his absolute authority. Now that pride crumbles into ash as the violent tremors rip his life's work apart, a deafening roar of destruction mocking his desperate cries. Panic spreads like wildfire through the stands, his frantic guards screaming for everyone to flee before the entire structure collapses and buries them alive. Down in the ruins of the arena floor, Ijime lies motionless amidst the shattered concrete, his body taking the brunt of that devastating impact. Spitting a thick glob of crimson blood, he slowly forces his head up, his gaze locked onto the looming threat of the mutated monster. Staring at the terrifying creature, a cold truth settles in his mind. The beast's defenses are unlike anything he has ever faced before. He flashes back to the moment his hand slammed into the giant's head, remembering the dense, iron-hard resistance of his mutated skull. It was the only strike that actually seemed to register, rattling the Titan's brain and proving that even a godlike bioweapon has a weakness. Targeting the head is a suicidal gamble. The monster knows its own vulnerability and will guard its life with savage fury. The pressure is suffocating and the margin for error has shrunk to zero as he tries to formulate a plan to bypass that impenetrable armor. Suddenly, all hesitation vanishes from Ijime's face, replaced by a dark, terrifying grin that defies all human reason. He is done thinking, done calculating. In a fight of this scale, logic is a shackle, and only pure, unbridled instinct can guide his fists. His eyes glow with a chilling primal light, his entire spirit igniting with a manic eagerness to plunge headfirst into absolute chaos. Forcing his battered legs to stand, he drags himself up from the crater, refusing to let his body succumb to the mounting damage. He looks up at the vast cage, his battle-mad spirit rising like a storm as he prepares to unleash a counterattack of his own. High above, the mutated giant senses the shift in the air, his eyes widening as he spots the human rising once more from the dead. With a deafening roar, the Titan unleashes a brutal shockwave of kinetic energy, aiming to blow his stubborn challenger into dust. Scrambling across the vertical concrete walls with terrifying agility, the beast positions himself for a lethal, crushing angle. Yet, as the giant pauses to locate his target, a cold sweat breaks out across his mutated skin. The human's presence has suddenly vanished from his senses. Emerging from the settling dust, Ijime stands silently against the wall, his composure terrifyingly steady as he glares at his opponent. Titan's mind races in sheer panic, wondering if the human has somehow already struck without him even perceiving the blow. Slowly, painfully, Ijime drags his feet forward, his steps uneven and limping, yet he advances with the relentless weight of an oncoming executioner. A dark, suffocating aura begins to bleed from Ijime's frame, freezing the giant in his tracks as the sheer pressure of his killer instinct suffocates the arena. Desperate to shatter this paralyzing fear, the Titan roars, trying to convince himself that a broken, limping human is no threat to his divine power. Screaming a blood-curdling war cry, the behemoth launches himself downward, unleashing the full weight of his mutated bulk to crush the insolent brat. In response, Ijime's right arm swells violently, his muscles tearing and expanding as he forces every remaining ounce of his inner power into a single localized point. The two forces collide head-on in a catastrophic clash of raw power, their fists locking in a desperate struggle of pure muscle and bone. An explosive dome of kinetic energy erupts from the impact, obliterating the concrete beneath them and throwing the entire coliseum into absolute darkness. The sheer force of the rebound hurls both fighters backward, their heels digging deep trenches into the shattered ground. Standing amidst the debris, the giant sneers in triumph, mocking the human's fragile biology and declaring that his ruined right arm is now completely useless. But before the words can even leave the beast's mouth, Ijime's bloody, swollen fist drives directly into his jaw with a sickening wet crunch. Reversing the grapple with terrifying speed, Ijime scales the monster's colossal frame, locking his grip onto the beast's skull with demonic strength. With a manic laugh, he unleashes a savage barrage, his ruined fist striking like a battering ram against the Titan's face. Blood splatters across the concrete as Ijime delivers blow after bone-shattering blow, completely untamed by pain or exhaustion. The final concussive strike echoes like a gunshot, sending the giant's head snapping back as the sheer force rattles his brain. The devastating rebound hurls both warriors to opposite ends of the ruined arena, leaving a vast, silent gulf of dust between them. Leaning against the wire fence, Ijime looks down at his right arm, now a horrifying, swollen mass of ruptured vessels and torn flesh, completely shattered by the feedback of his own power. Up in the stands, the syndicate boss gapes in absolute horror, unable to comprehend the terrifying madness of a man who would gladly sacrifice his own limbs for a single strike. Across the arena, the mutated giant staggers, coughing up dark, toxic blood as the heavy concussive damage begins to short-circuit his nervous system. Desperate to purge the damage, the Titan's biology rebels, releasing a thick, boiling steam of pure mana from his ruptured veins to force a rapid healing process. Crouching low, his massive leg muscles coil like heavy springs, storing an immense, terrifying amount of kinetic energy for his final gamble.
With a thunderous boom, the beast launches himself straight toward the steel support beams of the ceiling, his massive form vanishing into the dark rafters. Out above, the Titan prepares to drop like an apocalyptic meteor, determined to obliterate the arena floor and end this nightmare once and for all. Rocketing downward at terminal velocity, the giant channels all his remaining mass and divine energy into a single, unavoidable point of impact. Standing directly in the danger zone, Ijime calmly watches the falling shadow expand, the reflection of his doom widening in his eyes. He doesn't flinch, his instincts sharpening to a razor's edge as the terrifying pressure of the incoming strike compresses the very air around him. With a split-second sidestep, Ijime slips past the descending Titan, letting the monster's apocalyptic force crash uselessly into the empty concrete as he prepares his final lethal counter. Seizing the perfect opening, Ijime violently coils his leg, pouring every ounce of kinetic force into a single devastating point of impact. With a deafening boom, his foot crashes directly onto the Titan's skull, driving the colossal monster down toward the hard earth below. The sheer momentum slams the giant head first into the concrete, shattering the solid floor into thousands of lethal fragments. Screaming in absolute agony, the beast writhes as the concussive shockwave rattles his brain, his pride completely broken. But Ijime isn't done yet. He unleashes a relentless, brutal barrage of stomps, pulverizing the monster deeper and deeper into the dirt. The impact is so colossal that violent tremors ripple through the entire Colosseum, threatening to tear the structure apart. Up in the spectator stands, the Syndicate boss stares in utter shock, while the tiny dragon pet gapes in sheer disbelief at the human's monstrous power. Suddenly, a sickening groan echoes from above as the massive steel support beams begin to buckle under the overwhelming force of the battle. Down below, the mutated Titan lies completely motionless, his skull crushed into the deep crater of his own defeat. Standing victorious, Ijime's leg pulses with a dark, mutated energy, the horrific physical toll of his unmatched strength finally catching up to him. Panting heavily, his eyes burn with a savage, unyielding light, his battle-drunk soul refusing to back down even as his body screams in agony. A wild, manic laughter erupts from his throat, but before his joy can peak, the weakened ceiling finally gives way, dropping a massive iron girder directly onto him. With a catastrophic crash, the entire arena cage is crushed under a mountain of falling steel beams, burying everything in a cloud of suffocating dust. Panicking in sheer terror, the little dragon pet screams for his master, staring at the pile of debris with wide, horrified eyes. Jumping down from the safety of the railing, the desperate creature scrambles across the shattered ground, desperate to find any sign of life. Scurrying past the VIP cage, the pet runs with frantic speed, his tiny heart pounding against his ribs. Meanwhile, the Syndicate boss clutches his head, weeping over the catastrophic financial ruin of his precious Colosseum. Sweating profusely, the boss mutters in despair, realizing that even if he survives, his ultimate source of income is completely gone. Reaching the epicenter of the crash, the dragon spots a blood-red hand protruding from beneath the crushing weight of the steel beams. Gritting his teeth, the loyal pet grabs onto the massive iron girder, trying with all his tiny might to lift the suffocating weight. But it is entirely useless. The iron is far too heavy, and tears of frustration well in the loyal companion's eyes. Suddenly, a desperate plan sparks in his mind as he remembers the mysterious glowing blue dough in his possession. Realizing this magical essence is his master's only hope, the dragon looks around frantically for a way to use it. Across the wire mesh, the Syndicate boss is still muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the small creature staring right at him. Without a second thought, the dragon bolts forward, determined to get the boss's help or take what he needs by force. Scaling the wire fence with terrifying speed, the little monster leaps straight toward the unsuspecting Syndicate leader. Clawing and biting furiously at the boss's head, the dragon demands the rest of the magical dough, completely ignoring the man's screams. The Syndicate boss flails in sheer panic, completely unable to understand why this rabid lizard is attacking him in the middle of a disaster. But under the crushing weight of the collapsed steel beam, a sudden movement stops everyone in their tracks. The blood-red hand begins to twitch. Clenching into a tight fist, the mutated hand pulses with renewed, terrifying life, defying all logical physical limits. Dragon continues to bite the boss's head, but his focus instantly shifts as a familiar, overwhelming pressure begins to leak from the rubble. With a titanic roar of effort, Ijime slowly rises, lifting the colossal steel beam directly on his battered shoulders. Standing tall beneath the crushing weight of the arena's infrastructure, his raw physical strength defies the very laws of physics. Overjoyed to see his master alive, the little dragon clings to the fence, tears of relief streaming down his face. Panting heavily, the pet frantically explains that a massive piece of the ceiling broke off and crashed directly onto him. Staring up at the cracked rafters, Ijime processes the news, his heavy breaths echoing like a dying engine in the silent arena. Slowly, a terrifying manic grin spreads across his bloodied face as a chilling realization dawns upon him. He isn't angry, he is absolutely thrilled that the very building itself tried to crush him and failed. Trembling with violent excitement, he clenches his fist, forcing the remaining blood flow into his heavily damaged muscles. His veins bulge and expand, his red-hot aura flaring with a catastrophic heat as he prepares to unleash a strike unlike anything seen before. High above, the dragon shivers as he hears the sickening, grinding sound of Ijume's muscles being pushed far beyond their absolute limit. With an earth-shattering roar, Ijume punches straight upward, unleashing a blinding pillar of pure kinetic light that tears through the darkness. The catastrophic shockwave of his punch blasts outward, throwing the Syndicate boss off his feet and sending him flying through the air. Even the little dragon is swept away by the gale force winds, tumbling backward through the dust-filled arena. The pillar of energy pierces the sky, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly across the entire concrete ceiling of the Colosseum. Deep fractures rip through the massive concrete pillars, the vital structural supports of the underground fortress finally giving way. Watching his empire turn to dust, the boss screams in absolute agony, begging the monster to stop before they are all buried alive. Below his feet, the VIP floor begins to crumble, sending heavy debris raining down into the bottomless abyss. The little dragon clings to the fence in terror, screaming that the entire underground dome is about to completely collapse. Standing amidst the falling ruins, Ijume just laughs, his terrifying eyes glowing with victory as he declares that this absolute destruction means his ultimate triumph. The blinding pillar of absolute kinetic force tears straight through the concrete floor, shattering the Colosseum's foundations with a deafening roar. Up in the trembling VIP stands, a massive fissure splits the ground wide open, forcing the terrified Syndicate boss and the tiny dragon to look down into the rumbling abyss. The surfer streets directly above, the structural shockwave rips through the building's exterior, sending panicked pedestrians screaming for their lives as massive cracks spiderweb across the concrete facade. With a catastrophic thunderclap, the entire multi-story building implodes under its own shattered weight, collapsing into a violent, billowing mountain of pulverized concrete and dust. Silence descends upon the ruins, leaving nothing but a graveyard of crushed pillars and heavy debris where the proud underground empire once stood. Suddenly, a massive concrete slab is violently thrown aside, shattered into pieces by an overwhelming physical force rising from beneath the grave. Emerging from the smoking ruins, Ijume stands battered but unbroken, his loyal dragon companion flying to his side with wide, disbelieving eyes. A wild, blood-drenched grin spreads across Ijume's face as he laughs maniacally, completely intoxicated by the thrill of his self-declared victory. Nearby, the defeated Syndicate boss lies face down in the dirt, his expensive glasses shattered on the ground as the reality of his ruin sets in. Weeping bitterly into the rubble, the broken leader clutches his head, realizing that his entire life's work and ultimate source of income have been completely obliterated. But his despair is suddenly cut short as his eyes lock onto a glowing blue sack buried in the debris containing the ultimate secret to forbidden power. Driven by absolute madness and desperate greed, the ruined boss begins to crawl through the jagged rocks, his trembling fingers reaching for his final, dangerous gamble. Meanwhile, the little dragon pet laments their lack of recovery items, cursing the demonic interference that prevented them from bringing a proper supply to the battlefield. Ijume calmly reassures his companion that his body will heal in time, even if he must endure the agonizing frustration of being unable to fight for a while. But before they can even catch their breath, a sudden explosive shockwave erupts behind them, shattering the brief moment of peace with terrifying hostility. Driven to the brink of insanity, the Syndicate boss's veins bulge and glow with an unnatural violet light as the forbidden raw power of the blue dough rapidly mutates his body. His muscles expand and tear, mutating into a hulking, grotesque form of pure dark mana as his humanity is completely consumed by monstrous rage. With a horrific, blood-curdling roar, the newly reborn Titan screeches in absolute agony and malice, ready to paint the ruins red. The dragon pet frantically warns his master of the boss's terrifying transformation, but Ijume merely pushes the creature back, determined to face the threat head-on. Refusing to back down from a challenge he willingly entered, a terrifying, battle-hungry grin stretches across Ijume's bloodied face as his fighting spirit blazes. Deep within his broken body, Ijume desperately attempts to ignite his remaining energy reservoirs, searching for any spark of power left to command. But his ruined muscles betray him, and with a sickening gasp, he collapses heavily onto his knees, coughing up dark blood as his loyal pet screams in sheer terror. Seizing the perfect defenseless opening, the massive mutated giant looms over them, raising a colossal vein-pulsing purple fist to deliver a final vengeful execution. Titan's fist descends with apocalyptic force, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tears up the concrete and buries the arena in a blinding explosion. Thrown back like a ragdoll, Ijume's limp body crashes hard into the dirt, entirely at the mercy of the monster's relentless onslaught. Desperate to save his helpless master, the tiny dragon scrambles in front of him, crying out that Ijume's battered body cannot survive another direct hit. Gritting his teeth, the loyal pet gathers every ounce of his own magical energy, ready to unleash a desperate final spell to shield his companion. Behind him, a low, guttural voice echoes through the dust. Ijume is slowly forcing himself back up, his unyielding resolve defying his broken bones. Though his upper body is completely shattered and useless, his lethal instincts narrow down to the only weapon he has left. Digging his bare toes into the cold concrete, he prepares his left leg for one final catastrophic kick, a strike that will either save him or completely tear his body apart. As the mutated boss staggers forward to crush him, Ijime zeroes in on his target, coiling his leg muscles like a heavy steel spring. Activating his absolute muscle reinforcement, his leg swells with sheer, concentrated kinetic energy, threatening to burst from the overwhelming pressure. With a thunderous boom, Ijime launches himself forward, leaving a crater of shattered concrete in his wake as he rockets toward his massive foe. The giant swings his colossal fist with blinding speed, but Ijime's reflexes are sharper, enabling him to slip past the lethal strike in midair. Reversing his momentum with impossible agility, he maneuvers directly over the monster's outstretched arm, aligning himself perfectly for the kill. With a sickening, bone-shattering crunch, Ijime's reinforced heel slams directly into the mutated giant's jaw, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure physical force. The sheer power of the counterstrike sends the colossal beast flying backward, his neck snapping back violently as blood sprays into the air. With a deafening crash, the mutated titan slams face first into the ruined earth, his dark energy dispersing as he falls completely unconscious. Collapsing onto his back, a triumphant, gasping laugh escapes Ijime's throat as he declares his ultimate victory over the monstrous boss. Scurrying over to his exhausted master, the little dragon proudly holds up the torn blue sack, relieved that they managed to secure the valuable magical dough. Desperate to heal Ijime's horrific wounds, the pet prepares to draw the pure mana from the dough to cast a powerful restoration spell. But before the magic can take hold, a sudden, unnatural gale force wind sweeps through the ruins, throwing the tiny creature completely off balance. High above, the atmosphere begins to ripple and distort, carrying an ominous, terrifying energy that smells of ancient cosmic power. Shivering in absolute dread, the dragon looks up at the sky, his primitive instincts screaming that something catastrophic is about to happen. Suddenly, massive glowing pink orbs of concentrated mana materialize in the air, defying every known law of Earth's magicless environment. With a sickening tear, a massive, jagged dimensional rift cracks the sky wide open, revealing a swirling void of cosmic darkness. From deep within the abyssal tear, colossal, razor-sharp claws emerge, easily tearing the fabric of reality apart like wet paper. A terrifying, ancient dragon of legendary proportions pokes its horned snout through the rift, its glowing eyes locking onto the world below with absolute malice. Before anyone can react, a cataclysmic pillar of blinding purple light crashes down from the sky, completely engulfing the ruined battlefield in a shockwave of raw divine energy. As the dust settles, a massive glowing blue barrier grid appears high above, sealing the entire planet as a new apocalyptic era of monsters and magic begins. High above the atmosphere, the mighty winged demon lord gasps for breath, his gaze locked onto the shimmering blue cage enveloping the human world. But down below, the peace is shattered as a young, dark-haired girl looks up in irritation, wondering what fool has decided to disrupt her quiet domain. Folding her arms in pure annoyance, she scowls at the sky, furious that the absolute racket above is making her home completely unlivable. Sensing her hostile gaze, the formidable demon lord looks down in utter disbelief, momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity of this tiny, complaining brat. Turning his attention back to the shield, he strikes again, only for the glowing hexagonal grid to absorb the blow effortlessly, reflecting a flawless, blinding light. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the demon lord curses the barrier's absolute perfection, unable to fathom what legendary force could create such an indestructible seal. Suddenly, a chilling realization strikes him. This cosmic shield bears the exact same magical signature as his own homeworld. Below, the girl merely tilts her head, completely unfazed and thoroughly confused by the dramatic shift in the giant monster's attitude. But her confusion instantly evaporates into sheer panic as the winged tyrant turns and suddenly rockets away with terrifying apocalyptic speed. Tearing through the cosmic void like a falling star, the demon lord zeroes in on a gargantuan swirling blue planet floating in the dark abyss. This is the mighty planet Elmer, a celestial body of pure magic, now targeted by a madman willing to shatter the cosmos itself. Horrified by his sheer insanity, the girl screams for him to stop as he prepares to unleash a catastrophic technique, the forbidden planet Elmer Throw. Pushing the colossal planet before him, the demon lord drives it downward like a massive cosmic hammer, aiming to smash Earth's barrier once and for all. With a deafening, reality-bending grind, the defensive grid of Earth collides with the massive shield of planet Elmer in a blinding flash of cosmic energy. A maniacal, desperate grin spreads across the demon lord's face as he bets everything on the theory that two barriers of equal power must destroy one another. Pouring every ounce of his soul into the attack, he roars for the shields to shatter, sending shockwaves of pure destructive pressure rippling across space. The violent friction of the planetary collision creates a blinding wall of light, threatening to vaporize everything caught in the celestial crossfire. In the dead silence of the peak impact, both the demon lord and the blue-haired girl stare in absolute breathless shock at what is unfolding before them. The demon's stunned silence quickly morphs into a wild, triumphant laugh as he realizes his reckless gamble has actually triggered a cosmic miracle. But his joy turns to confusion. Instead of shattering into a million pieces, the two planetary barriers are beginning to seamlessly merge together. Crackling violet lightning surges through the atmosphere as the raw mana of two separate worlds begins to violently fuse into a single chaotic current. High in the atmosphere, the sky itself begins to buckle under the impossible pressure, spider-webbing with dangerous glowing pink fractures. With a sickening, glassy tear, the celestial ceiling of Earth finally snaps, exposing the dark and unstable void of the multiverse. The dimensional rift widens rapidly, bleeding ancient cosmic energy and threatening to swallow the entire sky in its wake. From deep within the abyssal tear, colossal razor-sharp claws emerge, easily tearing the fabric of reality apart like wet paper. Terrifying ancient dragon of legendary proportions pokes its horned snout through the rift, its glowing eyes locking onto the world below with absolute malice. Snorting with draconic rage, the beast rumbles a demand to know what worthless creatures have dared to disrupt his eternal domain. Looming directly over a bustling human city, the colossal monster's voice echoes like thunder, sending shockwaves through the concrete streets below. On the surface, the panic is instantaneous as terrified citizens look up at the sky, their minds snapping at the sight of a mythological titan. Panicked screams echo through the streets as pedestrians flee in every direction, desperately calling for the army to save them from the impending doom. But the overwhelming, suffocating pressure of the dragon's mana crushes the air from their lungs, instantly freezing their legs in place. Caught in the center of the street, a young boy in a red hoodie trembles violently, realizing to his horror that his body refuses to move a single inch. Sinking into absolute primal terror, he weeps in despair as the shadow of the colossal predator completely engulfs him. Slowly lowering its titanic head, the dragon's glowing eyes lock directly onto the helpless child standing frozen on the asphalt. The beast growls in amusement, marveling at how such a tiny, insignificant insect could possibly have the guts to stand before him. But suddenly, the dragon's smug expression vanishes into comical horror as his eyes spot a terrifying ancient power radiating from the boy. Recognizing the signature of a supreme divine art, the legendary beast breaks out in a cold sweat of sheer, unadulterated panic. Before the dragon can even comprehend what is happening, an invisible, overwhelming gravity violently yanks him backward into the closing rift. Meanwhile, deep within the ruined Colosseum, the broken and battered Ijime lies motionless as a mystical blue light begins to envelop his body. Gasping for air, Ijime's eyes snap open as his dead senses suddenly reawaken to the long-lost feeling of pure, concentrated mana surging through his veins. Beside him, the tiny dragon companion gasps in sheer amazement, realizing that magic is suddenly flooding into this previously magicless world. Looking up at the fractured sky, the little pet realizes that the shattered barrier has opened the floodgates of raw ancient power. But their brief moment of awe is shattered as another figure suddenly plunges through the rift clad in heavy, battle-worn steel armor. Landing with a heavy, earth-shattering thud, the mysterious knight kicks up a thick cloud of dust right in front of the recovering hero. Standing tall amidst the debris, the silent warrior grips his weapon, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating aura of absolute death. The little dragon shivers in pure dread, staring up at the terrifying intruder whose presence alone threatens to crush them to pieces. Turning slowly, the knight looms over Ijime like a grim reaper, his ancient armor creaking with murderous intent. From behind his dark visor, a single blood-red eye flashes with recognition and deep-seated hatred as he locks onto his target. With blinding, merciless speed, the knight unsheathes a massive broadsword, swinging it down to execute the defenseless Ijime. Brandishing his blade with pure blinding rage, the knight lunges forward to deliver a fatal strike that will seal Ijime's fate forever. The ground detonates in a violent eruption as a massive scaled tail swings through the air like a heavy whip, unleashing a furious roar of pure, untamed rage. Crouching amidst the rising dust, the heavily armored knight clutches his side, his breath ragged as he realizes the ancient beast before him is the one standing in his way. Staring through the cold visor of his helmet, the mysterious warrior demands the dragon step aside, claiming he has urgent business with the unconscious boy lying behind him. Glaring down with ancient, terrifying pride, the formidable green dragon flatly refuses, his razor-sharp teeth bared in absolute defiance. Channeling a surging wave of emerald energy into his gauntlet, the desperate knight prepares to force his way through no matter the cost. With a sudden, savage leap, the knight bypasses the beast, driving his blade down toward the helpless blue-haired boy to finish him once and for all. The massive green dragon moves with blinding speed, throwing his titanic form between the blade and his master to shield him from the fatal strike. Frustrated by the stubborn defense, the armored hunter locks eyes with the beast, declaring that he will happily slaughter the dragon first. Shattering the ruined stone beneath his boots, the warrior propels himself into the air with explosive, gravity-defying velocity. Flying high above the debris, the knight raises his broadsword, screaming a battle cry as he launches a devastating aerial assault directly at the dragon's skull. Looking back at his recent pathetic past of being kicked around, dragged in bags, and treated like a common pest, the dragon's frustration finally reaches its absolute boiling point. Raising his massive clawed hand, the beast summons a massive glowing blue magic circle, furious that every bizarre wanderer thinks they can easily push him around.
Hurtling down like a meteor, the reckless knight zeroes in on his target, completely blind to the trap being laid right beneath him. In an instant, multiple glowing hexagonal magic circles manifest in the air around the warrior, locking him in a cage of inescapable magical pressure. A cold sweat breaks out beneath the heavy iron helmet as the hunter suddenly realizes he has made a catastrophic, fatal miscalculation. With a deafening, sky-rending roar, the blue magic circles detonate in a monumental pillar of raw mana, completely vaporizing the surrounding air. The shockwave sends the battered knight crashing headfirst into the shattered concrete, his helmet flying off as he plummets into the dirt. Trapped beneath the heavy debris, the warrior violently coughs up fresh blood, his vision fading as the crushing force of the explosion takes its toll. Slowly rising to his feet, the blue-haired boy looks down at his fallen assailant in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this weird stranger attacked him. Gasping for air in the rubble, a bald, middle-aged man is revealed beneath the shattered helmet, cursing his bitter luck as his strength deserts him. But as the bald man rolls over and looks up, his eyes lock onto the blue-haired boy's face, sending a jolt of sheer, electrifying shock straight through his spine. Scrambling backward in a state of absolute frantic hysteria, the bald warrior points a trembling finger and screams in disbelief at the boy standing before him. Lunging forward with wild, desperate strength, he grabs the boy's clothes, begging and screaming for the youth to return what was stolen. A bizarre spiritual resonance ripples between them, revealing a shocking truth. The soul of a weak earthling named Li Ho is trapped inside this foreign adventurer's body. Sobbing in absolute despair, the spirit of Li Ho weeps for his lost life, desperately demanding his original, young body back from the stranger who now inhabits it. To understand this cosmic tragedy, we must look back to the moment the Demon Lord hurled the colossal glowing blue planet of Elmer directly at Earth. This reckless, cataclysmic act of cosmic violence shattered the natural order, dragging two entirely different worlds into a brutal, unyielding collision course. As the magical barriers of the two planets violently collided and merged, the pure, raw mana of Elmer began to spill into Earth's atmosphere. The sudden, highly unstable influx of magical energy tore open jagged, glowing pink fractures in the sky, creating erratic, unpredictable dimensional rifts between worlds. With the dimensional walls completely compromised, a terrifying, irreversible cataclysm was unleashed upon the unsuspecting human world. From the dark depths of the celestial rifts, waves of vicious, bloodthirsty goblins and towering, mutated beasts poured into the human cities. Massive armored minotaurs and horrific hybrid monsters marched through the burning streets, driven by a primal urge to destroy everything in sight. Colossal red dragons soared through the smoke-filled skies, unleashing torrents of devastating flame upon the helpless concrete jungles below. These otherworldly invaders possessed such terrifying supernatural power that even the most advanced human weaponry proved utterly useless against them. Entire military divisions were obliterated in seconds, their tanks crushed like tin cans under the weight of the apocalyptic onslaught. Yet, amidst the ashes of civilization, a glimmer of hope emerged in the form of two legendary heroes who dared to stand against the tide of darkness. One was the formidable dragon from another world, a magnificent beast whose ancient magic rivaled the gods themselves. And the other was a mysterious, heavily armored adventurer whose peerless blade became a symbol of humanity's survival. As the foreign mana saturated the atmosphere, it triggered a sudden, miraculous evolution in a select few humans, awakening sleeping supernatural abilities within them. To harness this new power, humanity established massive castle-like academies to train these awakened heroes to fight back against the monster hordes. In the years that followed, the armored knight fought tirelessly on the front lines, carving through endless armies of monsters to protect the remnants of mankind. But this legendary hero harbored a bizarre, deeply hidden secret that traced back to the very day the dimensional cracks first tore the world apart. Long before he was revered as a legendary hunter or a powerful adventurer, he was nothing more than a frail, ordinary high school student playing games on his phone. His mundane life changed forever when he was suddenly confronted by a gargantuan, terrifying dragon that seemed to defy all reality. Offered a grand choice by a cosmic deity, the boy's wish was granted as a massive, glowing hand cast his soul across the dimensional rift into another world. But his dreams of becoming a legendary, handsome hero were instantly shattered the moment he woke up inside his new fantasy body. Staring in absolute horror at his reflection, the boy realized he had possessed the body of a middle-aged, completely bald, and thoroughly unremarkable man. Checking his adventurer license, his worst fears were confirmed. He was now a low-ranking, bottom-tier Grade 2 mercenary with absolutely no grand destiny. Scraping by on meager guild requests and hunting low-level pests, the transmigrated soul barely managed to make a living in this harsh, unforgiving fantasy realm. Mocked by younger, more talented adventurers, his new life was a miserable, humiliating joke, making him desperately yearn to reclaim his true body at any cost. The burning shame is too much to bear, fueling a raw, violent explosion of resentment that shatters his mirror into 1,000 jagged pieces. Staring at the fractured reflection of a miserable, bald stranger, the young boy's soul curses the cruel gods who dragged him from his comfortable earthly home only to trap him in this joke of a body. But his endless days of wallowing in self-pity are cut short when a strange, ominous purple crack suddenly splits the air in a desolate alleyway. Drawing closer, the knight stares in disbelief as the magical tear in reality pulses with an erratic celestial energy he has never seen before. His instincts scream at him to run, but the unbearable agony of his pathetic, lower-tier existence overrules all fear of the unknown. With nothing left to lose in this unforgiving fantasy world, he stands resolutely before the dimensional fracture, ready to take a leap of absolute faith. Slowly reaching his armored hand toward the swirling starlight, the desperate hunter prepares to risk everything to escape his miserable life. Steeling his resolve, he plunges his clenched fist directly into the violent energy, leaving his failed fantasy life behind forever. In an instant, the cosmic tide sweeps him away, violently hurling his armored body through the rift and back onto the sky above Earth. Crashing back to his original world, the heavily armored knight spots the legendary green dragon and knows his true destiny is finally within his grasp. Fueled by a desperate, maddening urge to reclaim his stolen youth, he brings his heavy blade down in a brutal, merciless attempt to execute the unconscious boy. But the towering Green Guardian refuses to let his master die, throwing his colossal body into the fray and intercepting the knight's lethal assault. The fierce clash of steel and ancient magic culminates in a cataclysmic, sky-shattering blast of pure, concentrated mana. As the smoke clears, the battered knight lies defeated in the dirt, his helmet shattered to reveal the pathetic, bald face of his stolen body to the bewildered hero. Driven mad by his agonizing failure, the bald man desperately grabs the boy's collar as a spectral resonance reveals the weeping soul of the high schooler trapped inside. Sobbing hysterically, the broken warrior screams his lungs out, demanding the boy return the young, handsome body that rightfully belongs to him. But the blue-haired boy merely shrugs, his cold, unimpressed gaze delivering a devastating truth. Even if he wanted to help, the cosmic soul swap is completely permanent. Crushed by the brutal realization that he is forever trapped in a body he detests, the pathetic knight slumps onto the cold earth in complete defeat. Accepting his grim, humiliating fate, the dejected warrior realizes his only hope to fix his wretched face lies in earning enough money on Earth to buy himself a way out. With no other path open to him, he takes up the sword once more, slaughtering endless hordes of goblins to establish himself as a ruthless hunter. To his utter shock, the terrified citizens of Earth look upon his battle-worn armor with awe, chanting his name as a legendary savior of humanity. Basking in the intoxicating warmth of public adoration, the bald hunter feels his crushed pride swelling once more as he dares to dream of absolute power. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the ancient dragon Yongyong, the chaotic dimensional crack incident is far from a simple misunderstanding. Sensing the sudden, unnatural influx of magical energy flooding the planet, the green dragon immediately suspects the dark hand of his ancient demonic rival. From the shadows of the celestial void, the malicious presence of the archdevil Lucifer looms, his purple eyes flashing with a wicked promise of absolute ruin. Sensing the escalating danger, the formidable beast rears back, his ancient instincts warning him that the apocalypse has only just begun. Before the dragon can even formulate a plan, his master effortlessly leaps onto his snout, ready to charge directly into the heart of the chaos. With a terrifying, malicious smirk playing on his lips, the blue-haired boy confirms that Lucifer is indeed pulling the strings, and he intends to crush the devil personally. Diving headfirst into the burning city below, the legendary duo prepares to unleash their devastating power against the invading monster army. A lone, bloodied goblin looks up in sheer terror, completely unaware of the absolute devastation heading directly for its skull. In a split second, a brutal, earth-shattering fist obliterates the monster's defenses, sending a violent shockwave through the burning streets. As the blue-haired boy tears through the enemy lines with savage fury, the massive green dragon unleashes a devastating mana breath to vaporize the remaining hordes. While the sky burns with magical fire, Yongyang casually yawns, completely unfazed by the military helicopters hovering over their glorious battlefield. Inside the aircraft, an astonished news reporter records the breathtaking scene, broadcasting the dragon's miraculous power to a desperate, awestruck nation. With society on the brink of collapse, the terrified president of the association sweats profusely, desperate to recruit the ancient beast to save humanity. Looming over the trembling politician, the green dragon bares his fangs, furious that these weak humans would dare demand he train their newly awakened warriors. But his master steps forward with a cunning smile, proposing a secret condition that will change the fate of the entire world forever. And so the ancient, prideful green dragon officially becomes the supreme principal of Earth's newly established Hunter Academy. To kick off his bizarre new career, the dragon summons a massive glowing pink crest, unleashing heavy magical chains to lock down his targets. The heavy steel chains rattle with ancient authority, signaling the official start of the most brutal academy entrance exam in human history. In the grand courtyard of the academy, the nervous, newly awakened trainees gather, completely oblivious to the terrifying trial that awaits them. A young, red-haired girl looks around anxiously, her heart pounding as she senses an overwhelming, suffocating aura descending upon the arena. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as the ground beneath them begins to tremble violently, signaling the arrival of a truly monstrous threat. The rest of the trainees gasp in collective panic, their faces twisting in dread as the shadow of an ancient, terrifying army looms over them. Emerging from the magical rift, a horde of chained, bloodthirsty monsters snarls in unison, eager to tear the young trainees limb from limb. A colossal red dragon leads the terrifying pack, its glowing pink eyes filled with a primal, uncontrollable rage that threatens to incinerate the entire courtyard.
Yet to the absolute bewilderment of the horrified students, the tiny, cute principal casually holds the giant monsters on leashes like common house pets. Folding his arms with supreme authority, the smug little dragon announces that their first lesson will be a brutal, life-or-death ranking exam. According to the ancient rules of Elmore, rank 5 is reserved for those who can barely survive a fight against a low-level goblin or a savage bloated orc. But to truly survive the apocalypse, they must climb the ranks, proving their worth against terrifying sky beasts like griffins or towering iron-muscled minotaurs. According to the ancient classification system, reaching rank 1 is a monumental feat, yielding the devastating power required to single-handedly pierce the hide of a legendary wyvern. The cute but tyrannical principal commands the assembly, gesturing toward the terrifying menagerie of captured beasts to initiate the gauntlet, starting with the lowest goblins. Stepping up to the plate, an arrogant trainee grins as crackling sparks dance at his fingertips, ready to unleash his exclusive power on the unsuspecting targets. With a deafening roar, his explosive spell detonates directly against a soaring rank 3 griffin, instantly vaporizing the beast and proving his lethal combat potential. Next, a quiet student focused on psychokinesis steps forward, levitating massive, jagged boulders with a mere flick of his wrists. The floating stones crash down with brutal precision, utterly crushing the dark beast beneath their massive weight and securing another high-passing grade. But the difficulty spikes instantly as a towering yellow-skinned rank 4 boar beast charges into the arena, its colossal tusks ready to gore anyone in its path. Another trainee steps up to meet the challenge, unleashing a searing cascade of lightning that fries a rank 2 skeleton monster down to its very bones. Suddenly, a chilling frost sweeps across the arena, instantly encasing a massive red wyvern in a block of solid, unbreakable ice. A mysterious gray-haired youth slowly turns back, completely unfazed by the absolute devastation his sudden flash freezes caused. At just 19 years old, Kang Chol possesses the terrifying legendary skill known as Absolute Zero, making him an instant frontrunner in the academy. Even the formidable Green Dragon principal gawks in sheer disbelief, his jaw dropping at the sight of a massive predator frozen solid in a single instant. A wave of stunned murmurs ripples through the crowd as the trainees realize they are standing in the presence of the Academy's first true rank 1 monster. From the back of the crowd, the blue-haired boy watches the commotion with a wicked, predatory grin, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for true chaos. As the global stakes of this brutal hunter training begin to dawn on humanity, the line between survival and absolute extinction grows razor thin. The surrounding candidates whisper in bitter jealousy, unable to comprehend how a mere ice mage could possess such overwhelming, cheat-like power. Smirking at his peers, Kang Chol casually conjures a tiny perfect shard of ice on his fingertip to mock the lesser talents surrounding him. But his smug display is violently cut short as a sinister dark purple flame suddenly ignites, instantly melting his proud creation to nothing. The purple hellfire erupts into a towering draconic silhouette, heralding the arrival of an even more terrifying rival from the shadows. Stepping into the light, a fierce young man unleashes his exclusive hellfire magic, his eyes blazing with a heat that threatens to reduce the entire room to ash. Not to be outdone, the blue-haired master blitzes through his own target with blinding speed, leaving even the dragon principal cheering at his effortless victory. A single earth-shattering fist embeds itself deep into the iron-hard chest of a massive boar beast, instantly stopping its heart with raw physical force. Standing over his fallen foe, the mysterious youth's veins pulse with red energy as his exclusive body enhancement magic pushes his physical limits to godlike levels. Seeing the boy's rank register, a loudmouthed trainee bursts into hysterical laughter, loudly mocking the rank 5 rating as the ultimate joke of the academy. The arrogant bully continues his cruel jeering, completely oblivious to the fact that the green dragon principal beside him has gone completely still with rage. Before the laughing boy can finish his sentence, a colossal green snout slams down with a violent, earth-shaking thud right in front of his face. Bully's laughter instantly dies, his face turning pale as death as he looks up into the colossal, salivating jaws of a truly legendary apex predator. Looming over the trembling insect, the massive dragon's glowing red eyes narrow as his booming voice demands to know what pathetic rank he claims to hold. Shivering violently under the suffocating pressure of a dragon's true wrath, the boy whimpers out that he is only a mere rank 3. Paralyzed by primal terror, the arrogant bully stands frozen as a humiliating puddle forms at his feet, his pride utterly shattered before the next stage even begins. With the hierarchy brutally established, the remaining candidates look toward the massive arena gates, knowing the real trial is about to commence. Stepping up to prove his worth, rank 3 hunter Kim Chuljan steels his nerves, preparing to unleash his explosive drill skill to redeem his shattered honor. Raising a glowing blue crest, the dragon principal announces that their coddling has officially ended. It is time for real lethal combat training. Kim Chuljan looks up in sudden alarm as a massive, intricate magical matrix begins to glow ominously on the ceiling above. The ancient seal pulses with blinding blue light, tearing open a dimensional gateway directly above the sandy arena floor. Colossal, heavily muscled boar orc crashes down through the rift, its savage eyes locking onto its target with primal fury. Snorting with disdain, the massive beast looks down at the tiny human standing before him, utterly unimpressed by his opponent.
Kim Chul-jin breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing the sheer suffocating mass of the monster he is tasked with defeating. Gritting his teeth, Chul-jin summons sparks of explosive energy in his hands, trying to convince himself that this is nothing more than a common stupid orc.
With a desperate battle cry, the rank 3 hunter charges headfirst into danger, determined to end the fight with a single decisive blow. But the savage orc simply inhales a massive gust of air, its bloated chest expanding to twice its original size. The beast unleashes a violent gale-force breath directly at the oncoming hunter, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Chul-jin is instantly hit by a toxic wave of pure concentrated stench, choking violently as his senses are completely overwhelmed. Ended and gasping for air, the disoriented hunter stumbles backward, his perfect charge completely ruined by the monster's vile weapon. Before he can recover his footing, a sudden, explosive shockwave erupts, blasting him off his feet with devastating force. The young hunter is sent hurtling helplessly through the air, completely defenseless as the towering beast watches his descent with cruel satisfaction. Watching from the sidelines, the dragon principal calmly assures the worried onlookers that a mage's body is reinforced enough to survive a simple fall. Chul-jin lies battered in the dirt, his eyes rolled back and drool escaping his mouth as his consciousness rapidly slips away. Suddenly, a massive clawed hand reaches down, clamping over the unconscious hunter's face with a vice-like grip. Lacking any mercy, the colossal orc lifts the helpless boy toward its gaping, razor-sharp maw, preparing to tear him limb from limb before the horrified crowd. The dragon principal halts his spell, a cold sweat breaking on his brow as he senses the impending carnage. Beside him, an experienced trainee mutters a grim warning. The boy in the arena is facing certain death. With a blood-curdling roar, the monstrous orc clamps its massive hands around the helpless hunter's skull, ready to crush him like a ripe grape. But before teeth can meet flesh, the beast is violently choked back by glowing magical chains, leaving the humiliated trainee collapsed on the floor in a pathetic, terrified puddle. Disgusted by the display, the tyrannical dragon demands the next challenger, prompting a manic, blue-haired boy to practically burst with desperate excitement. Step by step, the mysterious youth strides onto the blood-stained sands of the arena, his eyes locked onto the giant predator before him. The surrounding crowd watches in utter disbelief, murmuring that a weak rank 5 trainee stands absolutely no chance against a savage rank 4 orc. Yet the dragon principal only smirks, commanding the trainees to open their eyes and witness true, unbridled power. Pushed into a blind, starving rage, the massive orc leaps through the air, diving headfirst to obliterate the tiny human. Instead of fleeing, the blue-haired boy lets out a twisted, euphoric laugh, a deep, forgotten hunger awakening within his soul. Memories of his past life in Elmure flood his mind, a time when he ruled as a demon king, exchanging brutal, bloody lessons with the world's most terrifying beasts. In those savage lands, even the legendary orc kings fell beneath his ruthless blade, their colossal strength reduced to mere child's play. To him, those slaughterhouse battles were nothing short of a delightful, heartwarming conversation. Back in the present, the giant beast crashes down, but the youth moves like a phantom, effortlessly slipping past the deadly charge. He instantly reads the beast's primitive instincts, mocking its predictable upper body-focused attack pattern. Knowing the monster's weaknesses inside and out, his grin widens as he prepares to dismantle the thick-skinned beast. Rolling up his sleeve, the hunter decides it is finally time to show these modern humans how magic is truly wielded. Seary red energy surges through his veins as he activates his legendary body enhancement magic, turning his arm into a weapon of absolute destruction. With blinding speed, his fist cuts through the air like a localized hurricane. The strike connects with earth-shattering force, sending devastating shockwaves rippling directly through the orc's bloated torso. The spectators gasp in shock, unable to comprehend how a mere rank 5 trainee is suddenly dominating a mid-tier nightmare. The dragon principal scoffs at their ignorance, reminding them that arbitrary ranks mean absolutely nothing when a true master enters real combat. But another student screams in denial, pointing out that despite the flawless technique, the boy's weak rank cannot possibly pierce the orc's ironhide armor. Even the most skeptical trainees have to admit that the sheer precision of his movements is unlike anything they have ever seen. Inside the arena, the youth realizes his enhanced physical power is still too weak to pierce the beast's defense in a single blow. The colossal orc snarls, its glowing red eyes promising a slow, painful death to the human insect whose attacks barely tickle its tough hide. But the Demon King only smiles, knowing that even the thickest armor has a breaking point under relentless pressure. Clenching his fist with godlike resolve, he prepares to unleash a continuous, unstoppable storm of violence. A brutal, rhythmic pounding begins to echo through the grand arena as the youth pummels the beast without mercy. Strike after agonizing strike, the relentless assault continues, leaving the spectators paralyzed in stunned silence. As darkness falls over the academy, the heavy metallic echo of endless punches continues to reverberate through the night. The sun rises on a new day, yet the tireless pounding remains completely unbroken, defying all human limits. By morning, the watching candidates are completely drained, their minds shattered by the sheer absurdity of the spectacle. Exhausted and terrified, they can only watch in silence as the unending, brutal rhythm echoes on and on. The once mighty orc is reduced to a weeping, swollen mess, whimpering in agony as its spirit is utterly broken. With one final devastating strike, the blue-haired hunter drives the beast's skull directly into the shattered stone floor. Covered in fresh monster blood, the youth stands victorious, his face twisted into a maniacal, euphoric grin. The arena falls into a suffocating silence as the trainees realize they are looking at a literal monster in human skin. Crimson blood drips slowly from his bruised knuckles, cementing a legendary victory that defies the very laws of the system. Sighing in disappointment, the boy laments that his current physical vessel was still too weak to cleanly pierce the beast's hide. Turning his glowing, bloodthirsty gaze back to the terrified crowd, he demands his next victim. Sweat pouring down his green scales, the dragon principal bows his head in silent, reverent terror, acknowledging his master's supreme authority. From that historic day on, the world would never underestimate a rank 5 hunter again as the youth systematically dismantled every beast in the academy. He spent weeks grinding down towering sky griffins and ancient minotaurs, providing a masterclass in lethal combat to his awestruck peers. Days later, inspired by his legendary grit, the academy's top trainees stepped forward to face their own trials with renewed resolve. But the shadows of the arena grow long as a towering iron-muscled minotaur steps into the light, its massive presence suffocating the trainees. Coordinated and fierce, the trainees rush forward, utilizing their magic to create a perfect opening against the towering giant. The massive beast stands unfazed, its cold eyes locked onto the oncoming humans as it prepares to crush their hope. Remembering the master's brutal strategy, the lead trainee prepares to target the beast's legs to completely take away its mobility. Charging his fist with searing purple flames, he leaps to shatter the giant's iron footing once and for all. But the legendary Minotaur reacts with terrifying speed, unleashing a devastating, earth-shaking punch that threatens to obliterate the trainees in an instant. The red-haired hunter screams in agony as the shockwave rips through his defenses, throwing him back in a desperate struggle to survive. Beside him, his gray-haired partner is slammed violently against the stone wall, the crushing impact shattering his confidence and leaving him utterly helpless. With a sickening crunch of frost and stone, the towering Minotaur steps forward, its massive hoof cementing its absolute dominance over the arena floor. Using the sheer momentum of its devastating strike, the colossal beast leaps high into the air, cast in a terrifying silhouette of death. Like a falling meteor, the giant descends with its massive fist raised, aiming to crush the trainees into unrecognizable dust. The beast lets out a blood-curdling roar of victory, a glowing purple seal around its neck pulsing with malevolent energy as it prepares to finish them off. But before the lethal strike can land, a sudden invisible force slams the Minotaur brutally into the dirt, halting the slaughter in an instant. Disgusted by the pathetic display, the dragon principal steps forward, a glowing magic matrix hovering over his claws. He calls an end to the miserable performance. Effortlessly hoisting both battered and groaning trainees by their collars, the dragon principal tosses them aside like useless garbage. Suddenly, a shadow looms over the defeated duo as the mysterious blue-haired master steps into view, his chilling composure cutting through the tense silence. With a condescending smirk, the young master mocks their desperate strategy, pointing out that targeting the legs was completely unnecessary for their level. Crossing his arms, he scoffs at their lack of creativity, telling them they are completely missing the joy of combat by failing to use their brains. Forced back onto the blood-soaked sands, the bruised partners find themselves facing the towering, heavy-breathing Minotaur once again. Exchanging a silent, determined glance, the two rivals swallow their pride, realizing they must put the master's brutal advice to the test. Deep within his veins, the gray-haired hunter stirs his freezing mana, a bitter frost beginning to crystallize around his fingertips. With a fierce cry, he unleashes a biting frost mist, freezing the very air as an absolute zero temperature washes over the battlefield. The sudden blinding blizzard completely envelops the arena, momentarily disorienting the savage beast as the cold bites deep into its thick hide. Yet, driven by primal rage, the monstrous Minotaur charges blindly through the freezing fog, determined to tear its prey apart. Leaping from the heavens, the red-haired trainee dives straight toward the beast's blind spot, purple flames erupting from his outstretched palms. The Minotaur swings its massive fist in a frantic counterattack, tearing through the cold mist with terrifying velocity. But its colossal strike is suddenly blocked by a towering wall of solid ice, shattering the defense but buying the crucial second needed to strike. With a fierce glare, the diving hunter channels every ounce of his remaining magic, focusing a destructive purple orb in his hand. Unleashing his supreme hellfire, a torrential wave of violet flames erupts from his palm, ready to consume everything in its path. The catastrophic explosion of purple fire completely engulfs the giant beast, lighting up the dim arena with a blinding flash. Caught in a flawless pincer attack between crushing ice and searing hellfire, the mighty Minotaur is utterly overwhelmed and brought to its knees. From the stands, the onlookers erupt into deafening cheers, completely blown away by the incredible coordinated assault of the Rank 1 trainees. Watching from the shadows, the blue-haired master lets out a small, satisfied hum, silently acknowledging that their execution wasn't half bad. With the battle concluded, the dragon principal takes center stage, lecturing the class on the true secret of maximizing one's magic power. Holding up a tiny glowing orb of mana, he demonstrates how drawing power from the atmosphere can create catastrophic results. With a casual flick of his green claw, he infuses the spark with atmospheric mana, causing it to hum with terrifying volatile energy.
An explosive burst of blue light erupts, instantly obliterating the solid stone target in a display of absolute force. When the smoke clears, the massive pillar is left completely shredded and twisted, leaving the watching trainees paralyzed in sheer disbelief. The Dragon Principal smugly notes that controlling this flow is what truly separates the master from the amateur. Crossing his wings, the arrogant beast casually admits that he has no idea how to actually teach them the technique step by step since he did it perfectly from birth. The trainees can only sweat in utter frustration as their instructor tells them to figure it out themselves through mindless repetition. As the crowd disperses, the blue-haired youth clenches his fist, analyzing how to refine his own physical enhancement magic to unlock even greater power. Suddenly, an anxious academy representative approaches the giant dragon, whispering a tense warning from the higher-ups. He nervously urges the principal to hurry the training along as the threat of real-world combat looms closer by the second. Over the next several days, the hunters undergo relentless, exhausting training, pushing their bodies to the absolute limit to manifest their magic. Standing amidst the wreckage of destroyed stone targets, the Dragon Principal announces that the time for mock trials has officially ended. With a predatory glint in his eye, the dragon declares that their final training exercise will be a ruthless, one-on-one duel. He slowly raises his claw, pointing directly toward the crowd as he prepares to reveal their ultimate opponent. Stepping forward with an ominous, confident stride, the blue-haired master reveals that they will be dueling none other than him. The announcement sends shockwaves of panic through the seasoned trainees, their faces turning pale at the thought of facing the monster in human skin. Gray-haired trainee grits his teeth, realizing with absolute dread that the youth's previous lessons were merely a setup for his own amusement. A terrifying, demonic grin stretches across the master's face as the official system decree seals their fate. Everyone must duel him without exception. Unable to contain his rage, a hot-headed, orange-haired trainee steps forward, pointing an accusing finger at the arrogant youth. Red-faced and trembling with anger, the muscular hunter screams that a mere rank 5 trainee has no right to look down on them. But as the hothead rants, a massive, shadowy, draconic entity suddenly materializes in the darkness behind him, radiating an aura of pure death. The suffocating pressure freezes the entire arena, yet the young Demon King merely waves his hand with a casual, mocking gesture, ready to dismantle them all. For years, the hot-headed trainee watched from the sidelines, convinced that the blue-haired hunter's insane raw power was just a fluke, a madman's luck that he could never hope to replicate. But as the terrifying reality of the duel sets in, his pride begins to warp into a desperate, furious resolve. Mocking the supposed legendary status of his opponent, the hothead steps up with an arrogant grin, boasting that his own monster-slaying abilities have far surpassed anything a lowly rank 5 hunter could ever achieve. The young master merely smirks in response, his cold eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement as he welcomes the challenge, treating this life-or-death confrontation as nothing more than a mild warm-up. Trembling with raw fury, the orange-haired hunter's face turns deep crimson, his veins bulging as he vows to turn this smug warm-up into a brutal final execution. Igniting his magic, a volatile golden aura flares around his hands as he prepares to unleash a destructive spell designed to obliterate any opponent foolish enough to stand still. Channeling his explosive drill spell, he thrusts his palm forward, unleashing a blinding burst of power aimed directly at the smug master's face. But the young Demon King stands completely unfazed, his piercing blue gaze locked onto the oncoming magic as if he can see through the attack's very structure. With supreme control, he cancels his active physical enhancement, willingly dropping his magical defenses to manipulate the exact parameters of the incoming spell. Sparks fly as the first wave of magic grazes past him, a razor-thin margin of safety that would terrify any ordinary warrior. A massive explosion erupts over the battlefield, yet the young master glides through the fiery blast with uncanny grace, completely unscathed. Analyzing the combat data in real time, he realizes his opponent had concentrated the spell into a miniature form, reducing its overall explosive area but keeping its lethal velocity. Suddenly, a piercing golden beam of concentrated energy tears through the smoke, a devastating snipe designed to end the fight in a single flash. Moving with physics-defying speed, the blue-haired monster tilts his head, dodging the lethal light beam by a mere hair's breadth. The mist blast detonates behind him, tearing a crater into the reinforced concrete as the shockwave ruffles his dark hair. Walking calmly through the clearing smoke, he casually remarks that the attack's destructive force is directly tied to its physical size, completely exposing the limits of the trainee's magic. Sweating profusely, the orange-haired hunter's jaw drops in utter disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to comprehend how a rank 5 trainee could effortlessly evade his fastest attack. Desperate to regain control, he unleashes his ultimate technique, spawning a chaotic array of golden energy spikes to completely saturate the battlefield. A barrage of glowing missiles rains down from above, turning the entire arena floor into a deadly minefield of explosive energy. Unbothered by the incoming onslaught, the master clenches his fist, a dark crimson-pink physical enhancement aura beginning to pulse violently around his knuckles. With a sudden explosive burst of motion, he strakes the air, unleashing a crushing shockwave of raw physical pressure. The sheer force of the punch splits the atmosphere, a devastating wave of kinetic energy ripping forward to tear through the golden spells. The sheer atmospheric pressure hits the orange-haired trainee like a speeding train, lifting him completely off his feet and shattering his defenses. His eyes widen in sheer horror as he realizes the brutal punch didn't even need to make physical contact to completely overwhelm him. The explosive concussive force detonates directly against his chest, sending him flying backward through the air in a trail of smoke and dust. Screaming in agonizing pain, the arrogant trainee feels his ribs buckle under the supreme pressure of the disembodied strike. With a deafening crash, he is slammed violently into the hard stone floor, the devastating impact shattering the arena tiles into a million pieces. He bounces off the ground and crashes heavily into the solid stone wall, left dangling in a massive crater of cracked masonry. Gasping for air as blood drips from his mouth, the broken hunter sobs in utter despair, unable to comprehend how a mere rank 5 could possess such monstrous godlike power. As the dust settles over the ruined battlefield, the young master stands victorious, the devastating aftermath of his single punch leaving the arena in a stunned, silent trance. Turning his chilling, bloodthirsty gaze back to the surviving students, his face twists into a terrifying grin as he demands his next victim. Delighted by the magnificent display of dominance, the Green Dragon principal claps his claws in ecstatic praise, completely ignoring the terror of his students. Paralyzed by the horrific display of one-sided violence, the remaining trainees silently attempt to slip away, desperate to escape the slaughter. But their path is instantly blocked as the giant dragon's massive tail slams down, trapping them in the arena as he commands them to face their fate. Panic erupts as a beanie-wearing trainee screams in utter terror, accusing the principal of trying to get them all killed by forcing them to fight such a monster. Ignoring their frantic cries, the blue-haired master stands quietly, the deep red marks on his neck pulsing with volatile mana as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. Looking around at the trembling crowd, he wonders with genuine disappointment if the entire class is going to run away before he can even break a sweat. Pushed to the brink of despair, the beanie-wearing trainee realizes their only hope of survival is to overwhelm him together, screaming for everyone to attack at once. The suggestion sends a jolt of desperate hope through the terrified trainees as they prepare to launch a coordinated, all-out strike. Smirking at their sudden burst of courage, the young master beckons them forward with a single finger, eager to test their combined strength. Suddenly, a massive jagged rock is ripped from the shattered floor, hurtling through the air at bullet-like speeds directly toward his head. A flying boulder hits him dead-on, exploding into a shower of sharp stone fragments as the crowd gasps in shock. The trainees stare in breathless anticipation, hoping against hope that the surprise attack was enough to at least injure the terrifying youth. Stepping forward with his hand outstretched, the beanie-wearing trainee reveals his specialized telekinetic magic, claiming that the first strike will determine their victory. Sweating but determined, he rallies his classmates, pointing out that with 2 rank 1 hunters on their side, a coordinated group assault might actually be enough to bring the monster down. But the dust clears to reveal the young master looking up, a trickle of blood running down his forehead as his eyes widen in maniacal, euphoric delight at the sensation of pain. Far away from the chaotic academy grounds, a mysterious, bald veteran sits casually on a humming air conditioning unit, munching on a warm snack in absolute peace. Tears of pure joy stream down his face as he savors every bite of the delicious food, lamenting that such simple, heavenly flavors don't exist in his home world. Pulling out a sharp scalpel, he mutters to himself about an upcoming cosmetic surgery scheduled for next week, eager to finally change his rough appearance. He glances down at his heavy metal helmet resting nearby, eager to finally be free from the suffocating heavy iron armor he has been forced to wear for so long. But before he can take another bite, a violent crackle of purple magical energy suddenly ruptures the air right beside him, threatening to drag him back into the chaos of the hunter world. The bald veteran sighs, reluctantly drawing his blade as he abandons all hope of a peaceful lunch, ready to slice through the magical anomaly. Power surges through his weapon as crackling purple lightning wraps around his arm, threatening to tear the fabric of reality itself. The tearing magic rips open a violent void right in front of him, unleashing an unstable dimensional crack that pulses with ancient malice. Reacting with veteran instinct, he slams his sword downward to sever the magical rift before whatever lies on the other side can escape. The seal breaks too quickly, and a massive, terrifying snout lined with deadly tusks forces its way through the dimensional tear. Across the city, the sky suddenly warps as a deafening rumble echoes over the rooftops, signaling the arrival of a cataclysmic threat. A massive explosion erupts in the heart of the metropolitan district, shattering concrete and sending a towering plume of smoke into the heavens. Emerging from the destruction is a colossal purple-skinned beast, roaring with a fury that shakes the very foundations of the city. Back at the academy, a frantic official bursts into the chamber, screaming in pure terror that a disaster of unprecedented scale has just begun. The blue-haired youth turns his cold, calculating gaze toward the panic-stricken man, processing the sudden chaotic turn of events. Behind him, the academy arena lies in complete ruin, littered with the broken, unconscious bodies of the trainees he just effortlessly defeated.
On the city streets, absolute chaos reigns as terrified citizens scream and scatter, desperately fleeing the towering monster's path. Amidst the fleeing crowd, the young master stands completely still on the asphalt, a lone, unyielding figure in a sea of panic. Joined by his battered classmates, the group looks up at the looming shadow, their minds reeling from the sheer scale of the threat. Sweating in absolute dread, the trainees realize this creature is on an entirely different level than any monster they faced in training. Enraged and terrified, they lash out at the academy official, demanding to know why they were summoned to face such a suicidal nightmare. The official, sweating profusely under his glasses, reveals that the principal is currently away dealing with a massive rift on the Egyptian front. Before they can even protest, the cowardly supervisor bids them good luck and sprints away, leaving the young trainees entirely to their fate. Recognizing the beast, the young master murmurs its legendary name, his blood starting to boil with the thrill of an actual challenge. Meanwhile, on the distant Egyptian battlefield, a golden staff of divine power is raised high, channeling the absolute wrath of ancient gods. A blinding pillar of celestial light rains down from the heavens, seeking to incinerate the intruder in a single devastating strike. Standing at the center of the holy blast is a red-haired demon king, completely unfazed as he absorbs the holy energy like a warm breeze. This was Egypt 4,000 years ago, a golden age of gods and monsters where the boundaries of mortal strength were shattered. The Crimson Demon stood defiant, facing down the supreme deities of the land who looked down on him from their rocky pedestals. The bird-headed god stares in absolute horror as his legendary divine staff begins to splinter and crack under the demon's sheer presence. Trembling with fear, the deity realizes that the weapon bestowed upon him by the supreme creator has been completely drained of its power. Looking up with a sadistic grin, the red-haired monster mocks their holy relics, treating their ultimate divine magic as a mere toy. Driven to absolute desperation, the ancient gods resort to their final forbidden weapon, the legendary golden scarabs of banishment. Unleashed into the air, the golden beetle flaps its wings, carrying a primordial curse designed to cast its target into the dark void. The red-haired conqueror watches the glowing insect lazily drift toward him, completely amused by their pathetic last resort. With a soft click, the golden scarabs land on his massive shoulders, instantly locking their curse onto his very soul. A massive intricate magic circle flares to life beneath his feet, blinding the gods as the spatial banishment spell activates. A towering beam of golden light erupts, ripping through the dimensions to exile the immortal demon from their world forever. As the blinding light fades into the clouds, the remnants of the curse dissipate, leaving the ancient skies quiet once more. Sighing in profound relief, the bird god mutters that the monster is finally gone, leaving his ultimate fate in the hands of the higher cosmos. On the cracked earth, the golden scarab lies motionless, its divine energy spent to seal away a nightmare that should never return. Flung across the vast dimensions, the golden beam hurtles toward a primitive green planet, the world known as Earth. But 4,000 years ago, Earth's slumbering primeval deity lay completely unaware of the cosmic threat plunging toward its domain. Through the millennia, the exiled demon waged countless wars across the stars, battling colossal cosmic entities in a bid for absolute supremacy. He conquered warlords and slaughtered titans, his legendary name whispered in fear across every corner of the mortal realm. His relentless crusade eventually brought him to the Elmore continent, a world rich with magical energy and ripe for destruction. A titanic sword of cataclysmic proportions pierced the very core of Elmore, delivering a world-ending strike that shattered its continental plates. The planet's crust fractured violently, glowing with a destructive heat as the dimensional boundaries began to collapse. With a deafening cosmic roar, the entire world of Elmer shattered into pieces, dispersing its survivors across the dimensional void. Crashing hard onto foreign soil, the red-haired titan opens his eyes, dazed but alive after the planet-shattering cataclysm. In the skies above the ruined land, a mighty green dragon soared, searching for any signs of life amidst the wreckage of their lost home. Deep within the craggy peaks, a strange horned bird searched for a safe place to secure the future of its lineage. Spotting a massive, unattended dragon's nest, the parasitic bird prepared to execute a cunning plan of survival. This was the Tok'ran, a creature that cunningly lays its eggs in the nests of stronger species to force them to raise its offspring. And as the tiny, parasitic hatchling emerges, its very first instinct is to ruthlessly push the giant dragon eggs over the edge to claim the nest for itself. Gravity takes hold of the massive dragon eggs, sending them tumbling helplessly down the steep, rocky slope of the peak. One by one, the precious eggs plummet through the air, screaming toward the jagged floor below as survival of the fittest takes its cruel course. The impact is instantaneous and devastating, shattering the shell to reveal a fragile, newly hatched lizard, while the parasitic predator swoops down to claim its prize. But the hunting bird doesn't realize it has flown straight into the domain of the ultimate conqueror, who watches the descending beast with cold indifference. With a single devastating blow, the red-haired monster obliterates the incoming bird, sending feathers flying in a chaotic storm of defeat. A cruel, sadistic grin spreads across his face as he looks at the ruined predator, amused that his next meal has so easily delivered itself. Squatting, though, amidst the scattered feathers, his gaze falls upon the trembling, slimy green hatchling, realizing it's far too small to satisfy his colossal hunger.
Slowly extending his dark-clawed hand, he looms over the defenseless creature like an absolute god of death. Scooping up the shivering beast, he smiles wickedly, declaring it his emergency ration, destined to be fattened up for a glorious feast later. Millennia later, that tiny lizard has grown alongside him, resting on his shoulder as he faces down the colossal purple-skinned behemoth in the ruined city. Seeing the nightmare beast, the desperate trainees rally together, unleashing their ultimate magical spells in a coordinated, desperate strike. Hellfire, sub-zero ice, telekinesis, and roaring electricity ignite the battlefield, combining their elemental fury into a singular, devastating assault. Drawing upon every ounce of his remaining strength, the beanie-wearing trainee activates his amplification magic, tripling the destructive power of their joint attack. The sky is dyed in brilliant hues of violet, gold, and cyan as the concentrated magical bombardment hurtles directly toward the monster's colossal head. A cataclysmic explosion of raw mana washes over the purple beast, threatening to tear the very atmosphere of the metropolitan district apart. But the smoke clears to reveal the behemoth completely unharmed, its massive nostrils flaring as it draws in a deep, terrifying breath. With a deafening roar, the monster unleashes a colossal shockwave of compressed wind, instantly shattering the trainees' desperate hopes. The concussive blast tears through the street, throwing the screaming trainees into the air like leaves in a violent hurricane. One by one, the defeated hunters crash violently into the asphalt, leaving the young master standing completely alone amidst the wreckage. Looking at the colossal beast, the youth clenches his fist, focusing the internal flow of his mana to initiate the fundamentals of body strengthening. The towering behemoth looks down at the solitary human, growling in pure irritation at the audacity of this tiny creature standing in its way. But the young master has no intention of fighting a normal battle. Instead of simple reinforcement, he prepares to push his magic to its absolute forbidden limits. He focuses on the microscopic level, directing his magical energy deep into the countless individual muscle fibers of his right arm. With millions of individual fibers reacting to his call, he realizes he can manipulate the magic on a scale no mortal has ever attempted. Rather than casting a single spell, he stacks hundreds of thousands of body enhancement circles directly on top of each other, turning his arm into a pulsing weapon of mass destruction. His eyes glow with a deadly light as he draws his fist back, the compressed energy screaming for release as the air itself begins to crack. The sheer quantity of reinforcement spells reaches critical mass, overloading his physical vessel with an incomprehensible level of pure physical power. He throws the punch, a blinding purple-colored shockwave of raw force that completely eclipses the colossal beast's massive form. The devastating impact shatters the metropolitan street, unleashing a shockwave so violent that it completely obliterates the behemoth's legendary defense. Stepping back as the dust settles, a cocky smirk plays on his lips as he admires the sheer, unmatched destructive output of his stacked magic. Behind him lies the massive, broken corpse of the behemoth, completely split in half and defeated in a single, terrifying blow. Sometime later, a battle-hardened hunter begins sifting through the massive piles of shattered concrete, desperately searching the ruins. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liho sighs in frustration, realizing his heavy metal helmet has been lost in the chaotic aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, a sharp glint of purple light catches his eye from beneath a heavy slab of fallen building. He grips the edge of the shattered concrete structure, bracing his legs as he prepares to lift the massive wake. With a mighty grunt, he heaves the colossal stone off the ground, throwing it aside to reveal what lies hidden underneath. But as the dust clears, he stands frozen in absolute silence, staring at the unexpected discovery before him. Resting right beside his discarded helmet is a pulsating purple spatial rift, still completely open and threatening to destabilize the entire region. On the distant, mystical Elmir continent, a powerful demon stands on the edge of a towering cliff, looking out over the vast, shimmering oceans. He senses the shifting dimensional tides, realizing that the bridge between these two foreign worlds has finally been established. Grimacing with cold determination, he vows that once he crosses the threshold, his long-standing, bitter rivalry with humanity will finally be settled. 3 weeks pass in agonizing silence, the prideful demon now wearing a blindfold as he broods in a rustic, human-like tavern. Bowing his head in pure comical frustration, he laments that despite all his grand declarations, he has absolutely no idea how to actually cross the barrier. Realizing he must blend in to gather information, he activates his mimicry magic, morphing his demonic features into a standard human form. Stepping out onto the cobblestone streets of the human settlement, he reasons that the merger of the barriers must have caused a major dimensional malfunction. He keeps his senses sharp, scanning the bustling crowds of unsuspecting humans, determined to find any clue of the crossing. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound echoes overhead, causing the demon to look up in utter confusion as a tiny flying contraption zips past. He stares at the laughing human child holding a wireless controller, completely dumbfounded by the bizarre technology of this world. The local villagers watch the flying device in awe, whispering about the strange advanced goods being sold at a local merchant store.
Narrowing his crimson eyes, the demon realizes this technology is far too advanced for this primitive world. It must be an artifact brought over from the other side. With a sudden brilliant flash, the strange mechanical device captures a moment in time, sealing it away forever. The local merchant gasps in absolute horror, staring at his own face perfectly replicated on a tiny sheet of paper. Sweating profusely, he looks at the bizarre array of otherworldly artifacts on his desk, demanding to buy every single one of them. Walking out of the shop, Lee Ho smirks with absolute satisfaction, realizing how incredibly easy it is to exploit the primitives of this world. He skips down the cobblestone street, dreaming of his imminent fortune and the luxurious hair implants he will finally be able to afford. But from the shadows, a mysterious figure watches him, a cold, predatory smile spreading as he prepares to make his move. Deep within the craggy peaks, the gaping maw of Maibo's den stands silent, harboring a power that should never have been disturbed. Blissfully unaware of the danger creeping up behind him, Lee Ho stands outside, whistling a casual tune as he awaits his prize. Suddenly, the fabric of reality tears violently open, unleashing a pulsing wave of crackling, unstable cosmic energy. In a panic, Lee Ho leaps backward, his boots barely avoiding the chaotic force of the destabilizing spatial rift. Across the barren wasteland, a metallic container door begins to screech open, revealing the presence of a truly terrifying entity. In a single blinding flash, a devastating horizontal slash cleaves the entire reinforced structure completely in half. Out of the wreckage steps a terrifying horned demon, his eyes burning with a murderous intent that instantly suffocates the air. Narrowing his crimson gaze, the demon locks onto his target, whispering a chilling promise of absolute destruction. Sensing the overwhelming bloodlust, the young master spins around, his tiny companion tensing as the threat level violently skyrockets. Standing amidst the shattered concrete of the metropolitan district, he prepares for a clash that will test his absolute limits. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across the youth's face as he realizes his long-awaited opponent has finally arrived to settle the score. Activating his forbidden magic, a blinding pink aura envelops his frame, initiating a full-body physical enhancement. He slams his foot down, shattering the asphalt into a spiderweb of cracks as he prepares to launch his devastating counterattack. The sheer force of his movement unleashes a violent shockwave, tearing the ground apart and sending debris flying in all directions. Caught in the brutal crossfire, the helpless bystanders are thrown through the air like leaves in a violent hurricane. The battle-hardened hunter watches in sheer disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying magnitude of this power. Without missing a beat, the horned demon looms over the fallen Lee Ho, his purple spear humming with lethal intent. Shivering in absolute terror, Lee Ho scrambles backward, realizing he is completely defenseless against this god of death. But from the rising cloud of dust, a terrifying chuckle echoes, signaling that the true monster of the battlefield has just awakened. The young master bursts into a manic laugh, his eyes wide with the thrill of a battle that will push him to his absolute limits. With a deafening roar, the demon unleashes his dark wings and charges, his weapon screaming through the air to deliver a lethal strike. The legendary weapon descends like a falling star, aiming to cleave the young master's skull in a single decisive blow. Blood sprays as the razor-sharp edge grazes him, forcing his panicked lizard companion to scream in sheer terror. The sheer impact tears through his defenses, severing his limb and sending it flying into the dust as the crowd gasps in horror. Yet, staring at his severed arm, the young master merely mutters a dry complaint, his eyes glowing with an even deeper madness. He clenches his remaining fist, the magical reinforcement circles compounding to reach a terrifying new level of power. Swooping down like a raptor, the demon prepares to finish the job, confident that his victory is already sealed. But a deafening metallic screech echoes as the legendary spear shatters against an impenetrable wall of raw force. The resulting explosion of energy ripples across the ruined cityscape, signaling a violent shift in the tides of battle. Laying his hand upon the ground, the youth activates a forbidden, chilling art, his voice whispering the words of life taxidermy. Giant pillars of pure, destructive purple light erupt from the earth, threatening to consume everything in their path. He stands at the center of the chaotic storm, laughing hysterically even as his own blood pools on the cracked earth. Deep within his mind, a cold calculation begins, questioning if his physical vessel can truly survive this relentless onslaught. The blinding beams of light converge, threatening to tear the very sky apart as the ultimate clash for supremacy begins. With his vision narrowing, he prepares to throw everything he has into the next strike, knowing that failure means absolute oblivion.